The Garden of Gethsemane. Yoda's Iscariot says farewell to everyone and departs for his special mission given by Jesus. The remaining apostles, Jesus, Miriam, and Salome go to the Garden of Gethsemane on the Mount of Olives. Jesus and Miriam ascend to a place between heaven and earth, where she takes on the mantle of the angel of the covenant. Jesus and Miriam enter the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus suffers the full weight of the sins of all the people of all worlds. So great is his suffering that he bleeds from every pore. At the end of the feast days, Jesus had Miriam, Salome, and all of the apostles join him in a circle at the center of the room, and Jesus said unto them, "This will be my last day with you before I return from the light of my divine Mother and Father." Yoda's Iscariot will leave us as we depart this place to fulfill that which I have asked him to do. To others, it will seem that he betrays me, but let it be known to you and the children of light that he has honored me by obeying my wishes. Each and every one of the apostles, including Miriam and Salome, all spoke a few words of gratitude to Yoda's Iscariot and promised they would remember why he did what he was about to do, although none, save Miriam, knew exactly what that was to be. Then Yoda's made to depart, and turning one last time to look at his friends, he said unto them, as Jesus has said and Salome sung for us, "Greater love has no man than this, that he would lay down his life for his friends." I know each of you would do no less, and please know that I have been so greatly honored and humbled to be numbered among you. Then he went out the door and closed it behind him, and he was gone. Following the departure of Yoda's Iscariot, Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the remaining apostles left the building where they had been cloistered for the feast and walked to the Mount of Olives, where Jesus led them to a secluded garden area, absent of any other people, called the Garden of Gethsemane. Together, they gathered in a circle upon their knees and prayed to the Divine Mother and Father, first Jesus and then each of the others in turn. The angel of the covenant, when they were finished, Jesus took Miriam's hand and led her to the center of the circle. He spoke quietly to her in her mind so no others could hear, "It is now time to fulfill your greater calling, my love. Are you prepared to become that which you were foreordained to before the world was?" "Yes, my Lord," Miriam affirmed. "I am ready to serve the Source with humility and clarity as I have been called and foreordained before the world was." Jesus smiled at her, and she smiled back. They were facing each other and holding one another's hands, and Jesus leaned forward and kissed Miriam lightly on the lips. Then they both closed their eyes and tilted their heads up toward the clear sky. Suddenly, great puff balls of white clouds began to gather until the sky was soon thick with billowy white clouds hanging low toward the ground. As Jesus and Miriam continued to hold hands with their eyes closed and their heads tilted toward the heavens, a dense white pillar of cloud came swirling down from the mass of clouds above and completely engulfed them. It was but a moment upon the ground, and then it quickly withdrew and rose back into the sky, becoming one again with the great body of clouds. And when it had cleared, the apostles and Salome saw that Jesus and Miriam were no more among them, but had disappeared with the pillar of cloud up into the sky. Jesus and Miriam came to stand atop the highest cloud. In the distance and from all directions, there was the approaching sound of trumpets, and then suddenly, many heavenly beings encircled them. And Miriam asked Jesus, "Who are these hosts of heaven?" Jesus answered, saying, "They are some of my Father and Mother's angels who have come to witness the moment when you will be numbered among them." "Truly," Miriam said somewhat in awe. "Even now, when there is so much upon your shoulders and weighing upon your heart, you do me this honor? But if it is to be now, I know of a certainty that it is the time that best serves Source, and I am most humbled." "Yes, Miriam," Jesus replied. Now is the time that you are called to fulfill the greatness of your promise." Then a man with brown hair and a flowing beard, dressed in white robes with shimmering gold and colored threads and a large purple sash around his waist, stepped forward, and Jesus put his hand upon his shoulder and introduced him to Miriam, saying, "This is Halakata. He is currently the angel of the covenant and will remain so in fullness while you learn the secrets of your calling." Miriam nodded her head toward Halakata and said unto him, "It is an honor to meet you, Halakata. How long have you been the angel of the covenant? And pardon my ignorance, but I thought the angel of the covenant was called Shalanain." "I have no idea how long I have been in this office," answered Halakata. "I know exactly when I am supposed to be any place in the Celestine realms or upon any earth in the heavens, but know not how. That relates to the time as you keep it upon the world you have called home. As to my name, Halakata is for male holders of the angelic office of the covenant and Shalanain for the females. As your angelic name for the office implies, you will bring different energies to your calling." "He has served faithfully and well for a very long time," Jesus assured Miriam, "and this on many earths. Now he has progressed in the expansion of his celestine light beyond the office of the angel of the covenant and has been called to something greater. All of this is as my divine Father and Mother have decreed it should be. Even down unto the very minute and hour of the time that only the Source know. Now it is upon you, Miriam, to receive the mantle of the angel of the covenant and to fulfill that calling upon this earth and all others in the heavens, but upon this one in particular for the next 11 years. Do you accept this high and holy calling?" "You know that I do, my Lord," she answered with conviction. Jesus nodded his head in acknowledgement, and then said unto her, "In the name and by the power of Source, so let it be." A blinding white light immediately emanated from the body of Miriam and filled all the sky as far as the eye could see. Just as suddenly as it came upon her, it was gone, and she stood before Jesus and Halakata and all the angels who bore witness, no longer as Miriam of Magdala, but as the angel of the covenant, emissary of the Source, and protector of the children of light. As the mantle of her angelic office settled upon her, Miriam's hair became as white as the light had shone in brilliance from her soul. When Jesus and Miriam returned quietly to the garden, most of the apostles were napping. Salome saw them first as they walked from behind a tree, and she ran over to Miriam and embraced her with incredulity, saying, "Miriam, what has happened to you? Where did you vanish to? Why is your hair all white?" "Calm down, Salome," Miriam requested in a loving voice. As she spoke, all of the apostles came and gathered around them. "All is well," she said quietly. "Jesus brought me to a place between earth and heaven to fulfill my promise to Source." She reached up and pulled some of her long hair in front of her so she could see it. She let the white strands fall a few at a time through her fingers and looked at them quizzically. "I'm not sure why my hair turned white, as I am not any older, and the one whose office I am assuming had a full head of brown hair." Saying this, she looked to Jesus for an explanation, but he merely smiled at her in response. "So it is done then?" asked Caiaphas. "Are you now the angel that Jesus spoke of?" "Somewhat, Caiaphas," Jesus answered. "She is now the angel of the covenant, but the previous angel of the covenant will remain, still carrying the greater load and helping to guide her in her new calling, until her time in the flesh upon this earth is complete." "But I am still the woman you have known in most ways that you can see, other than my hair," Miriam replied. "Then pardon me for asking," Toma interjected, "but if you are still the same, standing here among us, how are you an angel?" In ways you shall discover when the time is appropriate, Toma. End. The first of those times will soon be upon you, answered Jesus. No greater love has anyone than this. Jesus took a deep breath and let it slowly exhale. Then he spoke with great seriousness to Salome and his apostles, My time has come to fulfill much that I have come here to do. Miriam and I shall withdraw together further into the garden, a stone's cast away. Please keep watch upon the gate and ensure that we are not disturbed. The apostles affirmed that they would watch the gate, and Miriam and Jesus withdrew to a secluded part of the garden. Standing next to a tree with a lowlying swayed trunk, Jesus disrobed except for his loincloth and laid his robes upon the ground, a short distance away from the tree. He asked Miriam to kneel upon the far side of the tree trunk, and he knelt on the near side. They reached across the trunk and held hands and bowed their heads. Then Jesus prayed, saying, Father and Mother, hear my words. At last, the time has come to fulfill all that you have asked me to come here to do, for your children of spirit upon this world and for your children of spirit upon all other worlds. This I gladly do, for they are all my brothers and sisters and I love them. I know that it is your desire that all of your children would return home to you in glory. But also I know that no unworthy soul can enter into your presence, for they cannot endure the brightness of your celestine light, unless their own resonance is in harmony and their own light shines in ways greater than the mortal world. But all of my brothers and sisters upon this earth and upon all others have sinned and fallen far short of your glory. Even my brethren, my apostles who wait at the gate, have lived in the world and in many ways have been a part of it. They seek so much to do good and to please you. They have repented of their sins, but there is still darkness even in them. You have decreed that there is no darkness, only diminished light, and that no one whose light has diminished can enter into your presence until they have become purified in fullness of the celestine light. I am your firstborn of spirit and only begotten Son in the flesh. I am in you, and you are in me in all things, therefore, I am pure and I am in fullness of the celestine light. Because of the love you have both given me and the knowledge you have guided me to and the example you have shown me and the wisdom you have taught me, my celestine light is great. I come to you in purity and love and ask that you will let me bear the pains of torment of every soul, upon every world for the darkness that they carry in their soul. Not just the souls who live today upon worlds innumerable, but also all the souls who have ever dwelt upon a physical world in the flesh and all the souls that have not yet come down onto a physical world, but shall come down someday. Let me give some of my celestine light to them, to suffer the pains they would otherwise need to suffer as they sought to purge the darkness and become purer in the light that they might be worthy to be in your presence. I tremble at the magnitude of that which I have asked. If there was a way that this cup of misery could pass from me, I would be tempted to take it. But I know there is no other way, and my love for my brothers and sisters of spirit is too great to let any of them perish or suffer needlessly, when I could save them. Therefore, let the weight of the sins of the world and the weight of the sins of all worlds come upon me. Let me feel the torment that all people would suffer without a portion of my celestine light to be given for them. I pray that you will grant that hereafter, any who repent of their sins and do them no more and live joyously and fully in the celestine light will not have to suffer at the last day on the judgment of resonance for the darkness that might still be in them. Let the inadequacies of their resonance be filled with my celestine light, even until they are worthy to come into your presence. So saying, Jesus cried out with a loud voice of agony. Miriam held tightly to his hands and called out to him, but he did not answer her. For 3 hours, he remained kneeling at the tree, holding Miriam's hands, sobbing, and frequently crying out in pain and torment. He began to sweat profusely. So great was his anguish that soon his sweat turned into drops of blood that ran down and covered his naked skin until he was red with blood. As the third hour ended, he let out a great sigh and laid his head upon the tree, and still holding Miriam's hands, he fell asleep. Before the next hour, he awakened, and going over to a basin at a nearby flow of water, he and Miriam washed the dried blood off his body. Putting on his garments once again, he nodded silently to Miriam, and together, they returned to the place where the apostles and Salome waited for them. The trials of Jesus. Judas Iscariot meets with the Sanhedrin to inform them of Jesus's whereabouts. They question him as to his motives and then send guards to arrest Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. In his fervent desire to protect Jesus, Caiaphas swings his sword and cuts the ear off one of the guards. Jesus fully restores the man's ear and asks him to repent of his sins and heretofore live his life worthy of the celestine light that has been given to him. Jesus is condemned by the Sanhedrin and held in a wine cellar where Miriam appears to him, and upon her request, he gives a full explanation of why he did what he did in the Garden of Gethsemane. Jesus is handed over to the Roman governor of Palestine, Pontius Pilate, for final judgment. In a self-righteous rage, Pilate denounces Jesus and sentences him to 50 lashes, after which time he will carry his own cross to the spot where he will be crucified, naked. Judas Iscariot comes before the Sanhedrin during the time that Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane. Judas Iscariot went to the Sanhedrin who were meeting at the palace of Caiaphas, as Jesus had secretly instructed him. When it was recognized who he was, one of the principal disciples of Jesus of Nazareth, he was brought before Caiaphas, who asked his father-in-law Annas, the former chief judge, to question Judas. Though Annas had officially retired and used his influence with the Roman governor Pontius Pilate to see his son-in-law Caiaphas made chief judge in his stead, he still held great influence over the Sanhedrin. As evening fell, Judas was brought into a chamber with only a short roof around its perimeter, where Annas and Caiaphas sat on small, high-backed seats surrounded by more than a dozen of the greater Sanhedrin standing behind them. Servants went around the room, lighting torches on the walls and on posts in the ground of the courtyard. Judas began to speak, but Annas held up his hand and demanded, "Silence! I will let you know when you may speak." Then Annas looked at Judas as a predator contemplates its prey. He studied him in silence for several minutes until the quiet became uncomfortable for many in the room, and they began to shuffle their feet and sigh. "Why are you here, follower of the blasphemer?" Annas asked at last. Judas stammered. He closed his eyes and taking a deep breath and exhaling, he continued saying, "I have come to lead you to a place where Jesus is sleeping this night. He is away from the crowds of people and alone with only his apostles." From Jesus's previous encounters with the Sanhedrin and particularly Caiaphas, I have sensed that the Sanhedrin would appreciate the opportunity to bring Jesus before them in secrecy, to question him without fear of the wrath of the people who hold him in great esteem. "Very thoughtful of you," Annas said with slight sarcasm. "But why would you, one of the blasphemer's principal followers, betray him in this manner? It would seem that this must be more of a trap for us than it is for him." "I assure you it is not," Judas affirmed. "What could he do to you? He is but a poor man from Galilee, and you are the chief judges of the greater Sanhedrin. Why are you doing this then?" asked Annas. "It is something I must do to serve God," answered Judas. "Betrayal is a terrible stigma from which you will never be washed, even though in your mind your motivations may be noble and serving of God," Annas replied. I know, Yoda said quietly as he hung his head and looked at the ground. It is not often that we encounter someone so devoted to God that they would willingly sacrifice their reputation and maybe even their life if their former associates seek vengeance, Annas ventured. You do understand that if we judge him to be guilty of blasphemy or sacrilege, we may be compelled to seek his death. Yoda, with his head still hanging toward the ground, nodded in silent affirmation. Even so, I am not sure I believe you or your simple reason for why you would do this, continued Annas. And that makes me suspect your motives. Caiaphas then leaned over toward his father-in-law and whispered something in his ear. Annas perked up upon hearing the words of Caiaphas, and immediately looked to Judas and asked, "You are named Judas Iscariot?" "That is one form of my name," Judas answered. "Then you are not only a zealot, but also a Sicarii?" Annas asked. "That would explain a great deal. So you are a zealot among the zealots." "That part of my past is known to but a few. I doubt you deduced it from the Greek version of my name in which my past is hidden. Instead, your spies must be commendably good," Judas replied. "Yes, they are," Annas affirmed. "Of course, you looked to this man Jesus to be the Messiah, and now you are wallowing in disappointment, as are all the zealots, when you find he has no intention of leading you in a revolt against the Romans." "It is true," Judas answered. "I have seen him as the Messiah. But I know he is not going to lead even a small uprising against the Romans, let alone overthrow their rule." "Why come to us?" asked Caiaphas. "You are a Sicarii, why not just slip your blade into him while he sleeps and then your disappointment is ended, as is his life, without risking political or religious turmoil?" Judas shook his head with vigor, saying, "No, not in any circumstance could I take his life or any man's except in defense of my own. I come before you because I know I must. But I love him still." "What a pot of puke," yelled Caiaphas. "We should judge you for being king of the liars. You come to betray your leader, but you say you still have great affection for him. You claim you are a Sicarii, but also that you would only kill a man in self-defense. You contradict your own statements and must consider us idiots if you think we would believe a word of it." Then looking to his father-in-law, Caiaphas said, "We should not listen further to this Judas, but put him away where no one will ever hear of him again. He lies like a serpent and undoubtedly desires to lead us into a trap of some type to embarrass the Sanhedrin in front of the people. Let us be the masters of our own destiny and wait for Jesus of Nazareth to return to Jerusalem, then follow him and take him while he sleeps and bring him before us to make an account and receive judgment." At the words of Caiaphas, many of the Sanhedrin standing behind him voiced their approval, and Annas nodded his head in agreement, saying, "You speak with wise words, my son. Let us not go off upon unknown paths, but wait with patience for a time and place of our choosing." Judas was now in a quandary. He had been given a mission to bring the Sanhedrin to Jesus, but now it seemed all he had accomplished was to be sent to a Roman prison himself. Thinking quickly, he said, "Most learned judges, I have more to say that bears weight upon this matter and would ask that you withhold your judgment until you have heard all of the facts." Caiaphas rolled his hand in a forward motion, indicating that Judas should continue speaking. Judas said unto them, "I have no desire to be sent to prison. Nor would my wife or children appreciate it. I have not come here to deceive you, but have spoken only the truth. Jesus of Nazareth is alone with his apostles and 2 wives at this time. I was a Sicarii but not a typical one. I honored the commandments of Sinai, therefore could not take a life except in defense of my own. I was known to sometimes provoke situations with my adversaries in which I needed to defend myself, but that was unusual. More often, I did not find it necessary to kill. In truth, if the dagger is used as a tool of persuasion rather than one of final judgment, it is far more effective. If you kill a man, little is accomplished, but if you put fear in his heart that he could die at any time from unknown assailants, he becomes a reliable source of influence and treasure. That is my past, not my present. If you so easily recognized my past in the name I took during those times, I think it is time that I change my name again. I am a loyal follower of Jesus of Nazareth and now, and more than ever, keep the commandments of Sinai and the teachings of Jesus that life is precious. It is you that have accused me of being here to betray Jesus. The opposite is true. I am here because he asked me to come to you and invite you to come and take him. I think he is testing you to see if you have the gumption to dare lay hands upon him, even when there are none of the people present to witness if you fail. You had him standing before you in recent days, and yet he walked away of his own will. Personally, I am convinced that without his agreement, you could never take him, try him, judge him, or do anything to him. Your actions now bear witness to this very fact. You are so afraid of him that you have become impotent and cannot even move from your chairs toward him. Nor have you cause to hold me or see me sent to a Roman prison, for I have done nothing but speak the truth to you. Why should I suffer because you are too afraid to act when the opportunity is given to you to defend what you believe? You dare speak to us in this insolent manner, demanded Caiaphas. If you are unaccustomed to hearing the truth, then surely you had better stay far away from Jesus of Nazareth, Yoda replied. Caiaphas was about to reply, but Annas cut him off with a gesture, then looked to Yoda and said, You are sly, Yoda Iscariot, and think to goad us by using our own pride against us. I see what you are doing, but I am nevertheless affected by your words. We will send a contingent of guards to follow you to the place where you say Jesus of Nazareth is almost alone. They may not be familiar with his appearance, therefore, you will go to him directly and kiss him on the cheek so the guards are sure of who to take. If everything is as you have said and we take him prisoner, you shall be rewarded with 30 pieces of silver. But if everything is not exactly as you have said, then it is you that our guards shall return to us and you who will never see the light of day again. Agreed, Yoda replied. Shortly afterward, about 24 Sanhedrin guards armed with short swords and staves were assembled and followed Yoda out onto the street, their torches flickering in the darkness of the night. Arrest of Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane. The apostles had been both sitting and standing as they listened to Jesus sharing with them the great importance of what had transpired at the Garden of Gethsemane. Jesus stopped speaking when they all saw the approaching lights of many torches and heard a number of people coming toward the garden. Soon they saw Yoda Iscariot come through the gate at the head of a group of armed guards from the Sanhedrin. Immediately, Caiaphas spoke with urgency to Jesus, saying, Flee out the back gate, we will hold them until you are away. But Jesus did not move and instead remained standing serenely as a summer's morning, looking at Yoda and the men approaching. He calmly told Caiaphas, Fear not, my brother. This is as I told you it would be. Be strong in your spirit. I cannot, Caiaphas replied with anguish. I cannot see you taken to be tortured and killed like a common thief. There must be another way. This is the way I have chosen, Jesus answered. Please honor me by honoring my choice. And worry not for the pains of mortality. The soul is not the body, and neither these men nor the Sanhedrin nor the Romans can do aught to my eternal soul." Judas approached Jesus with his head bowed and lifted it only enough to give him a kiss on the cheek. Jesus put both of his hands upon the head of Judas and said unto him, "Well done, good and faithful brother." At his words, Judas fell to his knees and held his hands to his face as he wept. Seeing the kiss of Judas upon the cheek of Jesus, which had been the agreed-upon sign of recognition, the guards quickly approached him. Before they could lay their hands upon him, Caiaphas drew a short sword, and leaping forward, he slashed at the head of one of the guards, missing his head but cutting off his left ear, which fell to the ground. The stricken man cried out in pain and fell to his knees, holding the bleeding hole where his ear had been. The remaining guards hesitated in surprise, for they had not come expecting a fight. In the moments of their hesitation, Jesus stepped forward and reached down to grasp the guard's severed ear off the ground. He turned to the guard, who looked up at him without fear and even with wonder. Jesus stepped close to him, and holding the severed ear to the spot from whence it had come and calling the man by name, he said unto him, "Malchus, remember the good that has been done for you this day. Repent of your sins and live your life worthy of the celestine light that has been given to you." As he stepped back, there were several gasps from the other guards as they saw that the man's ear had been fully restored to his head. Turning then to Caiaphas, Jesus told him, "Dear brother, let that be the last time you ever use your sword against a man. Swords and weapons of violence are only for those who have not found the powers of celestine light within them. And many who take up the sword for defense shall instead die by it. But those who defend with the gifts of celestine light shall prevail, for the weapons of men cannot do battle with the powers of heaven. You are my apostle, and you must call forth the greater man of spirit within you, that you can become more than you have been and be worthy of all that has been given to you." Caiaphas nodded his head in understanding, and looking intently into Jesus's eyes, he dropped his sword to the ground and answered humbly, saying, "I will." Jesus turned now to the remaining guards and said unto them, "I am Jesus of Nazareth whom you seek. I will come with you in peace, and you need not fear me or any of those with me." So saying, Jesus walked purposefully into the darkness of the night toward the gate of the garden through which the guards had come, followed closely by Miriam and Salome. The guards and the apostles stood still for a moment, slightly dumbstruck by Jesus's actions, and then looking at one another in some amazement, they all followed after them. Final appearance of Jesus before the Sanhedrin. The guards came up and surrounded Jesus, pushing Miriam and Salome behind them as they walked, and once again, they brought Jesus to the palace of Caiaphas. Jesus was quickly led into the courtyard room where Caiaphas, Annas, and many of the greater Sanhedrin awaited him. His apostles and Salome were made to wait outside the inner walls with the servants, where they could hear those speaking but not see them. However, at Jesus's request, Miriam was allowed to enter and stand in the shadows, watching and listening. A scribe announced those who were present, and afterward, Caiaphas spoke to Jesus, saying, "We have brought you here in secret to question you in great seriousness without the threat of interference from the multitudes who seem to love you. We only seek fairness and further clarification of the things you have said and done. Let us not dance around the truth, Caiaphas," Jesus replied. "Everyone, including me, knows that you have brought me here in hopes of finding evidence of the blasphemy you have already concluded I spread. So ask your questions and find the truth." "Very well," Caiaphas replied sourly. "By what means do you accomplish your miracles? Do you mean miracles you or your priests have witnessed, such as when the sun stood still the last time I was here, or miracles such as the hole of Hades that opened in the ground at Tiberias, or the gate at that place which became a living tree. Bah, muttered Caiaphas. Those were merely peculiar manifestations of nature that you tried to make us believe you had caused. Man can control nature a little, but not command it. But all things that have been created belong to Source and ever follow the commands of their Creator, answered Jesus. Caiaphas was surprised by Jesus's answer and told him, by your own words, you condemn yourself. Are you saying that you are God the Creator? Or that Source does as you bid? Make a lightning bolt come from heaven and strike this spot as we speak, and I will believe you. But I have no worries, for you are just a man who either thinks he is God or one that has assumed the mantle of a prophet without authority. There was silence for a moment, then Caiaphas looked to the sky and spoke again, saying, no lightning bolt, hence you are but a man and not even a prophet, a very clever man, but just a man. What of that follower of yours that reportedly came back from the dead? Asked Annas. I suppose he faked his death by taking some poisonous herbs? How did you accomplish it? Not by elements of darkness, answered Jesus. But by the light of faith was this done. He must be tested further, demanded Annas. Put a cloth over his face. And then one of you go and smite him. Let us see if he can tell who does the deed. Following the command of Annas, a thick cloth sack was placed over Jesus's head, and 2 Sanhedrin and 1 Pharisee stepped forward and smote him with force on his face, knocking him backward with their blows. Afterward, the assailants stepped back into the group of priests and the sack was removed from Jesus's head. Tell us now who it was that smote you, demanded Annas. If you are a prophet, this should not even be a challenge, but if you are merely a deluded man, how will you know? Jesus just stood looking at Annas and answered him not. Is anyone surprised? Annas asked. Let the witnesses come forward, Caiaphas ordered. As the scriptures demand, all shall be verified in the mouth of 2 or more witnesses. 3 different men stepped forward, 1 Pharisee, 1 Sadducee, and 1 temple priest. Each bore witness against Jesus, giving evidence of his blasphemy. I saw him cast out the sellers and money changers from the temple and call at his father's house, said the temple priest sarcastically. I saw him heal a man on the Sabbath, accused the Pharisee. And he justified himself as if he was above the law. I heard him say that if the temple of God was destroyed, he would build it again in 3 days, stated the Sadducee. At the account of the Sadducee, there were murmurs and even some chuckles from those gathered, but Caiaphas was angry and mocked Jesus, saying, Have you anything to answer to these witnesses, O powerful one? Jesus answered him, saying, All they have said is true. I have healed those in need on the Sabbath, I did chase the dispensers of darkness from a place that is dedicated to the light of my Father, and if the temple of God is destroyed, even rent to the last piece and burned in the fire, I will build it again in wholeness in 3 days. Certainly, there can be no doubt. This man is a blasphemer, Annas stated matter-of-factly. He is probably also a lunatic, but he cannot be excused because of that affliction. The question now is, what shall we do with him? Death by stoning is appropriate, shouted one of the Sanhedrin. Yes, it is appropriate, agreed Caiaphas. But even though Pilate would probably not mind if we took this matter into our own hands despite the decrees of Rome, it would be best if we are not associated with this man's death, for he is still held in high esteem by many of the people. The timing is perfect to send him now to Pilate, Annas proclaimed. With the holiday, there are a great many more people in Jerusalem, and the Romans are already uneasy because of the risk of insurrection. particularly during this celebration, which gives thanks for liberation from the oppression of the Egyptians, while we now great under the command of the Romans. This blasphemer is also a Galilean, which province has always caused Rome the most trouble, and they look to see more trouble coming from there. We have not even spoken of the fact that many people, especially the zealots from Galilee, look at him as the Messiah, even the King of Israel appointed by God, specifically come to liberate them from the Romans. I am sure Pilate will be interested in that morsel. No trial before the entire body of the greater Sanhedrin. Jesus asked Annas and Caiaphas, "The 20 that are here tonight are as one against me, but many who are not here that are numbered among you would stand with me. How can you pass a judgment of death without all of the judges?" "We cannot," Caiaphas admitted, "nor are we, as concerned citizens in high positions, with responsibilities upon us to do what we can to ensure the safety of our people. We have identified you as a dangerous rabble-rouser and rebellious leader of the zealots. Although we also know you are a blasphemer, no trial before the entire body of Greater Sanhedrin is necessary, because as responsible leaders of our people, we are merely going to give you to the governor, along with the evidence we have gathered of your danger to Rome. And let him do away with you. Bind him and throw him under guard into the wine cellar until the morning," ordered Caiaphas to the 4 guards standing nearby. "Then round up his close followers and bring them here that we may find the zealots among them and send them also to Pilate." One of the guards leaned toward Caiaphas and reminded him that all of Jesus's principal followers had come with him and even now were just beyond the inner wall. "Well, get them quickly before they flee," Caiaphas bellowed. "And get his wife as well standing there in the shadows," he said, pointing at Miriam. But when the 2 guards who were very near her pivoted to grab her, she was gone, and they looked at one another in bewilderment, nor could they capture Salome or any of the apostles, for immediately upon hearing the order of Caiaphas, they fled quickly into the darkness. Despite the efforts of several servants who had been standing with them listening to the proceedings that tried to detain them, Jesus explains the significance of his suffering in the garden. Jesus had been sitting in the darkness of the wine cellar for about an hour when a bright light lit up the room, and when it dimmed slightly, Miriam stood before him and went to him. And the light that came with her remained. They held each other for a few moments in a loving embrace, and Jesus assured Miriam he was fine. Then she asked him with words in her mind, "Beloved, besides coming to be with you to comfort you, I came seeking greater understanding about what transpired in the Garden of Gethsemane, beyond what you were explaining to the apostles." Speaking also to her in her mind, Jesus answered, saying, "You want to know why I suffered rather than just letting men suffer their own punishments in full for the choices they make. Of course, my Lord, you know my thoughts before I think them," Miriam answered. "And I do seek greater clarification. You suffered more than it seemed possible that the physical body of man could endure, even one that contains your power. I understand that carrying the weight of the sins of others would certainly bring about such suffering. But I do not fully understand why you needed to do this, and I know that it is important that I do understand very clearly. Each man and woman make their own choices of whether to live in the celestine light or live in the darkness every day, even in the small things they say or do, and of course also in their larger acts of nobility or debasement. Why did you desire to take some of their suffering away? Should not each person be fully liable for their own poor choices, even as they are fully rewarded for their good ones? If there is a penalty to be paid in suffering, in remorse, or even agony of sadness for some time, should not the person who made the choice of darkness be the one who suffers? If restitution is needed, if light must be made to counterbalance the darkness that was sowed so a man may be worthy to enter into heaven, should it not be the man who sowed the darkness that is required to create the light that washes it away? Jesus looked deeply into Miriam's eyes and gently ran his finger along her hairline. Continuing to project the thoughts of his mind, he answered her, saying, I suffered, not so men will not have to suffer, for all will still pay a price for the darkness they have not washed clean with repentance. And those sins that have not been washed clean with repentance are many, for even the most virtuous person, even you, my love, have some darkness in their past that was never fully washed clean with the celestine light of a full repentance and restitution. For many are the sins of commission and omission that are forgotten by man, but all are remembered by source. And many are the moments of darkness in a person's life that simply cannot be repented of in fullness. With repentance, I'm sorry is not enough. There must also be restitution, a restoring of that which was taken. But sometimes that which was taken cannot be restored. Such as the evil man who steals from another, not his goods, which can be returned, but his good name by spreading slanderous rumors and secret whisperings to those he knows not. The rumors will spread like a plague, and there is nothing the evil man can do to undo the darkness he has sown. Though he may cry in remorse for the dark deed he has done and beg God and the good man he has wronged for forgiveness, he can never make a full restitution, for the words of falsehood he cast are beyond his power to call back and will continue to injure the good man all of his life. So too, everyone is guilty of sometimes casting a little unrepented darkness with less than loving words, less than honest replies, less than a full day's work for a full day's wages, less than complete compassion, less than gentle patience with children, and many more little moments of darkness. Even good and noble children of light seldom think of repentance when they do these things, yet their actions were of darkness, not of the light, and repentance is needed for the small sins even as it is for large ones. In a lifetime, all of these little moments of darkness that have been forgotten add up to an oppressing weight, even upon the most wonderful children of light. So too do the moments of darkness that cannot be fully repented of continue to weigh down the soul of man as the years pass by. Then comes the spirit and souls of men to the gates of the celestine realm of light when they die. And many will come knowing they have been good and honorable in life and expecting to pass on to a greater light as their reward. But the highest realms of the celestine kingdom are realms of light in which no darkness can dwell. It can still remain on the inside as it must for balance, but must be completely overcome on the outside. Even the most virtuous man or woman, even you, my pure Miriam, fall short of that glory. I suffered and offered some of my celestine light to help bridge the gap between man and source so that I could be with you, my true love, for time and all eternity in the highest kingdom of celestine glory and beyond that into the kingdom of the source. I suffered and offered some of my celestine light to help bridge the gap between man and source so that all men and women, my brothers and sisters of spirit, who diligently, humbly, and sincerely endeavor to live the teachings I have brought, will be able to obtain the reward they seek. I am source. But like all men, I am also a spirit son of my divine parents and, by that, a true brother of all mankind. Because of this, I am a part of both and the bridge of celestine light between man and God. No one comes to the highest kingdom of glory, save they come by living my words and following my light. To all who live the good light, be they children of Israel, Romans, Greeks, Persians, or pagans, they shall find salvation in me, for I gave it to them with my blood and light, on my knees in love for them, in the Garden of Gethsemane. The meeting of Caiaphas and Pilate. And it came to pass that in the morning, Jesus was bound and brought to the Roman prison, and Caiaphas, the chief judge of the Sanhedrin, met with Pontius Pilate, the Roman governor of Palestine, to inform him of the danger to Rome presented by Jesus of Nazareth. Pilate was keenly interested in the words of Caiaphas but doubted that Jesus was a threat, so he answered him dismissively, "I am surprised you have brought this man to prison. I have received reports of him in recent times, and it is said he does many miracles. I have not heard it said that he promotes insurrection. In fact, my spies told me he rebuffed the zealots. He is one of your people, and he seems to be popular with many. Why bother to send him to a Roman prison? If you have differences with him, can't you deal with them yourself?" Caiaphas answered Pilate, saying, "He may have favor with the simple and ignorant who are fooled by his tricks and illusions, but the Sanhedrin are not fooled. But many of the common people have been deceived, even to abandoning our faith and following after the new faith he teaches, for he is charismatic and a magician that knows no peer. Rome should fear as well, for he teaches that he has come not to uphold the law, but to overthrow it. And he means not just your religious law, but also the laws of Rome. Surely you are aware that along the north shore of Lake Gennesaret, his followers have built communities, and even now they almost outnumber the native populations of the 4 towns located there. Galilee has always been the greatest source of insurrection against Rome in all of Palestine. Now comes this man, Jesus of Galilee, who preaches disobedience to the laws and who has steadily been gathering his followers on Lake Gennesaret. Soon, he will have enough men to lead an army against you. Spies may or may not discover truth, but with this man they are not needed, for his own followers openly have told us that among the zealots, he is seen as a promised savior and the rightful king of the land sent by God." "Very well," Pilate responded with disinterest. "I thought you had something important to tell me. You have made a small case for him to be in prison, so we shall keep him there for a few days, at least until your festival is over and all these additional people are out of the city. But as for insurrection, the army of Rome has little to fear from the stone-throwing and inept sword-play of farmers and tradesmen, let alone magicians and preachers." Caiaphas seemed surprised by Pilate's answer, and he said, "If you feel that way, esteemed governor, then I have not presented the facts to you sufficiently. While it is true that this man is not a soldier, nor are any of his followers as far as I know, his power is not in his sword, but in his words, which stir the hearts of men to take actions they would not otherwise take, even actions against the power of Rome. Do not underestimate this power. It is as great as any army, for men convinced they are acting under the direction of God's chosen leader will make up in fearlessness and willingness to fight to the death what they lack in actual experience of fighting and war." "That is true," Pilate answered as he rubbed his chin in contemplation. "I have seen men under the sway of passionate belief, and they can act like rabid dogs with ferocious fury and tenacious desire to kill with no regard for their own life at all. Still, it seems that he is causing more problems for you than he is for Rome. But I will have this man Jesus brought before me, and I will question him myself just to satisfy my curiosity as to why you are in such a lather over him. If there is any insurrection in him at all, I will send him to the cross. That is the quickest way to end any threat. If not, I will send him back to you, and you will have to deal with him as you will. If he is fomenting rebellion, you will see that any followers he might have will vanish once they see their leader crucified to death like any common thief. If he is a leader of the zealots and irritates me when I speak with him, I'll see him crucified upside down." Caiaphas nodded his head solemnly as if he was sad that the fate of Jesus had to come to death, and he said, "Life is precious, and you know how we feel about the cruelty of crucifixion. But sometimes for the good of many, some things of revulsion must be tolerated. But there are other things you must be aware of with this man. As I told you, he is a great magician, if nothing else. In recent days, he fooled many people, including some of my own Sanhedrin, into believing that he had raised a man from the dead. Of course, no magician operates alone, and surely he has many accomplices that are participants in his acts of trickery. Because it is believed that he raised a dead man from the grave, it is likely that his followers will try to rob his body from the grave, that then one of them can claim that he is Jesus resurrected from the dead and perpetuate the falsehoods this man taught. Considering this, if you crucify him, as I am sure you will, you would be wise to guard the grave site so his followers cannot steal the body and then claim he has risen from the grave. This man is becoming a great deal of trouble, asserted Pilate. But if you truly fear this nonsense, I will see soldiers at the grave until the body rots. Or better yet, I will leave his body on the cross in public view until the birds have picked its bones, and then there will be no talk of rising from the dead. Jesus before Pilate. And it came to pass that Jesus was brought before Pilate, and Pilate questioned him saying, I have heard it said that you are called the rightful king of the land. Do you consider yourself to be this? Jesus answered him, saying, If I was given a crown in Rome and all of the people said, Let him be king, I would hand back the crown to he who gave it and walk away, for I have come to serve, not to be served. Some would say that being a good king is a very great service, Pilate pointed out. I know being a governor is taxing on patience and civility, and sometimes decisions that carry a heavy burden must be made for the good of the people. Is that not service? Jesus answered, saying, Service is thinking of others and acting for their interests without taking gain for yourself. Service is not forcing your will upon others or only assisting your friends or tribe, but instead acting unconditionally to help anyone in need who calls upon you with a humble heart and a worthy desire. Service is not being pampered while those you rule live in squalor. It is not eating in such excess that what you discarded as scraps from your table is more than many people will eat that day. It is not living in a great house of many empty rooms while many have but a single room with a leaking roof over their head. Service is not capriciously taking the lives of those who disagree with you or torturing them into despair or taking the lands and the vineyards of those in disfavor or even holding such authority and threat over them. Service is the blessed path to heaven, but few will be the wealthy or rulers of men who find it. They who hoard excess unto themselves, or squander it on riotous living during their brief mortal life pay for their pleasures, not with their gold, but with their eternity. Among men, the rulers, leaders, and rich men most often have the least understanding of the truths of eternal significance, and that which they despised in life shall be their undoing in eternity. For in the kingdom of heaven he who has been least on earth shall be greatest, and he who has been greatest shall be least. Pilate gave Jesus a mocking little bow with his head and a small rolling wave of his hand and said, That was quite a little speech. All wrong, but it sounded good. I've a mind to send you to Rome, in chains of course, but you would be entertaining, a simple carpenter, proclaimed a king, who speaks with the glib tongue of a Roman senator. But what of your magic? I've heard you are a magician without peer. If you can really do some of the miracles men have said of you, as well as speak like a Greek philosopher, I really must send you to Rome. Jesus looked deeply into the eyes of Pilate. There was no anger upon his face, only a look of great seriousness belying Pilate's lightness of speech, and he said unto him, The Son of Light walks the path decreed by the source and not by the vain desires of the sons of men. Upon this land was this body born, and upon this land shall it die, in the time and place and manner that I choose." Hearing these words from Jesus, Pilate's face contorted in rage, and suddenly, he lashed out and smote Jesus with great force upon his face, knocking him to the ground. 3 of his personal guards quickly came up with drawn short swords, their sharp points touching Jesus on his body and throat as he lay upon the ground. Pilate shouted at Jesus in a loud voice, saying, "Let me put you in your place, beggar from Galilee. You will decide nothing. It is upon my command whether you are a slave or free. It is upon my command whether you remain here or go to Rome. It is upon my command whether you live or die." Jesus pulled himself up onto one elbow, and before the soldier could react, with his other hand, he grabbed the sharp two-edged sword that was pointed at his heart and quickly swept the pointed tip across his exposed forearm. When he released the sword from his grasp, blood flowed freely from his hand and from the self-inflicted wound upon his arm. Jesus stood up, and Pilate bade the guards to allow it. Blood still flowed from his hand and arm, dripping into a small pool on the floor. He held out his bleeding hand and arm toward Pilate and said unto him, "I fulfill the will of the source, and the vain desires of men are as dust to me." Then through the openings to the building, a strong wind blew in, and one of the soldiers pointed at Jesus's outstretched arms and cried in fear, "Look, look at his wounds, they are healing before our eyes." It was as he spoke, and even as Pilate and the 3 soldiers watched in amazement, the blood flowing from the wound on Jesus's hand and the other on his arm ceased to flow, and the skin sealed up and became normal and healthy. And the pool of blood upon the ground dried in a few seconds into a pile of dust and blew away in the wind that came through the building. Jesus had been looking steadfastly into the eyes of Pilate as these moments passed, and once again he said unto him, "I fulfill the will of source, and the vain desires of men are as dust to me." Pilate, seeing the look of awe and fear upon the faces of his guards and catching his own voice, said to them, "Gird yourselves up, men, this charlatan is nothing more than a magician. This is Jesus of Nazareth. Have you not heard him spoken about in Jerusalem?" "Yes, I have," said one of the men, relaxing at Pilate's reassurance. And the other 2 nodded in agreement. "It is said he does many miracles," added another, "even among the Romans that come to him." Pilate spoke with scorn, saying, "They are merely tricks and illusion, only miracles to the simple and the ignorant." Turning again to Jesus, Pilate spoke to him with hardness in his voice, "I thought perhaps the fear the Sanhedrin have of you was misplaced and their warnings about you exaggerated, but now I see they spoke wisely. You are indeed a danger to Rome. My duty is clear. Rome will never see your face, and upon this land you shall die, even as you have said. But it will not be by the choice of you or your God, but by me as guardian of the rule of Rome. That was the last trick you shall ever perform, so at least it was a good one. Tell me how you did it and reveal yourself to be a fraud, and I will show you mercy and send you away to the mines to work until you die. And who knows how long that might be? Say one word in disagreement to me and you shall die soon, but slowly, as your life ebbs away hanging on a cross of crucifixion." Jesus answered him, saying, "Crucify me and you shall see a far greater miracle than you have seen today. Or repent of your wickedness and humble yourself before source. And you shall yet find a glory you have never imagined." "Enough," cried Pilate. "You are the most audacious scoundrel I have ever had the displeasure of speaking to. I cannot suffer to hear any more of your words. And it is your words that have condemned you, not mine." Then turning to his guards, Pilate commanded, "Take him to be crucified on the morrow. Crucify him naked that he might remember that he is nothing." Give him 50 lashes with a leaded scourge before he departs for the hill, that he may see that his blood spills and his flesh rips out just like any other man's. And have him carry his own cross, that he might be reminded with every step of the weight and consequences of his own foolishness. Then the guards bound Jesus' arms and hands tightly behind his back and put a rope around his neck and pulled him by it and led him away as Pilate commanded. As he was passing from the room, Pilate called after him, saying, "Where is your great magic now? Where is your God?" Jesus turned his face back toward Pilate and answered, saying, "Where it has always been, inside of me, and inside of everyone who believes in me. It is a light that has no beginning and can have no end, a light that shall ever grow, and all the power of Rome and all the kings of earth cannot extinguish it." Crucifixion and Resurrection. Miriam, Salome, Martha, Miriam, and all of the apostles except Judas Iscariot witnessed the scourging of Jesus, along with many other people that had gathered. The apostles begin to lose faith, and in despair, Cephas denies 3 times that he even knows Jesus, as was foretold by Jesus. Jesus is made to carry his own cross, but when he falters, the Roman guards accost a Cyrenian and force him to carry the cross for Jesus. Jesus is crucified and dies in the 9th hour after he speaks to Heavenly Mother and Father. Joseph of Arimathea asks Pilate if Jesus can be buried in his sepulcher. Caiaphas asks Pilate if the tomb can be sealed and guarded. Judas Iscariot dies a peaceful death beneath the water in company of the angel of the covenant, but out of ignorance, once recovered, many revile his body and hang it from a tree. On the morning of the 3rd day, Miriam removes the heavy mortared stone of the tomb of Jesus, much to the dismay of the Roman guards who run away in fear, and finds Jesus resurrected before her. But she cannot touch him until his resurrection is perfected by Heavenly Mother and Father. Miriam tells the apostles of Jesus' resurrection, but they doubt her. Jesus returns to meet with his apostles where they feel his wounds and attest to his resurrection. Judas Iscariot also returns from the dead. The scourging of Jesus. And it came to pass that the following day shortly after dawn Jesus was brought to the place of scourging. At first light, while still with the Roman guards in the prison, he was stripped as had been ordered by Pilate and then draped with an old ragged purple robe. A hard, dry reed was put in his right hand, and a crown of long thorns was pushed onto his head by one of the Romans, causing him to bleed thin rivulets of blood down his face. And they all mocked him, saying, "Hail to the King of Israel!" And they spit on him and took the reed from his hand and hit him about his head and face with it. Once again, the Romans put a rope tightly around Jesus' neck and pulled him to the public scourging ground with violent yanks that often brought him to his knees, which were soon bloody and raw. At the place of scourging, the soldiers removed the ragged robe and brought Jesus naked to face a thick post. His arms were pulled forward to encircle it and his wrists tied together on the other side. Then 2 men stood on opposite sides and took turns lashing Jesus with rawhide whips of many tails, one using his left hand to swing the lash, the other his right. The tails had double-spiked iron and lead weights on each end that bit into Jesus' flesh, ripping out pieces as he was flailed. Many people gathered to watch Jesus' scourging, and among them standing as near to him as was possible was Miriam, Salome, Martha, and his mother Miriam. With each lash upon Jesus' body, some on his back, others upon his legs and arms, Salome, Martha, and Miriam let out their own cries of anguish and a flood of tears. But his wife Miriam had a piercing and resolute look upon her face and cried not at all, nor did she exclaim, and Miriam his mother upbraided her, saying, "How can you watch my son and your husband tortured so terribly and shed not a tear?" Miriam his wife answered her, saying, I am one with your son, Mother Miriam, in ways you cannot even imagine. What he feels, I feel. I am not writhing in pain, so I know that neither is he, though the destruction we are witnessing to his beautiful body saddens me greatly. Miriam his mother was astounded at the words of her daughter-in-law and exclaimed, How can you say? He feels no pain, how could he not? Pointing at Jesus, she said, His body is covered in blood. His flesh comes out in pieces from the lash. He moves to escape the lash that he knows is coming. He shudders and gasps with every blow. I understand you not at all, Miriam. Miriam of Magdala stood closely next to Miriam of Nazareth, holding on to her arms, and looking deeply into her eyes, she spoke softly unto her, saying, It is Jesus you need to understand, Mother, not me. Though he came from your womb, he is source and not of you. Though he is in the form of a man, he is greater than the form. He does feel some pain, but not as great as his wounds proclaim. His body bleeds and is tortured and will die, but only because he has said it will be so, to prove the resurrection that all mankind may know the path to glory. Have faith in my words, Mother, despite what your eyes may see. And know that I speak to you not only as your daughter of marriage and twin star of Jesus, but as given to me to speak by the source as the angel of the covenant. Miriam of Nazareth nodded her head in silence and smiled weakly at her daughter-in-law, saying, There is still much that I do not comprehend, but I have felt the truth of your heart and surely it has been a balm to mine. Then she reached out and gently held Miriam's hand, saying, Thank you, daughter. All of the apostles except for Yoda's Iscariot had also gathered at the scourging ground to witness the lashing of Jesus, and not having heard the words of his wife Miriam, they were shuddering in inner pain with every lash they saw Jesus take, and for many. Despite all the miracles they had witnessed in the times they had been with Jesus, their faith began to ebb. Caiaphas was standing apart from his fellow apostles. He no longer could bear to watch the whipping of his beloved teacher and friend. He held his head in his hand, covering his face and exhaling in deep sighs. A woman standing next to him called to him, saying, Man, I saw you with him when he was in Jerusalem preaching. I am sorry for you and your friend. Caiaphas looked up at her with apprehension and replied, No, you are mistaken. I know him not. And he quickly turned and walked away from her. As he was walking through the gathered crowd, a Greek grabbed his arm and said to him, You are one of his students. What do you think of this? Caiaphas pulled his arm away angrily and answered, You have me confused with someone else. I do not know that man. Caiaphas hurried now to depart from the scourging grounds, and as he was at the gate, another woman accosted him and said, They are killing Jesus of Nazareth. You are one of his stalwarts. Why do you flee? And Caiaphas cursed at her and hurried through the gate, yelling at her as he left, I do not know that man on the post. Leave me be. Immediately, a cock crowed nearby, then another, then a third. And Caiaphas remembered the words of Jesus that he would deny him 3 times before the cock crowed, and he was ashamed to the depths of despair at what he had done. He fell to his knees upon the road, bent his head to the ground, holding it in his hands, and began crying with great gasps of remorse and rivers of tears. As the final lashes were slashed across Jesus's back, his eyes held the eyes of his wife Miriam, and they spoke to one another in their minds. But the words they said are for them alone and cannot be recorded. After the last lash ripped across Jesus's bare back, he was given a soiled, putrid-smelling loin-cloth to wear. The crucifixion of Jesus. Jesus was led out of the scourging place and brought to a large cross made from a thick tree lying beside the road. The Romans placed it over his shoulder and prodded him with the tips of their short swords and whacked his wounds with the broad blades to get him moving toward the place of the skulls to be crucified. But before he had taken many steps, he faltered from the weight and fell to his knees. After he had done the same twice more, one of the Romans accosted a Cyrenian and forced him to carry the cross for Jesus. The Cyrenian was named Shimon, of the tribe of Judah, and was the father of 2 sons, Alexander and Rufus, who followed after him as he carried the cross. As the sons spoke with people in the crowd, they were astonished to learn that the man going to crucifixion was none other than Jesus of Nazareth, of whom they had heard wondrous stories of in Cyrenaica and had just now arrived in Jerusalem with their father to see if the stories were true. Seeing Jesus being taken to be crucified, they were confused and knew not what to make of it, as were many others who followed after him, having witnessed his miracles, and did not understand how he could now be so beaten down and taken away to die by the Romans. The sound of wailing from many, many women in the crowd was an unnerving noise all about. When the Romans stopped the procession for a moment and ordered the women to be quiet, Jesus turned to the multitude and said, "Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are soon coming in which they shall say, Blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bare and the paps that never gave suck. Then shall they say unto the mountains and the hills, Hide us and cover us. For if the Romans do this that you see in times of green, oh, what shall they do to the children of Jerusalem in times of dry?" When Jesus reached the place of the skulls, the cross was laid upon the ground and Jesus was laid naked on top of it. Large nails were pounded through his wrists and hands and feet, and the cross was lifted up by the Roman soldiers and raised upright as the base was placed in a deep hole that had been prepared for it. 2 thieves were also crucified with him, one to each side. The soldiers then sat down at the base of the hill and gambled for Jesus's clothing and possessions, which they had brought with them. They nailed a crude sign upon the cross in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, saying, "Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Israel." Then a Sadducee came up and stood before Jesus, and shaking his head, he turned to the multitude and said, "He saved others, but he cannot save himself. If he is truly God's messenger, let him come down now from the cross, whole as he has made others whole, and we will believe. He proclaims God, let God deliver him now, if he will have him, for he claimed he is the Son of God." Then he pointed at Jesus and said, "You see, nothing happens. He dies on the cross the same way as the common thieves beside him. Your faith has been misplaced." Then a Pharisee came also before the crowd and, pointing at Jesus, said, "He said the temple could be destroyed and he would rebuild it in 3 days all by himself. But look at him. He is helpless, powerless. He is nothing but empty words and promises." As the time passed, the soldiers continually came up to Jesus and taunted him and reviled him, hitting his legs with their hands and wagging their heads, and mocked him, saying, "You said the temple could be destroyed and you would build it again in 3 days? But you cannot even save yourself." Another said, "You are the Son of God? Let us tremble in fear. But wait, first come down from that cross, O Son of God, and show us who you are. Reveal your dreadful power. Show us why we should be afraid." And the soldiers pretended to be afraid, then laughed and derided Jesus when nothing happened. Through all of this, Jesus never looked at the soldiers or the priests or anyone in the crowd, save for his wife Miriam, who stood directly before him. And from her, he seldom took his eyes. Once more, 3 soldiers took turns coming up and hitting him on his legs, and when the last had passed, Jesus looked upward toward the sky and said, "Forgive them, father and mother, for they know not what they do." Then looking down upon the four most important women in his life, Miriam, Salome, Martha, and his mother Miriam, he said to his mother, "See my wife Miriam, your daughter. Hold fast to her." And to Miriam his wife, he spoke, saying, "See my mother Miriam. Your mother too. Protect her." Then to Salome, he spoke and said, "Remain by the side of Miriam through all things, and everything in your life shall be fulfilled to the fullest." Then to Martha, he spoke, saying, "Raise up good children and they shall walk great paths of celestine light. You have much life still to live, but know that your beloved waits for you in eternity." The day had been clear and sunny when Jesus was led to the place of the skulls, but as the fourth hour began, the sky became very black with thick and ominous clouds. One of the Roman soldiers soaked a sponge with vinegar and impaling it on a long reed, he raised it to Jesus's lips offering it to him, but he did not partake of it. By the end of the fourth hour of Jesus's crucifixion, the sky had become blacker with thicker storm clouds than anyone could remember, and many in the crowd spoke with some trepidation about the uncommon blackness of the sky. In the ninth hour, to ensure the men were not still dying on the cross when the Sabbath arrived, some priests came to the Romans and asked them to hasten the death of Jesus and the two thieves. In keeping with their wishes, the soldiers went and broke the legs of both thieves, but when they came to Jesus he commanded them in a strong voice, saying, "Hold." They were perplexed that he could speak with such vigor to them after all he had been subjected to, and they held off breaking his legs. Then Jesus looked once more to Miriam and said in a clear voice, "In the days of darkness, uphold the celestine light. I am always with you, always and forever." Then he lifted up his head once more toward the heavens and said in a loud voice heard by many, "Father and Mother, I am the good Son. I have done as you have willed. My spirit now comes home." After he said that, his head tilted down onto his shoulder as he gave a last exhale of breath, and then his spirit was gone and his body died. "Is he dead?" asked one of the Romans to the other soldiers. "Too quick," another stated. Then he took a spear and stabbed it through Jesus's side and into his heart, saying, "But he's dead now." But he suddenly stepped back in fear as he pointed at the wound in Jesus's side. And many were frightened to see not only blood, but also a clear liquid like water dripping out and running down his body. A minute or so passed after the departure of the Spirit of Jesus, when suddenly there was a blinding flash of lightning in the clouds and a mighty roar of thunder. Then the ground began to shake in an earthquake, and many people throughout Jerusalem lost their balance and fell to the ground. In the temple, Miriam went as the angel of the covenant, unseen by the eyes of men, and rent the veil in two from top to bottom and cast it to the floor that the priests would know the wrongness of what they had done and spoken against Jesus. At the place of the skulls, standing beneath the cross, the Roman centurion who had led the soldiers looked about and saw the crescendo of sky and the earth upon Jesus's death, and he said to his fellows, "Perhaps, we laughed and mocked to our own peril, and this really was the Son of God." Joseph of Arimathea asks to bury Jesus. Shortly after the body of Jesus died upon the cross, Joseph of Arimathea, a good and just man of the Sanhedrin and a secret follower of Jesus, asked at the gate of the governor's villa to speak immediately to Pilate. Because Joseph was a well-known and respected leader of the city, Pilate consented to see him. And Joseph asked him forthrightly, "Good governor, grant me the liberty to take the body of Jesus of Nazareth and lay it in a sepulcher I had hewn into solid stone, thinking to use it myself someday. I fear for villains to desecrate the body of Jesus if it is left to a common burial." He was a good man and deserves better than that." Pilate contemplated Joseph for a moment and then asked, "Why would you give a rich man's grave to a poor man? Just bury him deep beneath a stone, and nobody will bother the body." Then a thought seemed to spring into Pilate's head, and he exclaimed, "You are a Sanhedrin. It was the lot of you that brought this Galilean to my attention in the first place. Why would you honor him now in burial?" Joseph bowed his head in thought, let out a deep sigh, and answered Pilate, saying, "Notable of the greater Sanhedrin were opposed to Jesus of Nazareth and what he taught and did. In truth, like me, many, if not the majority, found enlightenment in his teachings, which helped us to become more than we were kinder, thoughtful, humble, and helpful. So too were we astounded by his miracles which brought us to praise God and know with certainty that there is more to life than existence and that man is but an embryo of what he can become. He lifted us in spirit to places we had never been and brought a peace into our hearts that stills all turmoil. His success and teachings threatened the hierarchy of our religion, even as he was crucified because you felt that he was a threat to Rome. But he is dead now and a threat to none any more. Therefore, I beseech you to give me his body that he might find in death a peace and protection from those who understood him not at all in life." "Fine, take the body," Pilate exclaimed with some irritation as he turned quickly on his heel and strode away, ending the meeting. "See that it is arranged," he ordered the centurion who stood in the entry as he passed through. The burial of Jesus. And it came to pass that Joseph of Arimathea took the body of Jesus and laid it on a raised stone slab in the spacious tomb he had cut into solid rock. And in the manner of the tribe of Judah, Miriam, Martha, Salome, and Miriam the mother of Jesus came into the tomb, with Nicodemus of Bethsaida. They washed and straightened the body of Jesus, then took strips of clean linen about the width of a forearm and tightly wrapped the body from the armpits to the ankles. Upon each layer of linen, they liberally smeared a heavy coating of a gummy mixture made from about 100 pounds of myrrh, aloe, and other aromatic spices. Layer upon layer, the body of Jesus was wrapped until it had the almost rounded appearance of a cocoon. Jesus's face and hair were then anointed with oil of nard, and a small separate linen napkin was placed over it. Lastly, his body was lifted and placed on a large linen that then folded back over and covered him on the top as well as the bottom. Then a large, circular, solid stone was rolled down in a groove and set into place, completely sealing the tomb. The stone was as tall and thick as a man, and standing at the bottom of a downhill slope, only several strong men could ever move it again. The following day, Caiaphas, the chief judge of the Sanhedrin, came to Pilate. "I understand one of our own has buried the body of the deceiver in his tomb." "Yes," Pilate replied casually. "He asked permission, and I could see no reason to deny him. Nor do I care to be bothered any more about this Galilean. So if you are here to talk about him, it is best you leave." "Favor me but one more thing," Caiaphas pleaded. "As I told you previously, it has been said by some that when the deceiver said he would rebuild the temple in 3 days, he was secretly telling his followers that he would rise from the dead after 3 days. I fear that his followers might come in the night and steal away the body that they can proclaim to the people that he has risen, for the tomb will be empty. A myth perpetuated about the deceiver would be worse than having him still alive and inspire the zealots to actions they might not otherwise take. Therefore, I beseech you to seal the tomb with mortar and place a strong guard about it, at least until the 3 days have passed." "Very well," Pilate replied with exasperation. "Now never, never speak to me of this man again, unless you see him come back from the dead, walking in the street, leading an army of rebels." Then Pilate turned to his centurion and ordered, "See that the tomb of this Galilean is sealed and guarded by a contubernium until the 5th day of the week has passed. And see that nobody comes near the tomb until after the 5th day. As you command, so shall it be done," replied the centurion, and he turned and departed from the room to obey the orders of Pilate. And the 8 soldiers of the contubernium went to the sepulchre that held the body of Jesus, and they made their camp nearby, then sealed the entry stone with mortar and placed 2 guards to stand before it. The death of Judas Iscariot. Now it came to pass on the same day that the body of Jesus died that Judas Iscariot sat alone in a field, contemplating the dreadful thing that Jesus had asked him to do. And Miriam came to him, asking, "Judas, why do you still remain among the living?" Judas turned to her with a dour look, saying, "Yes, it is nice to see you too, Miriam." "Pardon me for being so abrupt, Judas," Miriam answered contritely. "I honor you for the courage you have and your devotion to Jesus to do all that he has asked. But the day is ending, and it is to this day that you made your promise to Jesus." Judas sighed and replied, "Yes, it is easy to be courageous when we are speaking about doing something. Then I was filled with humble pride that Jesus had called upon me. But now when what was spoken of must be done, my courage is gone. My faith in the resurrection of promise given by Jesus remains. My spirit is willing, but the man of this world whose body I am in is weak and afraid to do what I promised to do." "I can help you, Judas," Miriam said gently, offering him her hand. Judas held her hand and looked at her, and a countenance of peace came over his face. He said, "I would like that, Miriam. I would like that very much." Then Miriam took him in an instant to the Gihon spring, and they appeared below the water and she was with him. He looked at her serenely with perfect faith and breathed in the water and died in peace. Shortly thereafter, some people of Jerusalem came to the spring to fetch water and saw his body and retrieved it from the water. One of them, a disciple of Jesus named Nemia, exclaimed, "I know this man. He is Judas Iscariot, he whom the priests have been telling everyone betrayed Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified." Others were there who were also disciples of Jesus, and they knew not that Judas was said to have betrayed him. But hearing of it and seeing the body, one of them proclaimed, "He has killed himself in sorrow at his treachery." Another added, "Death by drowning is too good and easy for such a scoundrel. Let us take him to a tree and hang his body that it can be eaten by the vultures as befits a traitor." So saying, 3 men pulled the body of Judas out of the building of the spring and tied a rope to his feet and dragged his body along the rocky ground until they found a suitable tree, and then they took the rope off his feet and hung him by his neck from the tree and departed. There hung the body of Judas for some hours while daylight remained. Many people who were followers of Jesus came to see it and revile it, for the word had quickly spread that it was he whom the priests had said betrayed Jesus, leading to his crucifixion. And they hit and poked the body of Judas with sticks, and the rope on his neck broke and his body fell to the ground, splitting open on a rock. And the people spit upon it and threw rocks upon it until it could no longer be recognized as a man. As evening was falling, the wife of Judas Iscariot heard of the fate of her husband and came with the apostles, and they took his battered body and buried it. And Caiaphas rebuked those who were present that had come to revile and desecrate the body of Judas and said unto them, Who has told you that this man, who was one of us, betrayed the Lord of light? Whatever you have heard, it is not true. He was called to a high and holy calling by the Lord of light himself and breathed every breath to do as Jesus desired, as do we all. He did nothing, save that which the Lord of light asked of him. Therefore, put away your sticks and stones and seek to repent of the evil you have done unto him and his family, for he was an honorable man. Thereafter, because of the words of Cephas and the other apostles in days that followed, some of the people came to understand the righteousness of Judas Iscariot, but most continued to believe the worst and continued to speak of Judas in unkind ways. And these erroneous assumptions continued to be encouraged by the religious hierarchy as a way to further destroy the people's faith in the teachings of Jesus. Miriam opens the sepulchre after 3 days, following the changing of the guard. When 4 soldiers were present, Miriam came to the sepulchre of Jesus. She walked down to the base of the stone that sealed the entry and put her hand upon it. Seeing her, one of the Romans exclaimed, "Begone, woman! No one is allowed to come near the tomb." And Miriam replied to them, saying, "I am the wife of the Great One inside, and I have come to see him as he asked me to come upon the morning of this day." One of the soldiers pointed to the tomb and said, "Are you blind? The tomb is sealed. And were it not sealed, it would need 4 or more strong men to move the stone up the hill. Now begone, lest you incur our wrath." "Perhaps, it is you who should begone," answered Miriam with words both quiet and sure, "before you incur my wrath." Seeing she would not move, one of the soldiers called to his fellows back at camp, and the 4 other soldiers of the contubernium also came to stand at the tomb and confront Miriam. The Roman soldiers did not seem to want to hurt her and tried to reason with her. One of them said, "Come back in a couple of days and we will be gone, and you can pay your respects before the tomb. But our orders are clear, and you cannot be here now. We do not wish to harm you, a grieving widow as you are, but if you do not leave, we will be forced to remove you." "But I have not come to pay my respects," Miriam replied. "I have come to see my husband. For today he who was dead is alive." Some of the soldiers laughed at her words, and one of them told her, "It is for that cause that we are here and the tomb has been sealed, for it was rumored that those who followed him thought to make it appear as if he had come back from the dead. That is not going to happen, woman, so leave." "I think not," Miriam responded. "Leave me be or stay and you shall see that he has risen as he said he would." "I have had enough of this nonsense," exclaimed one of the soldiers, and he made to grab Miriam and haul her away. But no sooner did he reach out to grasp her than, before he could lay his hand upon her, he fell to the ground with an exclamation of pain, holding his one hand in the other. And the hand that he held was bright red as if it had just been withdrawn from a hot fire. "By Jupiter!" exclaimed the soldier on the ground. "That woman is a witch! I did not even touch her, and my hand burns in pain." Hearing his words and seeing him upon the ground, the other soldiers quickly drew their short swords and encircled Miriam as she stood before the tomb, her hand still resting upon the great stone laid before the entry. One of the soldiers spoke to Miriam, saying, "We tried to be nice to you, widow, but now you have forced us to arrest you. Come with us now peacefully and we will not hurt you." "No, I think not," Miriam answered again. "I have come to open the tomb as my husband bade me to do. And so must I do." "Foolish woman," spat one of the soldiers. "You are drawing our ire. Come with us now and it will go better for you. The tomb is sealed. And were it not, 10 women could not move the stone, and we certainly are not going to do it for you." "I have not asked you to move the stone," Miriam replied. "I can do it myself." Then Miriam reached up as high as she could with one hand to touch the top of the great stone along its edge where it met the mortar. With seemingly little effort, she pulled it forward, and there was the sound of crumbling as the mortar sealing the Stone gave way. As the heavily sealed stone tilted forward toward the soldiers, she gave it a push, and they stepped back to protect themselves from its fall and watched in astonishment as it toppled with a loud thud that shook the earth and laid flat upon the ground at their feet. The resurrection of Jesus. Uncomprehending what they had just seen, the soldiers fled from the tomb, and Miriam walked alone into the sepulchre. Upon the stone table were the linens that they had wrapped Jesus in. She came to the table and touched them and held them in her hand, and as she did, she heard his voice calling to her and turned to see him standing beside her. She stepped forward to embrace him, but he forbade her, saying, "Touch me not, beloved, for I have not yet ascended to our Mother and Father in the Celestine realm. And to them I must first appear that my resurrection may be perfected before my body may be touched. But give me the kiss in spirit that was promised." "The Celestine realms are far, beyond the stars," Miriam responded, even as she kissed him with her spirit. "How will you go to our Mother and Father and return again in time that I may see you again before I too pass from this world?" "Fear not," Jesus answered. "To the resurrected, even beyond the stars is but a thought away. I shall go there and return to you in glory before the next day comes. Until I come again, go and speak to Cephas and my other apostles. Tell them of all that you have seen and heard." Miriam bowed her head and said, "As you will, my Lord, so shall it be." And when she looked up, Jesus was gone. The soldier's tale. While Miriam was going to announce the resurrection of Jesus to the apostles, the soldiers that had been on watch at the tomb came into the city and related to their superiors all that they had seen and heard. A runner was sent to the temple to demand the immediate presence of priests, and when a priest and 3 Sanhedrin, who were all Sadducees, had arrived, the Roman centurion in charge of the tomb watch led the party back to the sepulchre. They all entered and saw the burial. Linens upon the table caked with spices and the napkin that had been upon the face of Jesus and the shroud that had covered his body, and they knew not what to make of it. The centurion questioned the men of the watch, saying, "Tell me now in truth, how was the guardian stone felled upon the ground? What has happened to the body that was here?" The leader of the watch answered him, saying, "As we told you, a woman came to the tomb claiming to be the widow of the man inside. She said she had come to see him. We forbade her and went to arrest her when she reached up with one hand and pulled the guardian stone forward so that it fell upon the ground, even as you now see it lying." "That is impossible," the centurion proclaimed. "It would take at least 2 men and a lever to topple the stone. No woman could do it alone with her hand. Have you men been drinking?" "No, centurion," replied the chief of the watch. "I assure you that we had been here faithfully fulfilling our duty as soldiers of Rome." "Perhaps, there were others of his followers hidden above the tomb," suggested one of the Sanhedrin. "And they secretly inserted a pry bar from above, making it seem as if the woman felled the stone." "No," the chief of the watch announced firmly. "There were no others, only the woman. I have heard it said that the wife of the man who was in the tomb is a witch," offered one of the other soldiers of the watch as an explanation. "Perhaps, it is by magic that the stone was felled, and the body disappeared." "Unlikely," interjected another of the Sanhedrin. "It is certain that more of his followers were present and opened the tomb and took the body. You were deceived by their trickery, that is all." "No," replied the chief of the guard. "We were here, all 8 of us. You were not. We know what we saw. As for the body, where it went, we cannot say, for so startled were we by the woman toppling the guardian stone that we came at once to the centurion. It is our shame, for we should have left some on guard, and surely we will be punished for our dereliction." The centurion nodded his head in agreement, saying, "When the governor hears of this, it will go hard for you, that is certain." One of the Sanhedrin stepped forward and put his hand on the arm of the centurion, saying, "Let this not get to the governor's ear or to any of our people, at least nothing about the widow and the fallen guardian stone or the missing body. Let it be as if your tongues have been cut out about this, and we shall reward you handsomely." Speaking to the soldiers of the watch, the Sanhedrin said, "We are certain that despite what you think you saw, that something else entirely occurred, and we do not want false rumors circulating among our people. Obviously, a woman cannot topple the guardian stone of a sepulcher, no more than a body can disappear from one without thieves coming in the night to take it. Surely that is exactly what happened. The man in the tomb said he would come back in 3 days. But as the dead cannot rise, some of his followers must have come and taken the body in the night, and you were fooled by the woman toppling the stone. There can be no other reasonable explanation. Would you not agree?" The leader of the watch shook his head negatively, saying, "I am sorry, but I do not agree. I know what I saw, what we saw, and it was not as you say." "Do you look forward to your punishment for failing to stay at your watch?" asked the Sadducee. "Of course not," replied the chief of the watch. "But we are Roman soldiers, and will take our due." "Or," began the Sadducee, "you could take 3 months' wages, each man, and a year for the centurion, to relate the events as we have deduced them. That there was no woman and that a group of his followers came in the night while you slept and toppled the stone and stole the body before you could stop them." The soldiers looked at one another, weighing the Sadducee's offer. "We will still be punished for letting the thieves steal the body," the leader of the watch stated. "But the money will help ease the pain. So perhaps what occurred is as you say." "I do not want their money," one of the soldiers announced angrily. "We will be punished whether we tell the truth or a lie, and I would rather speak true than false." "We have the ear of the governor," offered one of the Sanhedrin. "If you all, every man, will tell only what we have said and nothing more, we will speak with the governor on your behalf. If he still punishes you, we will double everything that we pay to each man." Hearing this, all the men nodded in agreement, and thus was the story put forth among the children of Israel about how the body of Jesus disappeared from the tomb. Miriam announces Jesus' resurrection to the apostles. During the time that the soldiers and the Sanhedrin were at the sepulchre, Miriam sought out the apostles as Jesus had bade her, and she found them gathered in a house on the outskirts of Jerusalem. She went among them and told them that Jesus had risen as he had promised, and she related how the tomb was empty and the linens they had wrapped him in had been opened asunder, and that the napkin they had put over his face lay even now upon the stone table of the sepulchre along with the covering shroud. She also related to them how she had seen him and spoken with him and that he had promised to soon be among them, but many of the apostles seemed to doubt her. "Oh, that it could be true," sighed Philip. "But you said you did not touch him, so perhaps you only imagined he was there. Maybe it was in a dream of desire that you saw the tomb was open." And several of the other apostles nodded in agreement with his words. Miriam looked at them with a startled expression and said, "What men of faith are you? Did I imagine that the sepulchre is opened and Jesus's body is gone? It is a simple thing for you to go and see. Jesus told you that he would rise and return on the 3rd day, and you doubt that it has come to pass? I have testified to you that I opened the tomb and spoke to him and he promised to return to you. Knowing this, you question whether I have told you the truth? Perhaps you who doubt should return to your homes and let Jesus come and call new apostles who will have the faith needed to move the mountains that must be moved. I believe you, Miriam, Caiaphas assured her. As do I, added Yohanan. The other apostles were chastised and contrite, and all nodded and voiced their assurances as well, even Philip. Still, let us go now to the tomb, added Caiaphas, that our eyes may also be witnesses of the miracle. And they went to the tomb, all save Toma and Matthias, who had gone into Jerusalem, and they entered the sepulchre and saw that it was empty. They took the linens with which Jesus had been wrapped and the napkin that had been upon his face and the shroud that had covered his body, and they returned to the house where they had been, giving praise and thanks unto the Father and the Mother for the resurrection they knew had occurred. The next morning as they were gathered together for the morning meal, and Miriam and Salome with them, Jesus appeared in the midst of them and said unto them, Peace be unto you. The apostles were startled by his appearance, for the door was shut and several fell to their knees, giving thanks unto source when they saw him. Jesus called them to him and opened his robe and said unto them, Come, feel the scars of the nails in my wrists, my hands, and my feet and the wound in my side, that you may testify to the world that I am Jesus of Nazareth that was crucified and now has risen to be among you again. Not as a spirit, but with a body of flesh and bone. And they came forth one by one and touched the scars on his wrists, hands, and feet and in his side and embraced him. Then Jesus sat down at the table and supped with them on boiled fish and fresh greens. He spoke to them, saying, Blessed are you, for now you have seen everything, and you believe. But even more blessed are those who shall come after you and no having seen will believe. And it is by the testimony of the Holy Spirit of source that they shall believe. Such a testimony is greater than the witness of the eyes and the hearing of the ears, for it is a touching of the soul of man to the soul of God. Jesus got up from the table and walked over to a corner of the room and said unto them, Come now to me and receive the Holy Spirit in fullness, all save Miriam in whom the Holy Spirit already in fullness dwells. And they came forth one by one and knelt down before Jesus, and he laid his hands upon their head and said unto them, In the name of the Father and Mother, I call upon the Holy Spirit to come into you in fullness. You have been touched by their love in the past, now be overcome by it even to the depth of your soul, that no more can you doubt, for the testimony of the Holy Spirit will burn like a fire within you that you cannot deny. So be it. As each came forth and knelt before Jesus and had his hands upon their head and received the Holy Spirit of source into their soul in fullness, a look of rapture came upon their faces, and for a moment, it seemed as if they were no longer of this world, but of one far grander and glorious. Shortly after the apostles and Salome had received the Holy Spirit, there came a knock at the door. Philip answered and fell back into the room with an exclamation of surprise. 3 men entered. One was Toma, another was Matthias, and the third was Yoda Iscariot, who though he smelled terrible, with clothes all torn asunder, was in fact alive and whole before them. Immediately, Toma and Matthias went to Jesus and fell to one knee, and bowed their heads before him. And Toma kissed his feet, saying, Blessed be, it is you, Jesus. All is as you said it would be. As you commanded, we went in secret after the 3rd day of his death to the place where Yoda was buried and waited for the sign that you said would come. For several hours, we waited when suddenly the ground erupted forth into the sky and fell in pieces all about us. And rising from the hole was the same Yoda Iscariot that we had buried in several pieces 3 days before. Then Yoda made to come forth but stopped and spoke from across the room to Jesus, saying, Lord of light, I was dead, and now I am alive. I was torn asunder, and now I am whole, praise be to source from whom all things, even life after death, can be. Forgive me that I come not closer to you, though I am now alive again and my body hole, I know that I stink greatly from lying in the ground, and I pray you will allow me first to clean myself and change my clothes and apply oils that I may greet you in sweetness, rather than putridness." "Of course, Judas," Jesus replied. "We have much to discuss, you and I, and your brother apostles. But first clean yourself, for you are a new man in many ways. Go then to your wife and children that they may grieve no more and know with a certainty that you live again. Show yourself to no one else. Then come again to us at this place on the morrow." Judas bowed to Jesus with his head and a slight bend of his body and said, "Thank you, Lord of Light, thank you for everything." Then he backed out of the door and closed it behind him. "An amazing miracle," Caiaphas exclaimed in awe. Jesus and Judas returned to us again. "I am at a loss for further words." "Not a miracle," Jesus announced. "You merely see in the flesh the resurrection given by the source to all people, some to resurrect to greater light and others to greater darkness, by the purity or impurity of their soul. Verily, the righteous live each day with happiness, knowing something greater awaits in a life to come that will never end. But the wicked fear death, for they know in their deepest heart that they will be held accountable for their wickedness, and the darkness of judgment that awaits chills their soul." Miriam came to Jesus and held him close to her, and Salome held close to Miriam, and Miriam looked to him, saying, "Beloved, let us move outside to a place of fresher air and leave open the door that this place may also be refreshed before we meet here again." Jesus smiled at her, knowing she was referring to the odor left by Judas Iscariot, and nodded his head in agreement. And with eagerness, everyone in the room quickly went outside. Together, Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles walked out into the country toward the Jordan, and Jesus began to tell them marvelous things about themselves, who they truly were, who they had been, and who they would become if they stayed faithful to what they knew to be true. With each step, as their eyes beheld the living, resurrected Lord of Light and his words fell upon their ears and into their hearts, they walked out of the shadows of the past and into the glorious light of their destiny to fulfill. Illumination by the Jordan. Jesus teaches his apostles, including Judas Iscariot, along with Salome, more of the mysteries of celestine light. He also teaches them how to be one with the source, how to create a circle of light, and the benefits of having commandments. He speaks about the Benjamite named Saul, who will change his name to Paul, whom they will meet, and what will transpire. And it came to pass that Jesus remained upon the earth for 40 days after his resurrection. The first 6 days following his return, he went in secret to the house of Lazarus in Bethany with Miriam, Salome, and Martha, and spent much time with all of their children. Jesus instructed the apostles to also go and be with their families for 6 days. And so they all did. Teachings in the wilderness of Jordan. On the morning of the 7th day, Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and all of the apostles, including Judas Iscariot, departed from Bethany and went into the wilderness near the Jordan River. And Jesus began to teach them more of the mysteries of celestine light and the powers given unto them as apostles and children of light. They remained encamped near the Jordan for several days. Each day during the late afternoon Jesus would answer questions that were asked, and many mysteries were revealed by his answers, most of which cannot be written and recorded, but only spoken of within the sacred circles of the children of light. The first day together in the wilderness, everyone was caught up in the excitement of all of the marvels they were learning from Jesus, and they did not want the day to end, so much so that they pleaded with him to keep teaching them well into the night by the light of the moon and stars, and he did as they asked. When he was finished speaking in the late hours of the night, Jesus departed from them all and promised he would return again in the morning. When the morning arrived, the apostles were still in the throngs of fatigue. The sun was already rising in the sky when Miriam came to where the men were sleeping to wake them. "Rouse yourselves, brothers, you must be alert, for the Lord of light comes even now." Suddenly there was a bright light upon the ground, and Jesus stood before them. Miriam came to him, and he held her and kissed her tenderly. Then came Salome, and she fell to her knees and made to kiss his feet, but he raised her up and held her with Miriam and kissed her lightly on the lips. Jesus spoke to everyone present, saying, "I will not linger long upon the earth, but ere I go for the last time, I shall teach you in the coming days the fullest mysteries of the kingdom of heaven and the celestine light, which comes from it. You shall learn that which you have never known or imagined. And with the knowledge I give, you will hold some of the power of the source and will be able to do all manner of wonders, as long as you remain humble, and worthy stewards of the celestine light you are given. Many of the things I shall reveal to you are the means to change that which is seen into something that is not seen, to affect and alter the minds of men and matter, to cause the properties of one substance to change into another, and to travel in spirit anywhere in this world and beyond at the speed of thought to witness any event or to discover any secret of men. Some of the things you shall learn can only be accomplished by worthy children of light having great experience and understanding of the foundations of celestine light that uphold all things which exist. Others can be mastered even by the Ganesh, simply by following the steps that open the secret doors to the unseen powers of celestine light that uphold the world that the world knows not. Because these are merely steps taken in an exact manner to produce a result, they can be done by anyone who follows the steps, even the unworthy. Therefore, you must guard the secrets of the steps zealously, lest they become known to the unworthy who would call forth the hidden currents of power for unrighteous purposes. Therefore, I give you a sacred trust: keep the secrets of that which I reveal only in your heads. Never let them be recorded upon a scroll that the unworthy could unveil and read. With some secrets I teach, there is power simply in the form to call in the force, and this by anyone that follows the form, both the worthy and the unworthy, the righteous and the unrighteous. And it shall come to pass that a handful of the secrets of the forms shall escape into the world, for the virtuous do not always remain so, and some shall stumble by the wayside. Then shall there also be times when you will be seen by the Ganesh calling upon the powers of celestine light and doing things which in the minds of men cannot be done. In their observation there will be a remembrance of the form, even unto the words you said and the substances you mixed and the movements you made. And so shall they emulate. A few will succeed in calling in some of the powers that can be called in by the forms of simplicity, even as priests, witches, and sorcerers have been able to do since the days when they saw the first children of light using the powers of heaven upon the earth. Thus it shall come to pass that some of the forms and a small part of the power shall come to be known and used by witches, sorcerers, and priests seeking to wield a power they know not, some for purposes of good and some for evil. A little healing they will do, but to them, it will seem great. Small miracles they will accomplish, and though feeble, they shall acclaim them from the mountain tops. But worry not at all for this. The true power of celestine light, even to say unto a mountain to take up and be cast into the sea, or unto the paralytic to rise up and walk, or to the storm to come or go, they will be incapable of accomplishing. Though they may know some of the forms that call in the power, they can never possess the celestine light of source that is the activating force behind the greatest powers. Only a worthy child of light can be one in completeness with the celestine light. And Only by being one with the power of the light can it be called forth in its fullness and majesty. Therefore, always remember, there is far greater effect when the form is wielded by the righteous and virtuous, and greater still when it is manifested by those who are children of light that have been set apart and ordained by Source to be stewards of the Celestine light, even as each of you has been, my brothers and sisters. And it is not because of the witches and priests that you must never write the secrets of the inner sanctum, for they too will keep the secrets that they know, but to protect this knowledge from ever being possessed by the Caesars or the foolish. With the Caesars, it is better to rot in prison and even to pass in silence from this life than to reveal that which I shall give to you. For even with a feather of the knowledge of the simplest forms, twisted for evil, they could do great harm upon the land and to the people. Know that you are the stewards, not just of your families and not just of the family of light, but of all the earth. It is given to you to protect the land and the great waters upon the vastness and to serve all the inhabitants thereof, both man and beast, even as I have served you. Let your light shine among the children of men that they will open their hearts to the Celestine light of Source that they may become more than they have been, even unto inheriting the glory of the kingdom to come. When I have passed beyond this earth, you are ordained to be the bearers of the secrets that I shall give to you. You may share these secrets in fullness only to the worthy who are also baptized children of light, who love their bodies as temples inside and out, who have a firm foundation of understanding and proven ability with knowledge already received to warrant new and greater knowledge to be given, who live and cherish the Great Commandment and the 12 Commandments of Sinai and have been faithful stewards of all that has been given unto them. Healing the worthy in need, you may also use the secret knowledge of Celestines to help any in the world who ask for your help with selflessness and love, in humility and with sincere repentance of their sins, for all are spirit children of the Father and the Mother and deserving of the blessings of the Celestine light when they are in harmony with it. As they are prepared to receive the light, so shall it come into them through your hand, and a miracle in the eyes of men shall be born. I give you the power to heal both the small and the great, and nothing shall be impossible to you if it is within the will of Source to restore the human body to its health and wholeness, if you remain pure and humble and are blessing a child of light committed to living as a temple. When those who are not numbered among you seek you out for a blessing, the power of Celestine light will flow through you in balance and equality to their faith, purity of heart, repentance of sins, and love for their temple and their fellow brothers and sisters of Source upon the earth. Those who have not faith to believe in things unseen and unknown, or who are not pure in heart but think selfishly and deviously, or who have not repented of their sins or love not their bodies but destroy their temple with the things they put inside or outside, or care not for the lives of their fellow brothers and sisters of the spirit children of Source upon the earth, these have no promise, and they cannot benefit from a blessing. Not because you do not have the power, but because healing is a circle of light. It is only when the circle completes that the healing occurs. You call in the great power of Celestine light and send it unto those to be healed. In a child of light, it is received, it heals, and it is sent back out to you with love and gratitude. But a person of the world cannot send back the light, because they do not really believe in it. They cannot send back the light because their character is flawed, and they do not seek to make the effort to live upon the mountain of higher ideals given to man, but seek instead the easy way, wallowing in the swamp of that which is nothing. They cannot send back the light because they have not repented of their sins, and when the healing light encounters unrepented sins it fades away, for the Celestine light knows where it is not wanted. They cannot send back the light because they do not treat their bodies as temples inside and out, and the light will not dwell in polluted waters. They cannot send back the light because they are selfish and make no effort to serve and help their fellow brothers and sisters upon the earth. You are merely the riverbed of the stream that is the celestine light of source. The light rushes forth to heal the pure and the less pure and the impure. As each person is open to the celestine light and have lived it in their lives, so each shall receive the portion that they can hold, the pure of heart and life made whole, and the less pure made less whole, and the impure not changed. Ponder upon my words, for in them are life eternal and dominion over disease and death before its time. How to be one with the source when you are alone. You are a single lamp of the celestine light of source, but far from alone, for source the Father, the Mother, and the Son are with you. You will forever have their Holy Spirit to guide and direct your paths as long as you live the light. When you are in solitude, call upon the Father and the Mother in my name with focused thought, a clear intent, and a heart that reaches beyond the world, and you will be one with the source, with the celestine light, to accomplish the purposes you seek. When you are gathered together, two or more reaching out to the source, you must be of one heart and mind as you call upon the celestine light and the power it brings. Focus your thoughts and let your hearts reach out until they touch the heart of source and you are one with the light. Toma asked, Great Lord of Light, how may we do this wonder that you describe? How do we focus our thoughts and reach our heart beyond the world until it is one with source and the light? Jesus answered, saying, You are in the world, but you should not be like it. If a man lives in the ways of the world, how would he know how to be one with God? But it has been given to you to know the ways of the source. You hold in your hearts and live in your lives the great commandment and the 12 commandments of Sinai. You honor and respect your bodies as temples made by the source and eat, sleep, and work in ways that enhance the vitality of your temple. You are continuously on a quest to gain more knowledge of the ways of the celestine light, and as your knowledge grows so you are prepared to speak with intelligence to the source about the mysteries of the kingdom. As you live the way the source live, your spirit is able to pass through the gate of celestine light and be in their presence, even as you are worthy vessels to have the Holy Spirit of source upon you, that they can come and be in your presence. By this, the table has been set and the meal prepared, and now the source will come and sup at your table. In humble prayer, invite them to come to you and be one with you, and the Holy Spirit will fill your heart and speak in your mind, and you will for a moment transcend the bonds of earth and be one with the celestine light of source in fullness. Herein is the true power that is greater than the form. This is the power of the snake of Moses to eat the snakes of the priests of Pharaoh. This is the power that the sons and daughters of light used to lift the stones of the great pyramids of Egypt for the pharaohs, allowing their community to live in peace and prosperity in the land of the Egyptians and not in subjugation as were the Hebrews and other peoples. This is the power that even if they knew, a witch, a sorcerer, a priest, or a Caesar could never use, for they are unworthy vessels, and the celestine light of source cannot dwell within them, nor the fullness of its power. Cephas reminisces. Then Cephas, who had been sitting, stood up saying, Good Jesus, what a marvel this is that each day we still have so much to learn from you. What a wonderful journey you have taken us on. I recall when you used to come to the lake when you were still a young man, and it is overwhelming to remember all that has happened in our lives since then, all we have learned, all we have seen, and the promise of all that is to come. Now you have shared still greater knowledge with us, when already I thought my cup was full and overflowing. I myself am so different now than those long ago days at the lake that it sometimes seems as if I am visitor from another land as I pass through this place I have lived near all of my life. I know what the Caiaphas must have felt like when they first returned to this world and began to live among the people of the land, in some ways just like them, but in others so very different. Forgive me if I ramble. The understanding of the enormity of everything that you are and everything we are because of you has just now come upon me like the eyes of a traveler being opened. For onto the most amazing vista. I think for the first time, I have truly comprehended all that has transpired in our lives and all that is yet to be. And tears began to well up in his eyes. But he continued speaking through his tears, saying, "Thank you for the honor of being called an apostle of your light. Thank you for being my guide upon this journey and finding and bringing out the child of light that was inside of me, that the gruff fisherman that was on the outside never would have recognized if it were not for you. I am overwhelmed and humbled to the depths of my soul." Then he could speak no more through his tears, and he sat down upon a rock and smiled at those around him, laughing a little at his own emotions. Jesus came over to Caiaphas and, offering him his hand, pulled him up and embraced him, saying, "You are welcome, good brother. You are welcome. I have always been honored to call you a friend and a brother, and I always will be. The workings of a circle of light, but this was not what you actually stood up to say, was it?" Caiaphas shook his head and answered, "No, I had a question about that which you had just taught us, but the spirit of my soul came over me and the words I spoke came out unbidden from the depths of my heart." Then Caiaphas put a hand on each of Jesus's shoulders and laughed lightly as he looked at them, saying, "You see, even those words I just said, very flowery, they were nothing at all like how a normal man should speak, and certainly not how I used to speak before I was changed by you." Jesus laughed back good naturedly, but then said with calm serenity, "It was not me, Caiaphas, save perhaps as a catalyst. You simply heard and heeded the call of the greater Caiaphas beckoning you to become the fullness of the man you can be, even as all men and women are called by the inner voice of their soul to become more than they are, not in the ways of the world, but in the ways of the Celestine light." Caiaphas nodded his head in agreement, and Jesus asked him to present the question he had begun to ask, and Caiaphas did, saying, "You spoke of the circle of light necessary to effect a healing, but how is the circle completed when we call upon the Celestine light to affect things that are not people, such as moving a mountain? All things that exist," began Jesus, "are creations of the Source. Unto man, and others like unto man in intelligence and experience, has been given the opportunity to freely make choices of light or darkness in every aspect of their lives, beginning with their thoughts. This that they might begin to walk the path that leads to the realm of the Source, which realm is far greater than the Celestine realm, of which you have learned so much and aspire even now to gain. Understand that even that may be, for some, just a waypoint in their eternal progression. For the Celestine realm, though it is grander than your imagination can conceive, is merely a small part of the greater, more glorious realm of the Source that awaits the most faithful. For where you now are, how you now are, even the father and mother once were, and where they now are, how they now are, you may someday become as you continue through this life and time untold that follows to be one with the Celestine light. When you are one with the light, you are no longer of this world, though your feet may still tread upon it. That is why you feel somewhat disconnected from the world already, Caiaphas. Even in the land and among the people you have known all of your life, as I'm sure all of your brethren do as well." Hearing his words, the other apostles all nodded in agreement. Then Jesus added a caution, saying, "But while you still live upon this world, never become so much in the next that you forget that it has been given to you to be the faithful stewards of the world upon which you live, to guard it and protect it, and all of the creatures and life therein that are in need of your guardianship and protection. For all of these, all life upon the earth other than man, are pure in the celestine light of their creation. They are innocent of sin, save those that have been corrupted by man, but even then the sin is upon the corrupters, not upon the corrupted. Because the land and the sea and the sky and all creatures therein are innocent and pure in the light, when you call upon the celestine light to affect them, the circle is immediately completed as the light runs through them, changes them as you have commanded, and returns to you. The light is of source, and so are all things. And save for man who has been given knowledge of good and evil, the celestine light sent out shall always return to the sender, for therein lies its resonance and abode. Why we have commandments? Then Jesus posed a question to the apostles, asking, "Why do you think your place in the next life depends so much upon your faithfulness in this life to the principles and precepts I have taught? Why did the source bother to give man the 12 commandments of Sinai or any of the higher precepts? Man is surely of sound enough mind and reason to have thought of these principles himself as a way to live in harmony with his fellow man and progress in his life. So why did the source command some things, and why have many others been taught to you by me with precept and example many times, in multiple ways but not by commandment?" Yohanan lifted his hand, signaling he wished to answer the question, and Jesus nodded affirmatively for him to proceed. And Yohanan answered, saying, "When we hear words of wisdom, such as those from the Greek philosophers, we ponder upon them and reason them out in our mind. We only adopt them in our lives if they seem practical and do not require too much effort for the promised reward. But when we hear or see the same principle given by the father and mother or shown or taught to us by you, there is something more that occurs after the pondering and reasoning. With the Greek philosophers, we may understand the truth of a teaching and the wisdom of adopting it in our lives. But as it is just the teaching of a man, we are likely only inclined to act upon it if it does not require too much effort, and the reward is quick to come. Then something similar is taught to us by the source in the words of the old prophets or in the things we see you do or hear you teach. Though there is always a promise of benefit in this life for living the teachings, the greater reward is saved for the eternal life to come, in a world we cannot see, and with faith alone must accept to be real and waiting for the valiant. This then is why I think the source have given us the 12 commandments and taught us to follow other higher laws of righteousness, that we will do so in faith, with faith abiding and growing inside us. Obeying the commandments and following the precepts make us better people, better husbands and fathers and sons. But so would following the teachings of the philosophers. But building faith is something far greater, for you have taught us that faith is a power, like a fire, and by it all things were created and by it come all miracles. By it, we have command of the celestine light. By following the good words of wise men, we can become good men ourselves, but by living in fullness the commandments and teachings of the source can we become men of faith, in whom the source can trust, and in whom the power of the celestine light can come and abide, in this life and the next. As to why some are commandments and others only admonitions, surely all are of equal worth in our lives. But the handful of commandments have weight beyond their numbers when we are weighed in the balance at the judgment of resonance, as all the admonitions are truly encompassed within the commandments. As Yohanan finished speaking, Jesus walked over to him, and placing a hand on either side of his head, he kissed him lightly on the top of his head, saying, "Truly, Yohanan, the Holy Spirit has come upon you. You are ready now to bring the celestine light to the world, for in you it abides and from you it comes forth." Concerning Paul, Jesus then addressed something completely different, saying, "As I have spoken about before to you, in the days soon to come, a religion shall build up upon the earth from fragments of my teachings, and it shall cover the world in generations to come. But it will to the greatest extent be based upon the teachings of a Benjamite named Saul, a learned man who shall at first persecute the children of light and anyone who follows even a part of my teachings. Then shall come his day of remorse and repentance, and thereafter, he shall be known as Paul, and he shall dedicate his life to building a church throughout the lands of the Romans and Greeks based upon the part of my teachings that appeal to him. He will convert many Gentiles to his church after the name the Greeks call me Isis. And he shall call himself my apostle. But Paul will not be an apostle such as you are, one who has traveled with me day to day and heard and seen the wonders of heaven. Nor will he be called by me and set apart and ordained to be my apostle on earth, to speak and act in my name, or given the great secrets of the Celestine light, which have been given to you. Nor shall you give these things to Paul or ordain him to be an apostle or teach him the ways of the adepts, for he will continually be opposed to the fullness of the Celestine light and therefore never worthy to receive its greatest secrets and powers. Some of his teachings will be from the teachings of old that are in opposition to that which I have taught, and you will have cause to be angry with him and to cast him out from among you. But this I would ask, my brethren. Love him, even as I have loved you. Teach him what he is ready to learn and be not angry with him for that which he is not ready, for every person should be given the light only as they are capable of receiving it in good stewardship. Though he will teach some things that are false and omit others that are true and important, the portion of my light that he shall bring upon the world will still be great in many ways. One that shall uplift those that follow it and bring them closer to source in a greater measure than they had been before the teachings of Paul came to them. And that which he shall teach, in my Greek name, shall spread across all of the world and touch the lives of many people, causing many to forsake their sins of the past and live their lives closer to the Celestine light of source. While that which you teach shall only be for the elect, and they shall not long remain upon the earth, save those who shall remain behind as earth stewards. Verily, the people of the world are not yet ready for the immensity of the Celestine light you shall bring, and they will be blinded by its brightness until the generation of promise comes forth. What shall we do with this Paul when he comes? Asked Cephas. Shall we invite him into our communities? And how shall we teach him all that he should know if he is going to preach even a small part of the Celestine light you have given us and yet will be opposed to some of the foundations of our understanding? Jesus smiled and answered, saying, You will be like two hawks fighting whenever in each other's presence, unless you both remember to love one another even as I have loved you. Do not condemn him for his weaknesses or the fallacy of his doctrines. Do not find reasons to be angry with him. Correct him as you can with gentleness, help him see as much of the Celestine light as he can receive by your teachings and the examples of your lives. See the good in him, see the light, see his devotion to service and his eloquent uplifting of his fellow men. When he has received all the Celestine light from you that he will accept, send him to the Gentiles where he will find fertile ground. Then when you see the children of Paul in churches, springing up across the land, wearing my Greek masquerade of a name, be not offended by them, for they are humble, sincere seekers of the light, even as you are. In truth, Paul will be doing you a favor by bringing his followers closer to the Celestine light than they previously were, and more receptive to the resonance of the greater light that you can bring to those who are ready to receive it. Because of the light Paul first brings, some who become children of Paul shall later become children of the true Celestine light and receive it in fullness and be numbered among you. Finding the children of light another day, Jesus spoke to Miriam, Salome, and the apostles further, saying, "You will face many adversities in the days to come. So great will some be that you will begin to wonder if I have thrown you as lambs to the lions. In those times, remember the essence of your calling. Do not put more upon yourself than needs be. All that is asked of you, concerning the lives of men and women of the world, can be said by this. Help them to remember who they are and help them understand how to live in harmony with the Celestine light of Source, that they might inherit the fullness of their birthright from their Father and Mother in heaven, and a joy inside that surpasses all the world has to offer. Remember that every person ever born upon the earth was born in innocence. They came from the Celestine light, and at the moment of their birth, all are pure children of light. But as they gain years, they are molded by the light or darkness that surrounds them. Most that are surrounded by good parents, friends, and teachers who walk in the light become as the light that surrounds them. But those that have darkness around them most often become as the darkness. They are molded by the wicked examples they see and hear as they grow into men and women. The Celestine light they had at birth grows dim, sometimes until it can no longer be perceived. But know this, the Celestine light of Source still remains at the core of all but the most wicked. They are not unredeemable, merely lost. To show them by precept and example the way back to the light is a stewardship I have given unto you. Even when the Celestine light is but a faint glimmer within them, it still calls them to be greater than they are, to do good and live with virtue and honor, even when their life may be just the opposite of that ideal. And always will they know in their heart that they are fighting against themselves when they do evil. It is unto the lost souls that I send you as a sacred stewardship, that they may be lost no more. Show them by the example of your life how to live in the Celestine light and the benefits of health, happiness, and love that abide with you every day because of the light that you embrace. Let them know that the joy of the light is not just for you, but that they too were born children of light and can find again that happiness that was lost. Teach them with your words that they can know the paths they must walk to find the Celestine light again in their lives. When they are ready to be born again, to cast off their old dry skin and take upon them the beauty of the light, then let them repent and be baptized. And show their commitment to living the Celestine light they love. Unto the baptized children of light, you are charged to teach the mysteries and the secrets of power I have given to you, as they are prepared and capable of holding them and fulfilling them in stewardship. This then is the essence of your stewardship among the children of men in this life and the next, and all other things that I have asked you to do are a part of this. Many more things Jesus spoke to them on that day, but these are things that cannot be written but only spoken among the children of light. Light and darkness. On another day, Jesus elaborated upon good and evil and the light and the darkness that he often referred to, saying, because the children of light within the communities live in the fullness of the Celestine light, they will make enemies of both those that live in darkness and even among many of those who live in a part of the light. Those that live in the darkness will hate you because you oppose them. Those that live in a partial light will resent you and despise you because you remind them that they are slaves to their weaknesses, instead of masters over them. Though you will live apart from them, you will still encounter them, and in their own guilt, they will desire to control you and dictate the things in your private and community lives that you can and cannot do. They shall try to force you by law or violence to be like them or be no more, that none would remain whose lives would remind them of the error of their own. They will desire to absorb you into a community of common darkness, where all walk the same wrong path, that they may no longer remember or consider that there was any other choice. With no other choice, they can justify themselves as being just like everyone else. And if that is how everyone is, how could it be wrong? Take heed that you are not caught unaware. At times, the attacks upon your way of life may be strong and blatant. But at other times, they will be subtle and insidious, so slowly eating away at your light that you do not even realize it is diminishing, until you find yourself in a place of great darkness, without understanding how you arrived there. But light has nothing to fear from darkness. It is only darkness that needs fear the light. In a battle of good and evil, light will win, simply by increasing the light. Darkness is nothing of itself. It has no power, it has no form or substance. Darkness is merely the dimness of light or the void left when light is no longer present. You can bring a light into a dark room, but you can only make a room dark by taking away the light. Darkness can only exist in the absence of light. It can only increase if light diminishes. It can only spread forth across the land if the light capitulates and only win if the light abdicates. But light increases with faith and desire, holding fast to that which you know to be true, and magnifies when it abides in communities of light. No darkness, no matter how gloomy or pervasive, can withstand the celestine light intent upon overcoming it. Therefore, remember these things and never fear the darkness or the evil intentions of men upon you, for you are the light, and the light shall always have the power to overcome the darkness. Harmony and resonance. Jesus teaches his apostles and Salome about the difference between harmony and resonance as it relates to worlds within worlds or worlds that share the same space but have a different resonance. Difference between harmony and resonance. Jesus continued, to understand the fullness of creation, you must comprehend the organization of creation that the source established in which all things exist as they have been designed. This world upon which you live, as vast as it may seem, is only one of innumerable earths that to you are like stars in the heavens. But know this, beyond the stars that you can see are earths greater in number than the sands of the sea. All of these earths are a part of the same kingdom of Salanha as the world upon which you live, and beyond the comprehension of man is this breadth of this kingdom. If you had a ship that could sail to the stars, you could go to other earths and walk upon them and speak with the people who live upon them, even as some of them have come here in ancient days and will come again to speak with your posterity during the generation of promise. However, the countless earths and the innumerable people therein are not the end of creation, but only the beginning. Jesus then asked everyone to harmonize their voices and sing a common shepherd's song of a few verses together, which they did. He then asked them to face another person with mouths close but not touching and sing the single sound of O into the other's mouth, and they each did. When they were all finished, he asked them, what was different between the song sung and the single sound? We sounded a little uneven when we sang together, Philip answered. But when we sang the single sound into each other's mouths, we soon had nearly perfect harmony, and the very air seemed to physically vibrate. That and we had to smell each other's bad breath, chortledumrum, breaking the seriousness of the moment and causing everyone to laugh. Jesus laughed too and said unto them, I am glad to see that you all have learned well the lesson of laughter, even amidst that which is serious. May it help you to live long with health and joy. Now I asked you to do these two things to help you understand the difference between harmony and resonance. You had somewhat of a harmony when you sang the song. If you practiced together, you would have more harmony and become pleasing to listen to as your voices of varying pitch and ability blended together to make a common sound. But when you sang the single sound directly to another, you became more than harmony, which is the blending of different energies meshing well together. You became in perfect resonance, you became identical energies recognizing each other and expanding their power from close harmonic association. With harmony and resonance together, each became far more powerful than either could have alone. When this occurred, the air between you vibrated, your mouths vibrated. If you were sensitive to the sensation, then you noticed that your entire body physically and noticeably vibrated as well. This is an effect of resonance. Then Jesus asked them to all come to him, and he handed each one a small, flat, clear crystal, with many naturally faceted faces and said, Hold this crystal tightly in your hand and separate at least 2 paces away from one another. When everyone had received their stone, he asked, What do you feel? They all looked at one another and shook their heads. Thomas answered for all of them, saying, I do not think any of us feel anything. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Please keep these crystals all of your lives, Jesus implored. Do not misplace them or lose them, for they would be very difficult for you to replace, he admonished. They are both a gift to you and a stewardship. As you know, when the Caiaphas departed from the earth for the last time, they left behind the vast repository of knowledge known as the Great Library on the Isles of the Guachi. There are also 6 branches of this library at various places around the world, and you each have been given an activator crystal to one of the ancient libraries. To protect them from discovery or damage, each library is underground and exists on a different resonance, both from one another and from the general physical world of this earth. Still close enough in resonance that they can remain in this physical world, but sufficiently different that they are hidden and invisible to the people of this world. Entry into one of the libraries can only be gained by touching an activator crystal with a matching resonance to the portal of the library. This will create a harmonic resonance between the holder of the crystal and the library. There are 14 of you and 2 activator stones among you for each library. Mingle now close to one another, keeping the crystal tightly held in your hand. When you are next to the other person with a resonant crystal, tell us what you experience. They did as Jesus directed, and soon they were all talking with excitement. It tingles when I stand next to Mataya. Caiaphas exclaimed. When I am next to Shimon, it feels like a small bug is trapped in my hand, trying to escape, said Yohanan. Mine grows hot in my hand when I am next to Miriam, Salome marveled. And so everyone began to exclaim. As they came close to the person that held a resonating crystal in their hands. This then is resonance, Jesus explained. When 2 things in the same resonance come together, they reveal themselves to one another. But when 2 with a different resonance come together, they remain hidden from one another. Understand this principle and you will understand the rest of what I have to tell you, concerning the 7 kingdoms. The 7 kingdoms of existence consider all that you see on this world, all that you can see in the sky at night, and all the other earths that you know exist, because I have told you that it is so. All of this merely comprises one of the 7 kingdoms that exist within the same harmony but with different resonances. Even as the 7 libraries of the ancients here on your earth exist in the same harmony but with different resonances. The earths and stars that are in similar resonances can be seen, but those in the other kingdoms are a discordant resonance and they cannot be perceived by men from this earth, which dwells in a different resonance. The other 6 kingdoms are invisible to the men who live in this resonance, and they ever shall be. But they are just as real as this world you call home and exist within the same harmony, within the same limitless space, but in a different time with a different resonance. This kingdom, the one in which you live a physical life of mortality and in which all of the earths of this resonance reside near visible stars in the heavens, is in the middle of the 7 kingdoms in resonance. It is the kingdom called Salanha. 3 kingdoms resonate above the earths, suns, moons, and stars of the Salanha kingdom, and 3 kingdoms resonate below it. Above the kingdom Salanha are the Coropian, the Celestine, and the Source kingdoms. They are like the glory of the stars, the moon, and the sun. Below the Salanha kingdom of the earths are the Koras, the Skarns, and the Datarts kingdoms. These are like the ignominy of the wilderness, the swamps, and the abyss. Those that live in the higher kingdoms above the Salanha can see and hear the public occurrences that transpire in the lower kingdoms, for the resonance of the lower was once the resonance of those that now exist in the higher, and they can see and hear that which is known to them once they have progressed to a higher resonance beyond the one you live within. But except for the Source and angels of Source who are their messengers, no one from the higher kingdoms can physically exist again in a lower kingdom. The resonance of the lesser kingdoms would bring destruction upon their physical bodies of greater light and higher resonance. Although the appearance of those that rise to a higher kingdom often remains much the same, their bodies transform into a more purified form when they leave the lower kingdom behind, and they no longer can physically tolerate a lower resonance. But the higher kingdoms above the Salanha are unseen and unheard by those who dwell in the Salanha and lower kingdoms. Both the harmony and resonance of the higher kingdoms differ too greatly from that of the lesser kingdoms to blend, and Theliastbit and their synchronicity of time is different. Now I wish you to consider a pot sitting on one end of a table and another sitting at the other end. The table is the harmony. The pots are in resonance, or so it would seem. But there is more here to see. Think of one pot as this world you live upon and another pot as another earth that is one of the small stars in the heavens. They are in different places, but still on the same table, still in the same kingdom. They are visible to each other if only as tiny lights in the sky if they are close enough, even as you can see a ship on the horizon once it comes near. But what if there were other pots hidden inside each of the visible pots on the table? And what if the hidden pots were only visible while men were asleep? Pots inside of the pots occupying the same places on the table, that is, the harmony, but of this, men are unaware of even if they look inside the pot on the table, because the inner pot is clear like water, a different resonance, darkening and becoming visible only when men are asleep, a different time. So it is upon this world you call home and the kingdom in which it dwells. For every earth that exists in this kingdom, there are 6 kingdoms of different resonances that men of this world cannot see. Like the pot within the pot, the 6 other kingdoms are here as well in the harmony, that is, the immensity of the heavens and the earths. But they cannot be seen by the men from this world in the Salanha kingdom, for they exist in a space between a space, a time between a time. They are in a similar harmony but in a completely different resonance of space and time. But you are not as other men and women. You are Celestine adepts called, set apart, and ordained to serve the purposes of Source. From this earth upon which you live, utilizing your gifts, you can not only view the lower kingdoms, but can also travel to them without harm. But you must also beware, for a short time and with great harm, some of the creatures from lower kingdoms can sometimes come here to your world as well, and that we must explore, for some of the creatures are fearsome indeed." Everyone's eyes opened large as they listened with both amazement and some apprehension to the description given by Jesus. With a nervous laugh, Matthias tried to lighten the mood, saying, "The creatures in those lower kingdoms must be very small indeed if they fit in a space between a space." And everyone laughed with him, including Jesus. "And the people there are like specks of dust," added Thomas, laughing even harder, as did all the others. When everyone's laughter subsided, Jesus continued saying, "So it would seem from my simple description. But remember, the higher kingdoms also exist in a space between a space, in a different resonance and synchronicity of time. When you arrive there on your paths of eternal progression, I assure you that you will not be specks of dust. That you may better understand that of which I speak, tomorrow I shall begin to take you to some of the innumerable worlds of the lower kingdoms that you can witness with your own eyes and ears, the space between the space and the time between time. Some of the shadow worlds are very much like this one, and the people as well, made similar to the image of Source, but not fully of your physical attributes and likeness. Others are very different, and the creatures upon them also. And of these, you must be most wary. But how will you take us there?" Jesus asked his brother Yaakov. "We do not have ships that sail in the sky." "The worlds of the sky are far away, Yaakov," Jesus answered. "But the lower shadow kingdoms are like the pot within the pot, they are very close, even as close as walking from one room into another." Jesus's explanation in this section may be somewhat obtuse to modern readers, and the subject itself is somewhat difficult to grasp, so here is further explanation with a couple of examples. Harmony is used to define a common setting and parameters of perception. So everything that exists on the earth is in a common harmony with all other things that exist on the earth. Because they coexist in a common setting and can be perceived with one or more of the five senses, they share a harmony. On a larger scale, everything that exists in our solar system or universe in the same harmony can be perceived with one or more of the five senses, because they share a common harmony. Things in harmony share a common stage and may in fact be very different from one another. Resonance is a measure of compatibility. Some things are quite close in resonance and have the potential for greater compatibility, while other things are quite far apart and clearly incompatible. Example 1. A man and an elephant share the same harmony. They coexist on the same planet, nurtured by the foods and air and water they obtain from this planet. They can perceive each other with their physical senses. However, they have very different resonances. They have no affinity for one another and for the most part are mysteries to each other. Example 2. You can have your hearing tested with a machine that makes tiny noises in your ears that have different tones and amplitude. At some point as the technician runs the machine up and down the tonal scale, you will no longer be able to hear the sound that is being made. The sound is still ringing in your ear, but you cannot hear it. Because the sound is still being made in your ear on your earth, it is in the same harmony and you were initially able to hear it. But as its resonance changed sufficiently, it literally disappeared from your perception even though it was still there. Jesus gives the example of the 7 libraries of the ancients in verse 30. These are real, physical places on this earth that were purposely put into a very different resonance to protect them from unwanted visitors. They exist in this harmony, the world we live upon, but they have never been discovered by archaeologists. Why? Because of their starkly different resonance. Like the hearing machine making the sound that cannot be heard even though it is being played, though the libraries physically exist on this earth, they cannot be seen because their resonance is too out of sync with our ability to perceive them. portal between worlds. Jesus teaches his apostles and Salome about the portals that enter into the worlds of different resonances and the purpose for them. Explanation of the lower kingdoms. The following day, Jesus took them to a spot where the river cascaded in a small waterfall into a circular pool cut into the rock by years of erosion. Jesus pointed to the pool, saying, "Stare at the space in the air immediately above this pool. Do you notice anything unusual?" They all stared where he indicated, and Caiaphas said, "I see a vortex of energy, a distortion of the air like heat waves upon the hot desert sands, like the vortexes you have taught us to look for since our trip to Tyre." "Very good, Caiaphas," Jesus commended. "But there is still more here to see." "I see something more," Salome said somewhat timidly as if it were not her place to speak. "What do you see?" asked Jesus. Salome pointed to the far bank of the river and said, "Over there, near the water's edge. Look through the vortex in the middle of the river over to the far side, and there is a strange blue light that is spinning." Everyone looked to where she was pointing, and many quickly exclaimed in wonder at what they saw. "Who has ever seen a color blue such as that?" wondered Toma. "It is more than a color," Philip said in awe. "It is as if it is alive." "How could we have not seen it before?" wondered Yoda's Iscariot. "It is more brilliant in hue than anything I have ever seen, with an entrancing spiral movement that seems to beckon us." "Everyone look to me for a moment," Jesus requested, and everyone turned their heads to him to comply. He held their gaze for just a few seconds, and then invited them to turn again and look at the shimmering blue spiral. As they turned, they all exclaimed once more, but this time with dismay in their voices. "But it is gone," cried Yohanan. "Can anyone see it still?" asked Shimon. Everyone shook their head negatively in response. Shimon turned to Salome and asked, "How about you, Salome? You were the first to see it. Can you see it still?" But Salome said that she too could no longer see the blue spiral light either. Then all eyes turned to Jesus, and he explained, "What you saw was a gateway to one of the worlds of the lower kingdoms. Natural portals such as this are very rare. But when they are found, they will always be immediately adjacent to an energy vortex or even within them. That the vortex may be positive or negative is not relevant to the gateway's presence. Today, I will teach you how to create these portals so you can travel to the lower worlds of the shadow kingdoms, and also how to block the gateways for a time when necessary so that no living thing from them can travel here to your earth. And it is for that cause that you will most likely ever act. The gateways always remain in place, but the door itself is seldom opened by its natural cycle. To command its opening when not at a time of its natural cycle requires a secret Celestine word of power, which is not written. Do not reveal this word to any but the highest adepts, even upon threat of death, lest dreadful things may be unleashed upon your unsuspecting and unprepared world by those who understand not what they do." The gateway you saw emerged during its natural cycle, which, in the case of this one, is to appear for 30 seconds, once every day, 115 minutes after the sun has risen in this place. Other portals may remain open for a minute or two longer and some for seconds less during their natural cycles, and some may remain open for much longer. While this gateway opens each day, others may only open once every 50 years or even 100 or 1000 years. The longer time between openings, the longer the portal will remain open, with one of 1,000 years remaining open for many moons on its natural cycle. However, all gateways, opening on their natural cycle or by your command, can be held open for any period of time by your focus. As Celestine light adepts, as long as your eyes remain fixed upon them, they will remain visible to your sight, even if the time is long past for them to vanish. But the time of the shadow worlds is not in harmony or synchronicity with the time of the earth upon which you live, save for the interior of the tunnel gateways, which bridge both worlds. Because of this, neither is the coming of their day or night or the length therein the same as the one you know. The moment you look away, even if only for a blink, time moves in both worlds, but not the same, and the portal will close if its time is past. This is what happened with this gateway when I asked you to look to me. Yoda raised his hand as Jesus finished speaking and asked, "This is all most interesting, Lord of Light, but what has it to do with our stewardships here on this earth with the people of this world?" Jesus answered, saying, "There are dangers in the shadow worlds of the lower kingdoms. Threats to the people and creatures of this world that are unlike anything seen here. Though you cannot travel from this kingdom to one that is higher, those creatures of the lower kingdoms can travel here. From time to time, some of the more dangerous ones are drawn through the gateways. Though their time in this world is short, they can wreak much havoc and misery on man and beast during those few minutes or hours. Other times, people or creatures of a higher order from the lower kingdoms are drawn through the portals. They can exist for an even shorter time in this world than the lesser creatures before they are pulled back into their own, but can still do much mischief while they are here. So too can people and beasts from this world be drawn unsuspectingly through an open gateway into one of the shadows if they are caught in a gateway when it opens. Some will perish over there and return to this world only as a corpse. Those that return alive are most often so disturbed by what they experienced that they return as empty shells of their former selves." Salome raised her hand, and when Jesus spoke her name in acknowledgement, she questioned him, "Why did our heavenly parents create such dreadful places?" Jesus answered her, saying, "Know that there is nothing created by the source that is not for the good of man and for the good of all the creatures that have been created throughout the heavens, though how that is so may sometimes seem difficult to grasp without a full knowledge. That you may understand, I will tell you that all things including the source must have exposure to a mixture of light and dark and other energies that are part of the light and dark, to thrive, not an equal balance, but a mixture. It is easy for a man to be virtuous when he is surrounded only by virtue. But what kind of strength does that give to his character and his soul? Far greater is the man who remains virtuous even when tempted, for in overcoming the temptation, he adds to the strength of his character and the energy of his soul. But a preponderance of temptation will break the will of many virtuous men. Therefore, there is a balance that must be found, enough opposition to build strength, but not so much as to overwhelm the foundation of virtue. The tree that never has to struggle to reach through the canopy to find its share of light and stretch its roots into the earth to find sufficient water and nourishment never reaches the fullness of its possibilities, but remains forever just another average tree among many. Understand then that challenges make you stronger if you do not shirk or run away from them. And more than this, they are necessary for your growth. They provide the nutrients to your life to help you reach your fullest potential even as the earth provides the nutrients for the tree that struggles through the hard clay and sends its roots deep into the fertile ground. A tree that stands out alone in an open valley, always receiving abundant rain, sunshine, and only gentle breezes, planted in fertile soil that is easy to till, may be fruitful. But it will never become a giant among trees, for it lacks the opposition necessary to push itself to become greater than it is. When the Source created all the earths that exist, we did not make them all the same. Not only are the climates and sizes different, but so is the light and the air and the quality of the water. Beyond these physical attributes, the very energy of one earth is exceedingly different from the energy of another. Each and every world within each of the 7 kingdoms has been given life that is compatible with its environment. But each and every world, if left only within its own environment, would soon cease to be a source of life for its inhabitants. A room must have windows and doors that fresh air may come in, else it will stagnate. So too must each world have breaths of fresh air to enliven them, else they will also stagnate and become inhospitable to the life they nurture. This is the primary purpose of the gateways between the earths of the Salanha kingdom and the shadow worlds of the lower kingdoms, to reinvigorate each world with a portion of the energy from other worlds that are very different. This is why all of the gateways have been set to open at the time given by the source, and this for time without end. So too do the worlds of the Salanha kingdom receive fresh breezes of greater light from gateways to the Coropian, Celestine, and Source kingdoms. But to these kingdoms, you may only pass as your whole soul becomes in their resonance on your path of eternal progression. Understand that all life upon the earths of the Salanha kingdom, and all upon the worlds of the lower kingdoms and all life upon those of the higher kingdoms are connected, and in some ways dependent upon the energies that each receives from the other kingdoms. Without this exchange of energy, all things would stagnate and their eternal progression would end. In the past, I have charged you with the stewardship to keep the vortexes of positive and negative energy in balance wherever you go, and to build up the communities of light as safe havens of virtue for the children of light and as beacons of the light to all the world. And I have charged you with going forth into the world and finding other children of light and to enlighten and bless them and to bring them into the fold with you, that they may be baptized and numbered among you. Now I give one more charge unto you, to become aware of the gateways to the lower kingdoms and to watch over them all across your world. I shall teach you how you can accomplish this charge. And it shall be your responsibility to see that no Gainish ever gains a knowledge of how to open a gateway. And if one does gain this knowledge and begins to open gateways at times other than those given by source or to seek out the dangers therein, it is your duty to place a spell of forgetfulness upon them that they can remember the gateways no more. When, from time to time, people or creatures from the worlds of the lower kingdoms intrude onto your earth, it is your responsibility, not to close the portal, for it is necessary for the free flow of energy between worlds, but to send them back to their world and cast a net of disresonance across the opening that unwanted visitors can no longer pass through until the time of the net is over. Explanation of entities. Jesus takes Miriam, Salome, and the apostles to the darkest of the underworlds, the kingdom of Datards, to experience what it is like and see what exists there. He also explains the purpose of such a place with beings of little substance. 15 Walk across the water. When Jesus finished speaking, there was silence among everyone for several seconds as they contemplated all he had said to them. Then Caiaphas asked, "When do we go?" Jesus answered, "Now." Jesus approached the edge of the riverbank and asked everyone to form a line along the bank side by side, linking arms and holding hands. Jesus was in the middle, Miriam was on his right, Salome on his left, and the apostles split on either side of them. "Are you Celestines, followers of the full Celestine light of Source?" Jesus asked in a loud voice. And in an equally loud voice, everyone in the line shouted, "Yes." "Are you good stewards of the earth and all life therein?" Jesus asked anew. Once more, everyone shouted, "Yes," in affirmation. "Are you masters of the Celestine light that all things are possible to you with faith?" Jesus asked them. Without hesitation they all shouted, "Yes," once more. "Then walk with me now in the fullness of faith, adepts of the Celestine light. "Walk across the river that we may enter into the gateway," Jesus bade. And with that, he stepped forward, and Miriam, Salome, and all of the apostles stepped forward with him in perfect faith. Jesus's foot touched the water but did not sink into it, as each of the others stepped upon the water. Immediately after him, they did not sink either, and as one, they strode across the river, walking in a line arm in arm and hand in hand, until they reached the far bank and scrambled up onto it. Upon the far bank, the apostles looked at one another with smiles of accomplishment. Proud and humbled by that which they had just done. The kingdom of Datarts not far from the river bank, Jesus took a stick and drew a diagram in the dirt at their feet and told them, to pass through the gateway into the shadow earth at a time other than its usual and accustomed opening. You must draw this diagram vertically in the air at the place of the gateway, with a consecrated wooden wand or rainbow crystal, as if you were drawing on a door of wood at the entrance to a building. Jesus spoke again a celestine word of power unto them and cautioned, I command you once again to never reveal this word or the diagram that I shall now show unto you to any, save those who are the highest adepts among the celestine children of light. After you have drawn the diagram, speak the word of power I have given you, and the gateway shall be revealed and open to you. It is that simple, at least if you also have all the other qualities of a higher adept of the celestine light. When I am not with you, never pass through the gateway without a consecrated rainbow crystal to amplify the celestine light of source upon you, lest harm come upon you while you are in one of the worlds of the lower kingdoms. A consecrated rainbow crystal, coupled with your great faith, will always allow you to return to your earth at the instant you merely think for it to be so. There is nothing else you need do if you have correctly imbued the sacred object with the celestine light of source and a connection to this earth as you have been taught. Then Jesus turned to Salome and said, It is fitting that the one among you who could first see the gateway should be the one who opens the door. Jesus looked to Miriam, who was standing beside him, and asked, May Salome use your consecrated crystal to open the gateway? Of course, my lord, Miriam answered. She reached inside her garments and lifted a gold chain from around her neck. Dangling from it was a clear crystal about the size of her index finger that radiated the colors of the rainbow. She handed the crystal to Salome, who turned to Jesus, waiting for his instructions. Curl the golden chain in the palm of your hand and hold the point of the crystal parallel to the ground, pointing away from you, he instructed. He continued, turn slowly now in a circle with the thought in your mind to discover the location of the nearest gateway. Salome did as Jesus told her, and as she was almost at the point of completing a circle, she suddenly lurched forward as if an invisible person had grabbed her by her outstretched arm and pulled her toward them. Oh my! She exclaimed. I am being physically and strongly pulled forward. I must indeed resist if I am to remain rooted and not step forward. Consecrated wands of wood and rainbow crystals act as tools of resonance when you have imbued them with the energy you seek, Jesus explained. As you are all Celestine adepts, you can do this with simply a thought. Once imbued with righteous purpose, they sing in harmony with that which you seek. When you are far from it, they will merely whisper and the pull of direction will be ever so slight. But when you are upon the item, place, or person that you seek, the pull will be so strong that you will have no doubt that you have arrived. Step forward into that which pulls you until something changes, Jesus instructed Salome. She did as he bade and moved forward 4 steps with her arm outstretched, pointing the crystal before her. Suddenly, she stopped and, turning to Jesus, said, I am no longer being pulled. The crystal is radiating heat, but no longer is an invisible hand pulling me forward. You are no longer being pulled because you have arrived at your destination, Jesus affirmed. Now take the tip of the crystal and draw the diagram I have shown you, in the same size that I drew, vertically in the air before you. When you are finished, say the Celestine word of power that I gave to you. In a whisper or a roar, it is the same, as long as you speak the word aloud. Once more, Salome did as Jesus bade her, and as soon as she spoke the word of power, the shimmering blue spiral gateway opened directly in front of her, taller by a head than she and the width of her arms if they were extended to either side. Miriam came to Jesus on his right side and slipped her arm through his and held close to him. Jesus stepped forward, and Salome came to his other side and also put her arm through his and held close to him. Together, they stepped forward into the turning blue spiral light and disappeared. As they vanished into the blue light, the apostles all looked at one another with both amazement and some looks of concern. Then Philip came up to the gateway and pointed at it, saying, "Look, you can see them vaguely as if they are standing in a fog at the end of a long tunnel." Everyone came and pressed close to the portal where Philip had indicated, and they could faintly see Jesus, Miriam, and Salome through the gateway as if they were barely seeing someone deep underwater. "Come, brothers!" Caiaphas encouraged. "What are we waiting for? Let us quickly go and join Jesus before he is off on a great adventure without us." So saying, Caiaphas stepped through the gateway and was quickly followed enthusiastically by all of the other apostles. When they arrived on the other side of the gateway, their enthusiasm was quickly dampened by the dark and foreboding world in which they found themselves. Jesus, Miriam, and Salome stood facing them as they came through the portal. As the last apostle came through, they all looked around in silence at the strange world to which they had come. In mere moments, they were all shivering and holding their arms across their chests or rubbing their hands together in a feeble attempt to stay warm. "This is the coldest place I have ever been," Philip said through chattering teeth. "I thought it was night when we first stepped into this world," Shimon said as he covered his face with his hands and then pointed with one at the sky, saying, "But there is the puny sun, I think, low on the horizon and barely seen through the thick, dark clouds that lay even upon the ground." Miriam turned to Salome and asked for the crystal on the gold chain she had given to her to open the portal. When she had it in hand, she pointed the crystal toward the ground, and then drew her outstretched arm in an arch over the grouped apostles, ending the arch on the far side of the ground from where she had begun, then spoke a single Celestine word of power, Saxteris. Immediately, a bubble of warm light was created surrounding the apostles and Jesus, and Miriam and Salome stepped into it with them. "What wonder is this?" asked Toma as he stood with open arms and palms up, basking in the new-found warmth of their sanctuary from the cold. "Can you teach me to do that, Miriam?" asked Yohanan with childlike enthusiasm. "Or is it something only you can do because of your calling as an angel? This is a blessing given to any virtuous child of light to do as they are prepared in heart and mind, certainly any that are adepts," she answered calmly. "I can teach you the method, Yohanan, but only the faith of a child, singular focus, and the harmony of oneness will manifest it for you." "Perhaps, we can leave that lesson for another day," Jesus interrupted. "There is much to accomplish and learn that already is lined up before us, like the fishing boats coming into the dock at the end of the day to unload their catch. Before the evening falls completely, all essential tasks must be accomplished on this world." Of course, Jesus, Yohanan, and Miriam demurred with bowed heads. "Tell us then, Lord of Light, what is this place?" asked Caiaphas. And why is it so cold and dark? Nor can we see anything but grey and black rocks, added Miriam. Not a creature is to be heard or seen, nor even a tree or a bush or a blade of grass. What manner of dreary place is this? Suddenly, a black shadow shot out of the darkness beyond and would have come upon them, but it was held back as if by an invisible wall, for it could not pass into the protection of light that they stood within. Everyone except Jesus and Miriam jumped back in fright when the shadow glob came out of the darkness. As they realized it could not pass through their protective bubble of light, they looked at it in fascination as it spread itself outward in a chaotic fashion just beyond the invisible surface of the bubble. In seconds, it was joined by another shadow blob and then another, and in less than a minute, the entire bubble of light was covered just beyond its invisible surface with slithering, dark, amoeba-like shadows. This is a world of unclean and unformed spirits that abides within the kingdom of Datards. These formless creatures are called Ravel, Jesus explained. They have existence, but without shape or form and barely a substance. There is no life of any type on this particular world except for them, and they are not life as you have known it. What do they eat? Asked Yaakov of Bethsaida innocently. Jesus answered, saying, They eat nothing, for they have no bodies to build or mouths to put food into. They get the little sustenance they need to maintain their existence by absorbing light. That is why they have swarmed upon our little bubble. I am sure they are enjoying quite a feast. The apostles were mostly aghast at Jesus's description, many with raised eyebrows and sour faces. Jesus continued his explanation, saying, I have spoken to you before about the need for balance in all things. I am a spirit child of our Father and Mother in the Celestine Kingdom, even as are all of you. We are eternal spirits of light. He hesitated for a moment, then continued saying, These primitive, dark spirit forms you see now before you were also created by our Celestine Father and Mother, but devolved from the love and light in which they were created into spirit beings of bare existence. They have no thoughts, no emotions, no relationships, no needs other than an innate attraction to be drawn to and cling to light. It feeds them, but they have no way to even know that. The danger arises when these dark, broken spirits escape into your world when a gateway is open, drawn there by the great light that comes through the portal. They are the most common visitor to your world from the worlds in the lower kingdoms. When something of greater substance from one of the shadow worlds comes onto your earth, it cannot long remain, for its energy is too different and its resonance pulls it back through the portal, returning it to the world from whence it came. But the simpler and more primitive a creature is, like these Ravel, the longer they can remain on a world in the kingdom of Salanha before it is pulled back through the portal. If it can move fast enough, it can pass beyond the influence of the gateway and not be pulled back at all. For creatures of more substance, this is a death sentence, for they cannot remain long upon the earths of Salanha before their very different resonance destroys them and they become as dust. So it would be for anything from your earth that would come to one of these worlds of the lower kingdoms and remained for other than a short time, save for you who are Celestine adepts. But the dark spirits of this world are so simple in their nature that they can exist in your world for many moons and even years if they find a good source of light. When I say good, I do not mean bright. The full brightness of your sun would destroy them in moments. They seek the dark places where the lowest of men congregate to do their dirty deeds and partake of forbidden vices, places where the light is dim enough to feed upon but not so bright to harm them. But they bring with them a pall of darkness that covers the spirits of the men in those places and attaches to them and hides underneath their clothing when they are in the sun, continually agitating their emotions and thoughts and bringing out a greater evil within them that might have otherwise lain dormant. For this reason, you must be especially vigilant of gateways that open to this particular type of shadow world. Wherever you discover them, if a great number of Raval are passing through, cover the gateway with an aura net of disresonance by which these dark spirits will be repelled for the duration of the spell. But let that duration not be for more than 12 moons, for the Raval are a part of the flow of energy between worlds, which energy must not long be impeded, lest your earth begin to stagnate. When you discover people and places already infested with these spirits, do not destroy the Raval, for they are not intentionally creating harm. Instead, open a momentary gateway at that spot, then command them off their hosts and out of their dark corners and send them back to their world. Why dark spirits exist? Yoda, son of Caiaphas, raised his hand. Yes, Yoda, speak, Jesus said. Forgive me, Lord of Light. I do not mean to ask an impertinent question, but why did the Father and the Mother create such spirits? If our heavenly parents are beings of light, as I know they are, what was their purpose in creating spirits of darkness? Jesus smiled broadly. I know you are my apostles indeed when you ask such excellent questions. Yoda smiled back at him, letting out a sigh of relief at his words of praise. Jesus continued saying, we spoke about the need for balance and the need for opposite energies to have some points where they mix. Thus all are stimulated toward maximum growth and expansion in both the physical and the spiritual. You must couple this understanding with your comprehension of the full nature of the eternal progression of souls and the progress of the spirit children of the Father and Mother since the days of their creation. The greatest purpose of the Father and the Mother, the source of the creation of everything, is no different than the cherished purpose of each of you that are fathers and mothers, to see your children grow in the celestine light and reach the magnificence of their potential. To do this, you teach your children in the good ways they should go, but do not force them to go that way as they mature, for a child forced is unlikely to remain upon the path once the force is removed. Nor would they learn the value of the good path of celestine light if they had no comprehension of the darkness by which to compare. Thus it is that in the beginning, the Father and the Mother created the spirits of all living things and made worlds of innumerable resonances in different harmonies for them to be drawn to, each according to the light that they could hold. And they created all the worlds, both the light and those of less light and the bright and the shadows, that their children could come down to a world that resonated with them and learn from their experiences the value of the light and desire from their own will to cleave unto it. Rebellion and Fall of Lucifer. Jesus explains in detail Lucifer's confrontation with Heavenly Mother and Heavenly Father and what resulted from his rage. Lucifer's confrontation with Source and Jesus continued, as you know, though it seems incomprehensible to you because of the celestine light of Source in your hearts, many of the spirit children in the land of Zion, in the kingdom of Coropian, rebelled against our Father and Mother, who told them they were free to choose their path each day and for eternity. Our spirit brother Lucifer desired to compel everyone in both spirit and flesh to know only good, to ensure that all would come to the celestine realms once they had transit to physical life. But not for the benefit of others did he propose this, but to gather glory for himself. But I was there, and I told Lucifer that those who would return, having never been allowed to make mistakes and given the choice of light over dark, sometimes choosing wrong and then repenting, would be no further progressed in their souls than they were before they were born into the physical. And that it was for this cause that the spirit children of the Father and the Mother would be given mortal bodies of flesh, that they would be free to choose their path and progress and learn from their experiences, to taste sin and overcome it, to gain faith and become more than they were in Zion. Nor would they ever be alone in emptiness, for always they would recognize the Celestine light, and always would it call to them in their hearts, and always would the foundational commandments of the source be inscribed upon their souls, that they would forever be inclined to walk the path of light. And great was the anger of Lucifer to have his plan of salvation rejected. He told me, if you and the father and the mother will not agree to that which I have decreed shall be, then I shall gather the hosts of Zion and come upon you and banish you from the Coropian kingdom and forever block the way back, that those from the kingdom of the source can never return here again. And so he tried, and he persuaded many with his words to believe as he did, and many were those who followed him until a great war of pain and anger was building in the Coropian realms, between those who followed Lucifer and those who remained true and faithful to the source. But our father and mother told those who loved them to cease to argue and contest, and they allowed Lucifer and his horde to come to the gate of the sacred sanctuary where the source dwelt when in the realm of Coropian. And it came to pass that the horde of unclean spirits poured over the land up to the very gates of the sanctuary where the father and mother sat awaiting them. But great was their surprise when they came before our mother and father with all of their might and rage, and demanded they depart from the Coropian realms, and the father and mother merely looked at each other with love and smiled with sad humor. Then our father stood up in all of his majesty, and our mother stood beside Hymenaloth her magnificence, and they faced Lucifer and the evil horde of Zion. And our father said unto them, all of our children have been given the freedom to choose their path, that they might eternally progress and become more than they are. You who say you want to be forced forever upon the path of light, do you not recognize that even now you have chosen the path of darkness, and upon that path you shall become less than you are? And our mother said, we have created worlds of less light than the ones you have known, less than the ones for which you were intended to dwell upon in wonderful physical bodies. Now you have a different harmony calling to you, one you have chosen. A harmony of the other darker worlds, and to those, you must now go, not because we command it, but because you can no more resist it, for it is the place that calls to your soul. It is your resonance. Lucifer screamed with anger at the words of our father and mother, and incited his horde into a frenzy, so much so that the Coropian realm shook with the crescendo of their angry voices. And he spat out his words with hatred, saying, it is the two of you and your firstborn son who will leave this place now. Andre turned to the realm of the source. You are not wanted or welcome here any longer, nor are your words or your teachings or your pious commandments. You are but three and we are many. Together, our power, my power, is greater than yours, so depart now and never return. Then our mother took 3 steps forward toward Lucifer, who stood not far from her, and he stepped back a step as she came up to him. She looked into his eyes without speaking, and he held her gaze. She shook her head slightly and said firmly, no, Lucifer, your power is not greater. Nor is the combined power of all those who follow you. Nor do you even have an inkling of the immensity of power of the Celestine light of the source. As she spoke, every soul in all the realms heard her voice. And she said, by our love, you were created as were the misguided souls that follow you. And by our love, all the heavens and all the earths were created, and all things that exist, even this immensity of the Coropian realm you call home and seek to bar us the creators from. Where is your power, Lucifer? What speck of dust have you created? Do not doubt that by our word all things could also be destroyed, in the blink of an eye, even you. But we love you, even in our sadness at this what you have done. And we would not and could not destroy that which we love. It is only because of our love and by our command to the Celestine light that you remain here now in our presence, that you may gain a full understanding of the magnitude of your sins. It is you, Lucifer, and all those who have followed you that shall now depart from the Coropian realms, for your resonance has changed and there is no longer a place here for you. But we leave you with our eternal promise, that even for you there is a way back into the Celestine light. Once again Lucifer threw a fit of rage, but this time the horde that had followed him remained silent, for they were cowed by the brilliance of the light that emanated from the Father. And the Mother and the words of truth our Mother had spoken. A fear came over them for that which they had done. Our Father came and stood beside our Mother and said unto Lucifer, You have lost the Celestine light that you had when we created you, that was freely given to you with love. You have tainted your soul with a great darkness, as have all those who followed you, and darkness cannot abide the light. It is time for you to go now to the worlds we have prepared for those who choose paths of darkness. I will not go. Lucifer screamed in anger. It is you who must leave this instant. Or what, Lucifer? Asked the Father. You only have power in your own imagination and among the beguiled souls who have believed in you. Over those who follow the Celestine light, you have no power, nor could you ever have. You stand now before the lords of the Celestine light, only because we have granted it to be so. Then our Mother spoke again saying, And we grant it no more, Lucifer. We now release the hold upon the Celestine light that has allowed you to stand in our presence. Begone now to the worlds of darkness that beckon to you. A brilliant light began to emanate from our Mother and Father. It was white but tinged with rainbow colors throughout, scintillating like a million tiny jewels. It spread forth over Lucifer and over the entire horde that had followed him until it was so bright that nothing but the light could be seen. Then in a last burst of brilliance it was gone, and with it Lucifer and all that had followed him down the dark path. Eternal progression from the lower kingdoms. Some were pulled to one shadow world and some to another, each according to the amount of Celestine light that remained in their soul. Unto this world in the Datart's kingdom were called some of those of the greatest darkness, who devolved from the spirit children of substance and awareness that they were and became these unaware blobs of darkness you see now. Can they ever become more than this? Wondered Yaakov, son of Caiaphas. Yes, Jesus answered. All things are given the opportunity to have eternal progression, each in the manner that has been given for it. About every 1,000 years as time is kept on this earth, the Raval are restored to the land of Zion by our Mother and Father to the spirit bodies that they had before they were compelled by their darkness to their world of darkness. They remain for a time in their former form in a segregated part of Zion. They have no memories of their time as Raval, but they know what happened to them. They have full memories of all that occurred during their rebellion, and they can see all that has transpired since they were banished from the light by their darkness. And they can see those who did not rebel both in the Coropian and Salanha kingdoms and all they have become and how far they have progressed since that time. Each cycle that they are again in the form of a spirit child of our Father and Mother, they remember all of the previous times this has occurred. 17 During the time when they are again in a spirit form of substance, heart, and mind, they have the opportunity to sincerely repent of their past sins and make amends. If they repent with sufficient humility and restitution to change the harmony of their soul and the balance of light and darkness therein, they will never again devolve into a Raval. Instead, they will be drawn to one of the other shadow worlds, perhaps in the Scarns or Korah's kingdoms, far less than the earth you call home, but a place of much greater light and substance than this world we are now visiting. Now I think you have learned all you need to know about this place. So let us return again to your earth. Jesus asked Miriam to give her crystal to anyone she chose that they could open the portal. She handed it gently to Caiaphas, who was standing near her. Jesus pointed to the spot where they had come through, saying, "Draw the diagram in the air as you saw Salome do and say the Celestine word of power that I gave to you." Caiaphas did as Jesus bade, and the shimmering blue gateway immediately opened before them, spinning in a slow spiral. Caiaphas turned back to look at Jesus and he nodded for him to proceed, so he stepped through the portal and was followed by all of the apostles, Salome, Miriam, and, lastly, Jesus. The Sixth Kingdom. Jesus takes Miriam, Salome, and the apostles to the junction of the river Jordan and the river Jabbok, where a gateway exists to another world. Once they learn to see it, they wait until it has enlarged enough for them to step through to the Sixth Kingdom, known as Scarns, or as we might call it today, the Sixth Dimension. They have some very interesting adventures during their several-day stay, but upon their return, they find out that they've only been gone mere hours and they realize they've become time walkers. Upon returning to their earth, Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles remained for a night and a day speaking further about their visit to the strange Seventh Kingdom. When they next ventured beyond their camp, Jesus led them on a long walk north to the point where the river Jordan met the river Jabbok. There they camped for the night. As the darkness began to settle, Jesus gestured toward the rivers and said, "The point where two rivers join will frequently have a vortex, and sometimes a gateway to another world will also be present. So it is with the confluence of these two rivers. As the darkness comes upon the land, look steadily at the point where the two rivers join. There is a gateway there to a world in the space between the space that is open even now, though none of you have seen it." "What must we do to see it?" wondered Philip. "Is there some prayer we can say or spell we can cast upon it?" "Of course, you could do either or both," Jesus answered. "And surely it would then manifest to your eyes. But I wish you to learn to see things with your eyes that you have never before seen because you have never trained your eyes how to look. You need to be able to see these gateways, not only after a prayer or a spell or other special actions and words, but simply by glancing upon them or even feeling their presence. Else, you will be squandering your time finding them and not enough being good stewards over them. To see the portals with merely a glance, you must train your eyes to see differently than you have all of your lives. You must focus not upon the spot where the gateway stands, but through that spot and to the place beyond the gateway. If you are focused upon the spot, as your eyes naturally will, you will never be able to see the portal with a simple glance, but only with eyes that have been altered by source through your prayers, spells, or words of power. This gateway has been open for over an hour and will remain open through the night until the sun rises tomorrow. I have asked you to discover it now, as the time of dusk is often the time they are most easily seen. Remember to look at the spot of land where the rivers join, but focus your eyes on the space beyond it." Everyone did as Jesus directed, but none could see the gateway. Salome seemed somewhat vexed as she asked Jesus, "Why can I not see this one? The other came easily to my eyes. Is there something different about this gateway?" "Yes, Salome, there is," Jesus replied. He did not elaborate further, and after a minute or so, Thomas asked, "What should we be looking for, Jesus? What is different about this one?" Jesus answered, saying, "Let us see who best remembers the description I have already given for the portals, for in that description is the answer you seek, and I shall not give it again." "A puzzle," Mattia declared with enthusiasm. Miriam shook her head and told him, "No, he is merely testing us to see how well we have listened to that which he has already given to us." Indeed, Jesus agreed upon hearing Miriam's words. I will happily give all thick knowledge of the source unto you, my faithful friends. But you can only receive the new when you have first proven to understand the old, for it is upon the old that the new is built. Is it smaller or larger? Asked Yoda's Iscariot. Is that why we cannot see it, because we are only looking for something similar to that which we have previously seen? Jesus smiled with happiness at his answer and nodded his head affirmatively. Seeing this, everyone began to look anew for a gateway of less or greater size than the one that they had already passed through. In moments, Shimon shouted and pointed at the ground near the confluence of the two rivers, saying, "There it is. It is very small, barely seen above the ground. And it is not round like the other, but more like a thin angled bar of moving color." His announcement was quickly followed by a chorus of "I see it too." Everyone walked over to where they saw the gateway near the bank of the river. As they came upon it, they saw that it was actually a round spinning spiral of unearthly blue light, the same as the other had been but much smaller. However, it was not standing vertically as the previous gateway had been, but was lying at an angle close to the ground, which is why it had seemed bar-shaped from the position they had been viewing it from at a distance. And it was only about the size of a man's head. "How strange this portal is!" Salome declared as they all looked upon it. "How shall we pass through such an opening?" wondered Yohanan, scratching his head. "I certainly will not fit," and Cephas could hardly reach one of his big arms through. And everyone laughed at his words. Toma looked to Jesus and asked, "Is this perhaps just a portal to stick our heads through and see the other world but not pass completely into it? Or maybe we can do something to make the opening larger," ventured Amram. "Thank you, Toma and Amram, for your excellent thoughts," Jesus complimented. "Indeed, you could just stick your head through, and so too could you make the opening larger if you desired. But the opening will not remain this size through the night. At times, it will be much smaller, and at other times, it will be substantially larger. Its size fluctuates with the amount of energy that is exchanging through it between your earth and the shadow earth on the other side of the gateway. If we are patient, we can pass through this one when it enlarges. Though we could pass through immediately with a word of power, it is better for your education that you wait for this one to grow, that you may gain a better understanding of the cycles of energy that flow between worlds." Following Jesus's directions, they waited by the portal as night fell over the land, and for another couple of hours. They watched the gateway as it continually grew and shrank in size several times in a single minute, as if it was breathing. At other times, the portal would hold its size for several minutes. "Do they all act as this one, expanding and contracting?" inquired Matthias. "Yes," Jesus replied. "The energies that flow through, and in all the worlds and the spaces between them, are never still. They are always moving like invisible rivers, revitalizing all life. However, the smaller gateways such as this one will have more frequent movements, while the larger ones will have less. As you stand beside this one, feel the pressure of the energy that flows through it and the sensation upon your aura. Attune yourself to that energy and become one with it, so much so that in the future, you will be able to feel the presence of a gateway before your eyes ever see it." As Jesus bade, so they all did. When he was satisfied that they each had become familiar with the unique sensations of a gateway, he grasped Miriam's hand and she Salome's, and he led them through when the portal next enlarged. And the apostles quickly followed after them. After passing through, everyone had a smile on their face. "This is an improvement," Philip commented with satisfaction as they all looked around at the land before them. The sun was radiant in a clear blue sky, and green plants and short thorny trees grew sparsely about. In the distance down the hill upon which they stood, they spied a river snaking through the bottom of the valley. "How strange we departed in the night and have arrived in the day," Salome commented. Jesus nodded affirmatively and said, "The shadow earths do not have days and nights as the earth you call home. They exist in the same space but in a different time, so your night may be their day." "But I thought they were in a space between a space where we live," Caiaphas said with some confusion. "Yes, Caiaphas, they are," Jesus affirmed. "But within that space is infinity, and time without end or beginning, and all creation can fit within it. Upon the innumerable earths, both the seen and the unseen, there is all time and no time." Seeing their confused looks, Jesus elaborated, saying, "Time is something beyond your ability to understand today. But greater understanding will come to you as you become more practiced in your gifts and more diligent in your stewardships." "What about Miriam?" asked Salome. "When she was called to be the angel of the covenant, was she not given all knowledge?" Miriam stifled a laugh at Salome's words and said unto her, "I confess that I had somewhat of that expectation soon after I was called, but have learned that even angels only acquire more knowledge as they gain it from seeking, not because it is simply given to them. Since the time of my calling, my mind has been quickened and understands many things that were like a haze to it before. But it is not as if I have suddenly been filled with knowledge, only that things I have barely understood before have become clear because my comprehension comes quicker. I have been gifted by the Source with greater powers of celestine light, and the Nold Ghetto use them that I may begin to fulfill my calling, but beyond that, only with a clarity of thought that allows me to grasp and learn all things much quicker than before. I still must seek out the knowledge. It does not just fall into my head. Though Jesus told me in years past about these shadow earths, I am learning the details about them now from my experiences with them, even as you are. And please, you must all understand I am not yet truly the angel of the covenant, but merely the designated angel in training. He who I am replacing still remains in the fullness of the stewardship. And so he shall remain until I have fulfilled my apprenticeship. Once Jesus ascends from this earth, I will remain for 11 years in my physical body, which has been changed so it is no longer quite like yours, but neither is it yet fully celestine. During this time, I can travel freely between kingdoms, learning both from my experiences and from the tutelage of Jesus and the current angel of the covenant. Marvelous are the ways of the Source, Yohanan said reverently upon hearing Miriam's explanation, and the other apostles voiced their agreement. Jesus smiled as he often did when he saw those whom he taught with special teachings grasp important principles. Then he lifted his arm toward a path and beckoned, "Shall we explore this world?" They had not traveled far before everyone began to sweat profusely from the heat and loosen up their garments in feeble attempts to get cooler. What a contrast! Yoda's Iscariot exhaled. The last place was so cold I realized that I did not know what cold really was until I experienced that world, and now I am beginning to think the same thing about this world and heat. Yoda the younger looked to Miriam hopefully. That bubble of light was very nice in the other world. Can you perhaps make a bubble of coolness over us in this place of unforgiving heat? At first, I thought it looked like parts of Palestine, but now I hope there is no place like this on our earth. Before she could answer, Jesus interjected, saying, "You will become accustomed to the heat soon enough and will have a more authentic understanding of this world if you experience it as it is for those who dwell here." "Who does dwell here?" Toma asked with a slight wavering trepidation in his voice. Jesus, walking at the head of the group, smiled mischievously, unseen to any but Miriam, and answered, creatures more frightful than the last you encountered?" "Truly," asked Philip with concern. "Truly," Jesus affirmed. "But there are also some more benign creatures as well." Miriam looked at Jesus quizzically and asked him silently in his mind, "Why are you scaring them, yet you seem to be amused?" "I am sadly amused," Jesus answered in her mind. "That after all these days with me, witnessing all they have seen and experiencing all they have, that they could still have fears and not know with resolute conviction that they are greater than any creature they could encounter. They have been given so much yet at times still seem no different than men of the world. I see the greatness inside of them, but only they can bring it out. Have patience, my love," Miriam replied. "You have chosen them, knowing of the men inside the men, knowing too that their faith in you is only exceeded by your faith in them. You are perhaps impatient to see them in their glory before you depart from this earth. Perhaps it will be so, perhaps not. But you know that in the end, they will all become the fullness of the men you knew them to be on the day that you called them to follow you." Jesus turned to look at Miriam and, still speaking to her in her mind, answered, "You are my greatest treasure, Miriam. I shall savor every minute of this life and eternity, watching the apostles' progress into their greatness and Salome into hers and our children into theirs. But most of all, Miriam, you into yours." Miriam looked lovingly into Jesus's eyes and silently whispered to his mind, "Thank you. I am blessed by your love." They walked on for about an hour and saw several indiscernible creatures skirt cautiously near them, but never close enough to actually clearly see their appearance. As they rounded a large boulder, they came upon a natural cistern worn into the rock. Jesus pointed to shady spots under some short trees, saying, "Let us sit here and wait. Soon we shall see some of the creatures of this world coming to the water." And so they waited. At first, some of the apostles began to speak among themselves, but Jesus asked them to remain silent so the creatures would approach the water. After a few minutes, they heard some snorting and saw a short six-legged, bristle-haired animal about half the size of a man, with a huge head and a mouth full of 2 rows of long, sharp-pointed teeth, come up to the water and drink. Everyone's eyes were wide with amazement, looking at the strangest creature they had ever seen. Suddenly it lifted its wide, squat nose and sniffed the air. Spying them across the small rock cistern, it sprang instantly into motion, its 6 legs moving furiously, and in seconds it was upon them. It had just begun to leap forward toward Philip, who was falling back from his seat with his hands and arms held up in front of him for protection. When Miriam quickly waved her hand at the creature and it immediately fell fast asleep right in its midair lunge and dropped with a thud between Philip's outstretched legs. Philip scrambled up and exclaimed, "I hope there are none worse than that here." And Jesus answered, "Some far worse, but also some much more pleasant." Philip, still somewhat shaken by the encounter, looked to Miriam and stammered, "That sleeping spell is so useful. Can you please teach me?" "Oh, and thank you. How did you do that so quick?" "Oh, I think I need to sit down." And so he did, but several steps away from the sleeping creature which everyone else gathered around to examine. "What is it?" inquired Shimon. "It is a dull dark," Jesus informed them. "This world is inhabited by over 300 different types of creatures. Some are much more primitive than this one and others more advanced. The dull dark are about in the middle. In the cycle of repentance and rebirth, those spirits that are drawn here to inhabit the bodies of these creatures return many millennia to this kingdom in many types of bodies. until their souls have repented sufficiently that they are called to higher life forms in the kingdom above this one in resonance. Are all the creatures here as ferocious as this one? Asked Yohanan. A dull dark may be smaller, but I would fear for the lion of our earth against one of these. All are not outwardly as fierce, Jesus answered. But all live only by killing and consuming others. Some are just more subtle about it. When creatures from this earth escape through an open gateway onto your earth, they cannot survive more than a few hours, nor venture far from the pull of the portal, and most will be drawn back into their world before they perish. But in that short span and space that they are free, they can kill many, both man and beast that fall into their grasp. Why do the source allow such catastrophes of life? Wondered Jesus's brother Yaakov. And why not simply create the portals with nets already across them that allow the energy to flow between worlds, but not the creatures? Why do they allow innocent men and beasts of our earth to be slain by these monsters when they could so easily prevent it? Jesus was silent for a moment before he answered Yaakov's question, and he exhaled deeply before he said, "You are correct, Yaakov. The source could have created the gateways so only energy could pass through, but the creatures in the shadow earths would be condemned to a far longer repentance. Realize first that most of the creatures on these worlds of the lower kingdoms are not devolved spirit children. They are just innocent creatures having spirits but without souls. Each progresses in their own way, life after life, and someday will have spiritually evolved to the point that they gain a soul. Some choose to never gain a soul or another life, but are happy to remain in their current form in spirit after their physical life. This is nothing like the path of eternal progression that has been given to the children of men or to those creatures of the lower kingdoms that had once been spirit children of our Heavenly Father and Mother. As I spoke to you earlier, at various lengths of time depending upon the amount of celestine light in their souls. The creatures of the lower kingdoms that are devolved from spirit children are returned in full spirit form to the Coropian and have the opportunity to show fruits of repentance during that time. Unless they have repented sufficiently to resonate with a higher kingdom, they will return again to the one from whence they came. If they have gained a measure of repentance, they will return there as a higher creature. But it is not only at the time that their spirit is restored in fullness that they can repent. Every day of their lives on the shadow earth, the opportunity is also given to them. As they gain more light, they return to the shadow earths with a stronger instinct of right and wrong. As they progress to creatures of higher and higher resonance, the small part of the light within them becomes fuller and their desire to cleave to the light stronger and their understanding that they need to forsake the darkness more clear. So it is that some that have always killed wantonly kill with less relish and then with none and then even with sadness, often more than the men of earth, most who still kill animals and birds of warm blood for food. When simple plants and the fruits of the animals and the earth would give them superior food without killing. In time, it comes to pass that many of the creatures of the lower kingdoms will fight against the desire to pass through a portal where mischief awaits and will turn away from them, even when their friends beckon them to accompany them. On that day, they are done with the creature they have been. They will soon die and be reborn as a creature of a higher order. Until someday, step by step, they have the opportunity to regain the fullness of all that they had lost. Therefore, if the passage between worlds was permanently netted, forbidding them passage to your earth, they would be denied their greatest opportunity in this world to show evidence that they have repented and become more than they were. On your earth, you have been given stewardship to put nets of power across the portals. Your nets at first will be very feeble and will not stop many on this side from passing through if that is their desire. As you gain experience, your nets will become stronger, but they will only last for hours, then maybe a day or two. As you become stronger in the ability to use the Celestine light, your nets will also become stronger and will last for several days, which will be long enough to guard most portals until they close. If you practiced and focused enough, in time you could put a net across the portal that would keep out creatures from the other world for many years. But your time on Earth is limited, and I hope you will invest it in greater things than the long-term netting of portals. And in no case should you net a portal for more than 12 moons. You protect the people of your Earth by your efforts, casting nets when those efforts are necessary, and by so doing, you gain knowledge, wisdom, and ability to use the gifts you have been given. But value your time in a physical body as a precious gift and invest it wisely for the greatest good. Thus have adepts among the children of light been called upon since the days of Adam and will continue to be until the end of days. When the adepts are few, the angels of Source become the temporary stewards of the portals. But it is a calling truly given for adepts of the Celestine light, still progressing through mortality. By calling upon all higher adepts to place nets over the portals when necessary, the adepts are given an important opportunity to grow in their gifts and demonstrate their good stewardship. By most often leaving the gateways open for the denizens of these worlds to pass through if they choose, the principle of free will is maintained, and it is upon this principle that repentance and eternal progression are founded. Because of adepts and angels throughout time, the actual incidences of maim and death that have come across the gateways into your world have always been very slight. When death or maim does occur, the lives lost will be given again in a new birth upon this earth that they may fulfill the full measure of their creation. Thus, Source has hindered the eternal progression of none and kept open the door to eternal progression for all. As they continued to walk, Toma posed a question to Jesus, saying, I understand how some of the creatures of these worlds were drawn here by their loss of Celestine light from the day of the rebellion in the Celestine realms. But why did they become such low and fearsome creatures? Why did they not remain as men in appearance, just cast away to inhospitable worlds as punishment? Jesus answered, saying, Men and women are created in the image of Source the Father and Source the Mother. A certain level of Celestine light must abide within one's soul essence to enable them to maintain a physical form after the image of our Heavenly Mother and Father. In their rebellion against the very order of eternal progression given by Source the Father and Source the Mother before time began, those so misguided lost a very great quantity of Celestine light from their soul essence, a punishment they enacted upon themselves by their actions. So great was their loss that they became much less than they were, only that which their feeble light could manifest, even creatures such as these. Further along their journey, they came upon another good-sized natural cistern of water within a rock shaded by a cliff ringed by some short, sweet-smelling, flowering trees. The water was clear and had a freshness about it, enticing the apostles who had become parched in the blistering hot sun to go to it to drink. Shimon the Zealot was the first to kneel down beside the pool. He dipped his hands into the water, pushing aside a small amount of bright green algae that was near the surface to reach into the cool water beneath to drink. Philip and Yohanan also knelt down similarly and prepared to drink from the pool. As Shimon brought his cupped hands full of water toward his mouth, a large amount of the green algae still clung to his hands. In disgust, he shook it off, as did Yohanan and Philip, who were encountering the same difficulty as they tried to drink. Dipping his cupped hands again into the pool, Shimon brought them once more toward his mouth but found his lower arms entangled in a still larger mass of the stringy algae. "This is ridiculous," he exclaimed. "Not only is it unbearably hot on this world, but you have to work far too strenuously to get a simple drink of water." "How deep is the pool?" asked Yakov, who was standing behind those kneeling at the water's edge. "Perhaps, after drinking, we can all jump in and cool ourselves." "That is disgusting," Salome retorted. "If we bathe in pools from which we drink, they will no longer be fit to drink." "I do not think we will be able to drink or bathe in this one," Philip said dejectedly, pointing at the pool's surface. "Look at all the algae that has risen. It covers the pool now. And it is no longer so inviting." Before he could say more, there was an explosion of water, and the three men at the pool were suddenly showered and covered with thick, green algae, so much so that it knocked them all into the pool as they had been bending over precariously, trying to dip a drink with their hands. At first, the three apostles in the pool were laughing at their misfortune, but soon their laughter subsided as they struggled to pull themselves out of the water and back onto the rock. "Come, give us a hand," Yohanan called to his brethren. "This algae is heavy as mud, and it is more than we can do to lift ourselves out of the water as we are covered in it." The other apostles went to the edge of the pool, and reaching out to grasp the hands of their brethren, they pulled with all their might but could not extract them from the pool. The heads of the three men in the water began to go under as they struggled to stay afloat. "I think you better hurry and help us, Philip," bade his friends. "There is no bottom upon which we can stand, and the algae is entangled in our arms and legs, and its weight is pulling us under. Use your gifts." Jesus implored the men in the pool. "What gifts?" Philip asked. "Whichever you choose to use from among the many that have been given to you," Jesus answered simply. The three men in the water did as Jesus bade, and each commenced actions which they thought would help. Shimon called out to source for help. Philip formed an incantation, commanding the water and algae to free him. Yohanan thrashed around violently, trying to rip the algae off his body with his strength and escape from the water. But their efforts were to no avail, nor were their friends able to pull them free, and in moments of one another, they disappeared beneath the surface of the water and did not come up again. Miriam let out a big sigh of exasperation, and taking a few steps to the water's edge, she waved her hand over the surface, and within seconds all three men popped up to the surface gasping for breath, and their friends were able to pull them free of the pool, for the algae was no longer upon them. After a few minutes, when the apostles that had almost drowned had recovered their breath, they thanked Miriam, for they had been told by the others that she had freed them, and then they asked Jesus why they had been unable to free themselves. "The reason is different for each of you," Jesus explained. "Yohanan tried to use brute strength, but as strong as he is, his strength alone could not free him. Shimon called out to source for help, but source helps not those who can help themselves, save it serves the purposes of source." Philip quickly said an incantation, which would have succeeded if he had practiced it previously and had been able to say it well, with confidence and faith. "I never doubted all would be well," Philip assured everyone, and Shimon and Yohanan nodded in agreement. "But I am most curious about that algae. It seemed almost as if it were making a purposeful effort to drown us." "It was," Jesus stated to everyone's surprise. "Remember, I told you that everything on this world lives by killing something else, but that some are more subtle about it. That algae is called Ral, and it is not an algae at all, but an animal that lives by catching hapless victims like you just seeking a drink of cool water. You would do well to remember the Ral, for there are many harmful people and situations on your earth that, like the Ral, seduce unwary victims with facades of normalcy or enticements of seemingly harmless pleasure. Like with the Ral, those who succumb do not realize the danger until it is too late to extract themselves. When you return to your earth to lead the children of light and seek out the others in the world, tell them the story of this day and your encounter with the Rael, asking them to be ever vigilant for the Rael that exist on your earth. Though the appearance may differ, the allure of seduction and end of destruction are the same. I have a further question, Shimon ventured. And Jesus bade him to ask. I called upon Source for deliverance from my predicament, but I was not saved from the Rael. I understand that the Source wish us to grow and expand by learning from our experiences, both the good and the bad. Therefore, though we may call upon them for help, it will not necessarily be forthcoming if it would be more beneficial for our growth to solve the problem completely on our own. The exception being when helping us also serves the purpose of the Source. Now you have called me to be an apostle to spread your true light, to find and teach the children of light, and to be a good steward over the portals between worlds and negative vortexes. Many more things you have asked of me and your other apostles, which we happily give all of our days to fulfill with no earthly reward, in fact, at a substantial cost of lost income and precious time with our families. This being so, that I have sacrificed much and dedicated my life to the service of Source. How could it be that they would not intercede to save me? Would not saving me so that my life did not end in that pool before I have had a chance to fulfill the fullness of my calling certainly qualify as contributing to the desires and goals of the Source? Yes, it does. Jesus assured Shimon. But even as it is beyond your comprehension today to fully understand the intricacies of time, even more beyond your understanding is the fullness of the Source. But know this, though the moments of your life are not predestined, they are known to the Source before they occur. Again, this is not because of predestination, but because of time. Even as the seven kingdoms exist in the same space, but at different times, so the Source are in the past, the present, and the future. Not that they were in the past and are in the present and will be in the future, but that they are in all three times even now as we speak, even in the future that is yet to be. Nor is the future yet to be, already written, and multiple are the ways the events may unfold. In your case, Shimon, of course our Heavenly Father and Mother desire you to live and fulfill your calling. They knew that in every possible future, you would survive your encounter in this pool with the Rael without their intervention. Therefore, they did not intervene. In the two most likely futures, you would either save yourself or be saved by Miriam, and so it came to pass. Now the question is, what have you learned from this experience? Shimon looked at Jesus with great sincerity in his eyes and said, I have come to understand that I had better learn to use my gifts because Miriam will not always be around to help me. At his words, everyone burst out in laughter, even Jesus, but he then admonished Shimon, saying, Yes, you better master your gifts, Shimon. And turning to the others, he added, As should you all, else, the day will come when one or more of you shall perish unnecessarily. I hope it does not take such a tragedy to motivate you to take the time and effort to become the master adepts you have been called to be. Though they had been laughing moments before, Jesus's words were very sobering, for the apostles had not considered that there could be circumstances where they would be allowed to die before they had completed all they were upon earth to do, and that even in this, the grander purposes of Source would be being fulfilled. They camped for the night, and everyone was rather quiet and contemplative before they retired for sleep. The following day, Jesus continued to lead them on a tour of the shadow world and the creatures upon it. Though they encountered many strange beasts and flora such as they had never imagined in brilliant hues of purple, orange, and red, they had no more encounters with dangerous animals. On their third day, Jesus told them they would soon be returning to their earth. No sooner had he spoken than they spied a group of 6 very hairy man-like creatures, each carrying a heavy club and moving rapidly in their direction. "What shall we do about these?" Caiaphas wondered aloud. "Merely remain still and observe them as they approach us," Jesus admonished. As the man-like creatures came ever closer, Matthew whispered, "Are they blind? They act as if they don't even see us, yet I can already smell them, an awful stench like rotting carcasses." "They cannot see us," Jesus revealed. "I have lifted us to a higher resonance for the moment to avoid potential conflicts. Just watch and listen." As the man-like creatures came upon Jesus and his group, they stepped aside so the creatures could pass by. In passing, they almost brushed the apostles who along with the women were all holding their noses and breaths, trying to avoid breathing the foul odor that wafted from the creatures. Suddenly, as a group, the 6 creatures all stopped and began to sniff the air. They began to speak rapidly to one another and look around in all directions. But their words were completely unintelligible, sounding only like gibberish. "Oh, I cannot take the smell!" Salome exclaimed. "Rather than remain with them standing next to us, let us move upwind quickly, lest we succumb to the odor and faint." Everyone murmured in agreement, but the man-like creatures had heard her voice and now they were frantically searching for the source of both the sound and the scent they had evidently also perceived. Then the air was split by a terrifying, high-pitched scream of an animal, and in a blur, the man-like creatures disappeared in frenzied fright around a large boulder some distance away. When after a few minutes they did not reappear, nor did the animal come upon them that had rent the air with its primordial call, the apostles and the women let out a collective sigh of relief and turned to Jesus for answers. Seeing the looks of shock on their faces, Jesus could not help but laugh, saying, "I told you they could not see us, why did you fear?" Perhaps, it was because they could hear us and smell us and looked for us and carried big clubs, ventured Miriam. Or perhaps, stuttered Philip, it was because as scary as those creatures were, they were gravely alarmed by the scream of a still more frightening beast that we could not see. And if hearing it motivated them into instant flight, we had to worry at least a little about ourselves and perhaps should still be worrying, for we know not yet where this monster lurks. "If I may add," Caiaphas interjected, "I should like to know why, if they could not see us, they could still hear and smell us." "Very well," Jesus responded. "I shall answer your questions. First, you should know that there is no other more fearsome creature near us. I made the sound of the large beast that hunts the man-creatures, and projected it with my aura to frighten them away before they had any type of encounter with us. As for their perceptions of our presence, the sense of sight is a most complicated part of the physical body and requires many physical aspects to be working well for someone to actually see out of their eyes. It is easy to conceal your presence from someone's sight merely by slightly altering your resonance, which removes some of the accustomed clues to your presence. But the senses of hearing and smell are far more simple. They require less abilities of the physical body to perceive and are therefore more difficult to conceal by the small resonance change we did. Even on your earth, when creatures from the shadow worlds enter, they will often be heard and smelled, but not seen. Their resonance is different enough that the lower senses can perceive them, but not the higher, more complex. This is why it is so important for you to become sensitive to what you feel with your aura, because with this, you can sense far more energies than your eyes can see or your ears can hear or your nose can smell or your mouth can taste or your skin can feel. In time, with experience, you will be able to identify nearly everything, both from your world and others, merely by how its aura feels as it comes in contact with yours. Truly, your aura is the sum of your being. It embodies every iota of your body and every iota of your spirit. It is connected to all existence from the most inconsequential bug to the essence of the Celestine light of Source. A worthy pursuit of all children of light is to know yourself so fully that your aura is your best friend, for in this, you will be in harmony with all creation. Then to strive to be so perfected in your body, mind, and spirit that you can be in resonance with all things as you desire, even as are the Source. In this life, you will never achieve that level of perfection, but by striving for it, with focus and faith, but without fanaticism, you will still gain more than you can imagine, and amazing will be the wonders that shall be yours. You will truly be in the world but not of it. Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles remained upon the shadow earth for 2 more days, encountering more strange and peculiar creatures and being taught the intricacies of the power of the aura by Jesus. But the teachings revealed by Jesus, concerning the aura, cannot be written, else, the secrets might become known to the people of the world. The mysteries can only be revealed to the children of light as they are prepared to receive them. The following day, after a good night's sleep on the shadow world, Jesus asked Thomas to open a portal back to Bethany for them, and following the instructions Jesus had previously given them, Thomas inscribed the Celestine symbol in the air and spoke the word of power, and the gateway opened before them and they all passed through. They appeared in the courtyard of the home of Lazarus, who encountered them a few minutes after they had arrived and exclaimed in astonishment, "Why have you returned so quickly? Have you changed your plans and decided to remain with us longer, or did you forget something?" Caiaphas looked at Lazarus quizzically, as did the others, and he replied, "I understand not the meaning of your jest." Now it was Lazarus who looked at Caiaphas perplexed. He said, "What do you mean, brother Caiaphas? I made no jest. I merely asked why you have returned so soon after you departed. I am happy you are here again. I was just surprised to see you come back so quickly." Many of the apostles looked at one another with complete bewilderment written upon their faces, and Matthias spoke to Lazarus, saying, "Your words are confusing, brother. You speak as if we have been gone but hours, when we have been away for many days." Now it was Lazarus whose face expressed surprise, and he replied, "Why do you say that? Have you eaten a noxious herb that has affected your minds? It was but a couple of hours ago that you departed." Lazarus pointed to a servant at the basin outside of the courtyard and said, "Look there at Bibi. She was washing clothes in the basin when you left, and she is still tending to the same clothes as they dry on the line." As it dawned upon the apostles that something peculiar had occurred, they looked to Jesus for answers, and perceiving their thoughts, he said unto them, "We have walked in the space between the spaces where time is not set by the sun that is in this sky. For those adepts who walk in the kingdoms of different resonances, time is not at all, save that which they want it to be. I have shown this unto you, and now it is given to you to teach the highest of the adepts among the children of light how to be time walkers, even as you have become." Turning to Lazarus, Jesus put his hand upon his shoulder and said unto the apostles, "Here is the first of your new students. Let he who has tasted death be the first from beyond the apostles to truly learn and understand that life never ends. For time has neither a beginning nor an end, and death is just the passage to a new resonance in the timelessness and continuity of infinity and eternity." The Fifth Kingdom. Jesus takes Miriam, Salome, the apostles, and Lazarus to another strange world. This one is in Kuras, the fifth kingdom of resonance. Accompanied by Lazarus, they enter through a portal in the courtyard of the home of Miriam's parents. Once there, they have some interesting experiences with beings called Hebs, who are very different in appearance from an Alamar and very scientifically advanced. Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles remained only a single night in Bethany, but it was a joyous time of reunion with Martha and the children, who had all not expected to see everyone again so soon, and Jesus, not ever again in the flesh. The Linica. That night, Jesus asked everyone at the house to group into threes and to separate into different rooms or outside into different areas and share the Linica together. When they were all finished, he asked them to now group together with 6 or 7 in a group and do the Linica once more. After they had all completed the Linica a second time, he asked everyone to group together in a circle of power in the central courtyard outside and share the Linica once again. When they were finished, everyone quietly began to look at one another and acknowledged with soft-spoken words the humbling power of what they had just experienced. And Jesus said unto them, with this, you have felt the outpouring of the Spirit of Source that fills your being and radiates out from your aura with the Linica, some of you for the first time. You have seen how when more children of light are added to the circle, the strength you feel is multiplied many times more than the numbers that have been added. From the sacred circles of power, the essence of the Linica and many other wonderful blessings of the Celestine light can be manifested. I show this to you now that you will all remember this when I am no more among you in the flesh, both the adults and the children. Remember then to share the Linica often among yourselves, whenever 2 or more children of light are gathered together with love and one intent. Lazarus seeks permission to accompany. The following morning, everyone rose at first light before the sun came above the horizon. After breakfast, Jesus asked his wives and apostles to gather inside the garden courtyard, for it was surrounded by the house on one side and walls on the other 3, giving it complete privacy from curious eyes. Lazarus came out into the courtyard with them, and when Jesus told everyone that they would depart for the 5th kingdom from this spot, Lazarus asked if he might go with them. Jesus put his hand upon the shoulder of Lazarus and smiled gently with love and said unto him, Alas, my good brother Lazarus, it cannot be. Where we go, even my apostles will scarcely be able to bear the strangeness, and they have seen and experienced many unusual things as they have traveled with me. Lazarus's face was crestfallen, and he implored Jesus to let him come with them, saying, Surely if my sister and Salome can bear the shocks, then so can I, a man who has faced brigands on the caravan trails and experienced a slow, painful death. What could be worse than death? And Miriam, overhearing his words, came over and putting her arm through Jesus's, said unto him, My brother has been so faithful and true. Please grant him permission that he may come and see the wonders of the places to which you take us. Surely, no harm will come to him, for you will be there, and I will stay near to him. Lazarus thanked his sister, but was piqued with some surprise and said, I am grateful for your support, Miriam, but surely you will not need to be near to me for my sake. I am a man and can take care of myself, and you, and Salome too, if needs be. If there will be danger, it is all the more reason I should accompany you. I will bring my sword. All of the apostles were standing near enough to hear the conversation, and there was laughter from several of them upon hearing the declaration of Lazarus. Caiaphas came up to him and said, Your sister is not quite the sister you remember, dear brother. I think she will fear no place, nor man, or beast, and I would happily have her with me anywhere I might go that I would fear. And best leave your sword here if you come. Wherever we are going, I am sure it would not be of much use. Lazarus looked at Caiaphas perplexed, and replied, Yes, there can be no doubt Miriam is remarkable among women, but let us not forget she is still a woman, and it is we men whom Source has endowed with strength that we might be a protector of women and children. And for this, swords can be useful. Miriam spoke then to Lazarus, saying, We have been humbled by all we have learned as we have accompanied Jesus and Miriam, chief among the humbling being that beyond strength of arm or mind, there is something greater, and that something Miriam has in abundance. What something? Lazarus asked, with rising curiosity. Jesus smiled as he listened to the verbal exchanges, and his heart softened in so much that he decided to allow Lazarus to come with them to the fifth kingdom. Though you do not yet understand, you may accompany us, as long as you promise to remain by your sister's side, and this, I assure you, is for your protection, not hers. And leave your sword here, for where we go Caiaphas is correct, it will not help you. Lazarus gave a little laugh, and with a big smile, he replied, Thank you, Jesus. In deepest sincerity, this means so much to me. Although I think you and the brethren are still playing a little game with me and Miriam. But I will do as you ask and see what comes. Jesus smiled back at him, saying, So you shall, brother. Let me know if you have any surprises. And Lazarus nodded to him affirmatively. Yoda the younger opens the portal. Jesus then walked over to one of the high courtyard walls and asked for a volunteer to open a gateway there to the fifth kingdom. Yoda the younger stepped forward and hesitantly raised his hand, saying, Good Jesus, if I may be so bold, might I attempt to open the portal? Jesus smiled with happiness to see Yoda the younger, who had some timidity, ask to open the gateway, and he said unto him, That would be excellent, Yoda. And you will not bane eating Miriam's crystal, will you? Yoda answered with some surprise and a smile of appreciation, Oh, you have seen me as I have whittled my wand. What my physical eyes see not, my spiritual eyes behold, Jesus replied. Then Yoda stepped toward the wall and pulled a straight wand of wood from his sleeve where he had made a pouch to hold it. But as he stepped toward the wall with his wand raised, he was intercepted by some of his brethren who grasped his arm that they could examine more closely the wand he had produced. Philip in particular was very excited, and he asked Yoda if he could look closely at his wand before he used it. Yoda nodded his head and handed his wand to Philip, and he noted the very fine workmanship that Yoda had wrought upon the wood. It was made of an exceedingly hard wood, yet nevertheless, had a deeply carved spiral groove going from its base to its tip. When did you make this? Philip inquired. Last night while everyone slept, Yoda answered. I took the wood from a fallen piece of the peculiar flowering tree standing near the spring that wanted to eat you at the last kingdom. It called to me in spirit. I carved a spiral into it last night by the light of the full moon, for Jesus has said that a spiral enhances the flow of the powers of celestine light upon which we call. It is impressive, Philip commended him. Then handing the wand back to Yoda, he admonished, Please, without delay, let us see the power of celestine light you can call forth and focus with such a tool. Yoda smiled with almost childlike enthusiasm. After looking to Jesus and getting a nod of approval, he went over to the wall, and using the tip of his wand, he drew the Celestine diagram to open the portal and uttered the Celestine word of power. Immediately, the shimmering, unearthly blue spiral light appeared, and the portal opened before them in the wall the height and breadth of a man. The wall became opaquely translucent at that spot, and though it could dimly be seen, there was a land that was far different than the land that was usually on the other side of the wall. Marvelous! Jesus exclaimed. Well done, Yoda! Yoda beamed with Jesus's compliment. Jesus, Miriam, and Salome then walked to the entry of the portal, and Lazarus came with them that he might remain by his sister's side as he had promised Jesus. Before passing through, Jesus turned to the brethren and said unto them, The world we now travel to is in the fifth kingdom. Upon this world are beings that are greater than you in all things, except the spiritual and the powers of celestine light that are your gifts. Do not be awed or cowed by the strangeness of these people or the grandeur of their cities, for compared to the glories of the celestial kingdom that await you, we travel to a city of bare branches and camel hair. It will be like a trip to Egypt, Lazarus exclaimed, with anticipation in his voice. Hopefully without the flies, heat, and bandits. Much more than that, brother, Miriam replied, and much quicker too. The power of both belief and non-belief. Jesus moved his arm forward with an open hand toward the portal, saying, Lazarus, why don't you pass through first and we will all follow? Just step into the blue light. Now that the opportunity he had so sought was before him, Lazarus hesitated, saying, Stepping into the light, I will truly be taken to another land? I will not just be hitting my head against the hard wall too. Everyone's humor. Perhaps, you will hit your head, Lazarus, Jesus answered. If that is what you expect. The gateway is open, and even those who have no faith in what lies on the other side can pass through, as long as they do not disbelieve. Yet disbelief or absence of faith can make it impassable. If you believe nothing, then you affect nothing. But if you believe something, either in this gateway to another world beyond the blue light or not, your belief or lack of belief will manifest unto you. If you simply walk through the blue light without thinking there is a passageway behind it or fearing there is a wall, neither believing nor disbelieving, you will pass through with ease. It will be the same as one who has faith in the existence of the portal. But if you doubt its existence or believe there is only a stone wall behind the blue light, then surely you will end up sitting on the ground with a headache from hitting the wall and look around to find all of us gone. For we will have passed through while you were rubbing your aching head. Lazarus looked at Jesus with devotion, saying, You have told me there is a portal to a new land beyond the blue light. Therefore, I have not faith, but a sure knowledge that it is so. Stand aside now, for here comes Lazarus. And without looking back, he leaped in one bound into the spinning blue light and disappeared. All the others rapidly followed after him. First impressions of the fifth kingdom. Amazing! Lazarus exclaimed as he stepped out of the gateway into the fifth kingdom. To take a single step, as simple as passing into another room. But it is not another room to which we have come. But another land. One such as I have never seen or imagined, he said in awe as he looked around at the strangely hued and shaped vegetation. The apostles soon followed and also stood looking all about at the astounding world upon which they had arrived. Look in the sky. Yoda the younger said incredulously, pointing upward. There are two suns. And look at that forest in the distance. Shimon said, pointing in wonder. The trees rise to impossible heights. Even from as far away as we stand, those trees are surely 10 times taller than any trees we have ever seen. Those are not trees, Jesus interjected calmly. Those are tall buildings in a city greater by far than Rome. Buildings? Queried Yoda's Iscariot. How can buildings possibly be so tall and thin and not fall down? We must consider that it is possible, Cephas proffered. We are looking at the city. And there are great trees, like the cedar forests of Lebanon, that are tall and thin, and they do not fall down. Therefore, perhaps the men of this land can likewise make buildings of great height and thinness that somehow also do not fall down. Jesus spoke quickly after Caiaphas, saying, "Concerning the men of this world, you should be aware that there are no men here such as you. You have never seen their likeness. But they have seen Alamar-like creatures that look somewhat like you, and they are mortal enemies. Therefore, do not expect a warm greeting when they first come upon our party." Apostles left on their own to call forth their gifts. Do you think they will attack us or merely be offended by our presence? Philip wondered, for we have no weapons to defend ourselves. You even told Lazarus not to bring his sword. Jesus turned and looked at Philip with some sadness, saying, "What need would you have of weapons, Philip, even if an army attacked? Have you not the authority of Source upon you? Have you not received gifts of celestine light that can see you through the greatest darkness and overcome the mightiest foe?" "Yes, of course," Philip stammered. "We all have our gifts and our faith in Source. But in truth, it is not faith in Source I lack, but faith in myself and in the current usefulness of my gifts of celestine light, which I am only beginning to understand and have virtually no experience at using or even a sure knowledge of how to use them." It is as if a man who had never seen a sling is given one and told to defend himself as an enemy is preparing to charge him. Perhaps he will intuitively figure out how to use it, or perhaps he will wonder how a skinny piece of cloth and string could possibly be used for a weapon and will be slain while he is trying to understand it. I am ashamed to say that is how I feel about my gifts of celestine light. I am honored beyond measure to have been deemed worthy to receive them. But I am woefully unaware of how to use them. Hearing his confession of ineptitude, most of the other apostles spoke up in agreement, saying they too lacked faith in their capability to employ the sacred gifts they had been given. To master your gifts of celestine light and gain an unshakable faith in yourself is why we have come to this particular world in the fifth kingdom today, Jesus explained. You will encounter people and their creations, such as you have never imagined. They will consider you an enemy and seek to have power over you. You will need to rely upon your gifts to save yourselves. Jesus pointed to a nearby hill. Miriam and I shall move to that hill along with Lazarus to observe you, but we will not interfere to aid you overtly. However, we shall give you counsel in your minds as you receive the challenges of a civilization unlike any upon the earth you call home. As you move to different places, we will continue to move with you, staying back far enough to not be physically involved in your affairs. No, 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 please no, Toma protested. You cannot leave us alone to fend for ourselves against an enemy we know not, with no weapons save our gifts, which none of us have shown any significant ability to use. We are like the ignorant man with the sling in the example Philip told. Please forgive me for so saying, Jesus, but it seems unreasonable to expect this much of us when we are still just infants in our abilities. Jesus answered, saying, as I have said before, where much has been given, much is expected. You have received great gifts of celestine light that you may accomplish great things. When you have a light, you do not hide it under a basket, and you are the lights of the world. Tomorrow is the day that the weak will become strong and the ignorant enlightened. But today is the day that the strong recognize their strength. Today is the day that you discover who you really are. Caiaphas took a step forward, and holding his hands spread in front of him, he lifted them up and down, saying, We have all been practicing, a little here and a little there with our gifts. Then he cupped his hands closely together with his palms up, saying, But it is only this little bit that we have actually mastered. I think I am further along than most, but even so, I would still prefer a sharp sword or a stout staff to defend myself against attackers until you have taught us more in the ways to call forth our gifts of celestine light. With power and focused direction, and we have had more time to practice using what knowledge we gain." Jesus smiled slightly as he answered Caiaphas, saying, "Swords may help you against brigands on your earth, but here, they would be as useless against your foes as throwing an ant at an armored Roman soldier. Only your gifts will save you." Then looking around at all of them, he elaborated, saying, "There are some things that need to be taught, such as celestine words of power that call in certain specific forces of the celestine light, but these things you have already learned in our days." Together. What remains is simply the need for total faith in Source, in yourself, and in the gifts that you know you have, that and a love for your brethren and a passion to succeed using your gifts. Remember, even if they have yet to be seen, I have told you that you have these gifts, therefore, you know that it is so. You have heard me teach often that with faith, nothing is impossible to you. If you believe in me, you must also believe in yourselves, else, you deny your belief in me. Now, before the first citizens of this world come upon you, prepare yourselves. Find a stick of wood that you can quickly fashion into a wand to more surely focus your gifts, or dedicate a rock crystal or a spiral shell that you carry to serve the same purpose, if you have not already done so. Give thanks for your callings and offer a prayer to Source to be able to call forth your gifts. When the time comes upon you to resist the people of this world, remember that all life is precious, for everyone is on a path of eternal progression. And it is wrong to end someone's progression in the physical life unless there is no other way to save your own or that of your friends. And with your gifts of celestine light, there will always be another way if you are calling upon them in their fullness. And how is it that you should call upon them? Do now as I say, focus your energy this moment into your core. Pull in your aura and concentrate it near your JA. Feel it inside of you. Swirl it around faster and faster and feel it swirling inside of you. Use your Ka to direct your auric energy to swirl here and there, within you. Command yourself to feel it, swirling through your abdomen, then down your arms, and shooting out your fingertips, then swirling again in your abdomen, then shooting out of your eyes, then your feet. Call upon Source and the energies of celestine light, which permeates all things, to come into you and strengthen you and augment and increase the power of your own aura so much so that your body lightens and feels as if it is beginning to float off the ground. And so it can if you call forth your gifts in fullness. The apostles did as Jesus bade, each in their own way, some with eyes closed, some with eyes open, some standing, some on their knees, praying, some looking upward into the heavens, as they called upon the powers of Source to imbue them. While they were thus engaged, Jesus, Miriam, and Lazarus began to walk away toward the nearby hill where Jesus had said they would go. Salome had not been doing any of the things Jesus had directed, and seeing Miriam departing, she called out to her and ran up to be with her, saying, "Why do you leave me here alone with the men?" Miriam embraced her with great affection and, kissing her forehead softly, said unto her, "It is also your destiny, dearest flower, to blossom into your fullest splendor. This place is a garden in which you will come forth in your glory." "But I am not an apostle," Salome protested. "I have not been given the multitude of special gifts they have because of their calling. What shall become of me?" Miriam took a step back, still holding on to each of Salome's hands. She smiled at her lovingly and said, "The men need their special callings as apostles to more easily bring forth their gifts, but you need no such calling, for you are a virtuous woman who loves and is loved, whose eye is single to the light of Source. Therefore, the Celestine light is one with you, in waste human can scarcely comprehend, for they know not the Celestine love that you know. You are a daughter of God who knows who you are, and all the powers of the Celestine light in all the heavens upon the numberless worlds of creation are waiting to come to you as you call upon them. The men will struggle. They will succeed, but it will be a great effort for many of them. But for you, dearest Salome, to call forth any gift of source that is given for mortal men and women to have is as easy as breathing. Whatsoever you can conceive, you can manifest, even if you do not yet know the structure, as long as you keep love at your core and fear not. A wide smile of happiness spread across Salome's face, and she stepped forward and lightly kissed Miriam on the lips and gazed for a moment with deep love into her eyes, saying, "Thank you, my precious Miriam." Then she turned and ran back toward the men and, looking into the heavens, began to call upon the powers of God. After about 10 minutes, everyone seemed to walk with a more upright stance and confidence as they had been filled by the Celestine light of source, which they had sought. They spread out a little then as some sought sticks, which they could fashion into wands. Salome and some of the others brought out rock crystals or spiral shells, which they had been carrying in their garments, most no larger than the length of a hand and some barely as long as a finger. Each person performed a quick bonding ritual with their wands of wood or crystal or shell, and then Jesus spoke to them in their minds, saying, "Begin to now explore this world. As you walk, continue to call in more Celestine light from the heavens. Continue to keep your aura very close to you and feel your own energy swirling inside of you." Jesus, Miriam, and Lazarus walked up on a sloping ridge of short, red grass that stretched out a great distance, forming the side of a narrow valley, and followed the apostles and Salome at a distance as they walked about in the valley below. Attack of the silver orbs. After about an hour, Caiaphas, who was leading the apostles, pointed into the sky toward the city, saying, "Look! Rapidly approaching are some type of birds." They all looked at the sky toward the city and saw the 7 small dots grow larger as they approached, until they could discern that they were not birds, but small spheres about 4 times the size of a man's head. Nothing protruded from them, and they were entirely made of a brilliant, silvery substance, which reflected the light of the 2 suns in bright glares. The 7 orbs were quickly upon them, encircling them, in complete silence. 2 suddenly broke away and zoomed over to hover above Jesus, Miriam, and Lazarus. The apostles gazed at the silver orbs in awe. Matthias blinked his eyes and held both hands to his face in bewilderment, asking, "How are they staying up in the air without wings?" The other apostles looked equally perplexed, and all began to utter similar questions among themselves. Some looked back toward the hill where Jesus, Miriam, and Lazarus were standing in the distance, but they received no sign from them. Suddenly, all of the apostles, Salome and Lazarus, standing beside Jesus and Miriam, became rigidly straight, with their arms flattened against their sides. The apostles and Salome then turned and faced the city and began to walk and totter with what seemed to be great reluctance toward it. Lazarus, however, seemed not at all reluctant, and immediately after standing rigidly and facing the city, he sauntered down the slope off the ridge and began walking in easy steps toward it. Only Jesus and Miriam seemed unaffected, and the apostles and Salome were crying out to them in their minds, "Help us! Help us, Lord of Light! Our bodies are not our own," Caiaphas called out to Jesus in his mind. "We are possessed of demons and are being compelled against our will. Help us!" Miriam heard the voice of Salome calling to her in her mind and pleading, "Miriam, please help me. My body moves even though I command it to stay. I try to resist, and there is terrible pain through all of my body. It is unbearable. Please help me." Hearing Salome in agony, Miriam looked to Jesus, but knowing her thoughts to rescue Salome, he shook his head and said unto her in her mind, "We must love them enough to let them fight their own fight and find themselves and their own power. But this is so strange to them, my lord," Miriam spoke aloud to him. "Their senses and their minds are overwhelmed so much so they cannot even line up their thoughts to consider how to use their gifts to resist. Most of them are so confused they cannot even speak to us in their minds." Jesus nodded in agreement and answered, "Nevertheless, we must give them time to discover themselves. They will be in pain, but will not be killed, even if they resist." He then pointed to Lazarus walking away and said, "But see to the safety of your brother, for he has not been given the gifts of the apostles and goes happily as a lamb to the slaughter without understanding the consequences or means to prevent them." Miriam nodded her head in agreement and forcefully thrust each hand skyward with fingers splayed, each pointing toward one of the orbs. Hovering over them, she closed her eyes and uttered a single Celestine word of power, and immediately both orbs dropped to the ground with clanging metallic thunks and rolled down the slope to come to rest at its base. Lazarus immediately stopped walking and stood shaking his head for a few moments and turned to look back up at Jesus and Miriam atop the ridge and then looked at the group of apostles to his right who seemed to be walking with great stiffness toward the city. Turning once more toward Jesus and Miriam, he saw her beckoning for him to return to the ridge, and he complied and walked toward the slope. As he came upon one of the fallen orbs lying on the ground, he reached out and touched it with his finger. Immediately, he let out a loud shriek and fell to the ground as if dead and did not move again. Seeing this, Miriam ran down the slope to him, and kneeling down, she reached with her left hand and cupped his head, raising it slightly off the ground. Then she put the palm of her right hand upon his forehead and within a few seconds, his eyes opened and he looked at her groggily and said, "Have I died and been resurrected again?" he asked. Innocently. "Nearly," Miriam replied. "Now come back to the height with us and do not touch any more things of this world that you know not." Lazarus stood up feebly as Miriam took his hand, helping him, and assured her, "That is sage advice, my sister. Be certain that I shall follow it henceforth." Upon arriving atop the ridge, Lazarus looked back in confusion at the apostles and Salome. Some of them were walking stiffly toward the city but seemed to be resisting their own body and trying not to walk. Yoda's Iscariot was prone on his belly, being dragged backward toward the city by some unseen force while clawing madly at the ground trying to hold himself in place. Then Yohanan was also face down on the ground, being pulled by an invisible force toward the city, then Amram, and then in quick succession Shimon, Matthias, and Yoda. Salome was standing with her fists clenched while her clothing was nearly being pulled off her body by what seemed to be a great wind. Yet there was no sound or other visible sign of wind, nor did any of the apostles seem to be affected by a similar phenomenon. Cephas and Philip were both yelling at the orbs in the sky, but they did not respond to them. "What is happening?" Lazarus asked Jesus and Miriam with some fear tinged in his voice. But Miriam shushed him, saying, "Please do not speak as we must concentrate so we can talk with our brethren in their minds as they fight with the orbs." Ignoring her, Lazarus spoke anyway, saying, "Fight with the orbs? What do you mean? The orbs are not fighting with them, they are just sitting there peacefully in the sky." Rather than answer him, without looking back or taking her eyes off the apostles and Salome, Miriam cast her hand back toward Lazarus, opening her fingers wide. Immediately, he was struck dumb. Nor could he move his feet from the ground where he was standing. He called out in protest to Miriam in his mind, as he knew that she and Jesus communicated that way between himself and the apostles, but she did not answer him. The apostles meanwhile were obviously fighting mightily against some unseen physical force apparently emanating from the orbs, according to the words of Miriam. Among the apostles, there was a great deal of chaos in their actions. Some were praying, some were trying to cast spells, some with their words, and others with the aid of their wands or crystals, but in every case to no avail. As they all were losing ground and being pulled against their will toward the city. "We must unite!" Salome yelled loudly above the din. "She is right!" Caiaphas shouted above the chaotic sounds of struggle, hoping the others could hear. "Alone, we are losing this battle." "But how?" Philip, who was standing nearby, yelled. "We are all doing different things, fighting different orbs. I'm not even sure many of the others can hear you as they have been dragged too far away already." Then Caiaphas heard Jesus speaking in his mind, saying, "Speak to them with your thoughts. They all can hear you, no matter how far they may be from you. You can do it, Caiaphas." And Miriam spoke to Salome in her mind, saying, "You are stronger than the men, Salome, in the power of the Celestine light. Go now to Caiaphas. Ignore the pain and will yourself to do it. Touch his gateways and with love give of your essence to him to strengthen him. Give freely, as much as he needs. Do it now." Hearing the words of Miriam, Salome turned with eyes fiercely intent upon Caiaphas standing about 5 paces away and, with steely resolve, resisted the force pulling her toward the city and began to walk toward him. Her face a grimace of pain as she fought to pull away from the nerve-wrenching compulsion. "Salome is coming to you," Jesus told Caiaphas in his mind. "She will touch you and impart her soul essence to you. Share her strength and reach out then in your mind and command your brethren, as I know you can, to be one, for when you are one, there is nothing that can stand against you." Salome's last steps to Caiaphas were a mighty struggle, like trying to walk through thick mud while being pricked by 1,000 dagger points. Seeing her great effort to reach him, Caiaphas willed himself to take a step toward her. She stretched out to reach him and fell to her knees, but grasped his hands in hers, intertwining their fingers as she fell, uniting their Alpha/Omega gateways. Immediately, Caiaphas' countenance changed as Salome's soul essence poured into him, empowering him beyond his own capabilities. Imbued with her essence, he called out to his brethren with confidence, speaking to them in their minds as one, saying, "Each of you, ignore all the other orbs, no matter how great the pain or what is happening to you. Look at the orb closest to me, almost over the head of Philip. In whatever way you can, focus on this orb and command it to be cast dead upon the ground." Barely had the words left the mind of Caiaphas and entered the minds of the others than they did as he bid. Turning from their private struggles with the various orbs, they all looked at the orb nearest Caiaphas, and using their various gifts, and each in a different manner, they focused and called upon the powers within themselves and the powers of Source through the Celestine light. As one, they commanded the orb to fall to the ground dead, and so it did, almost hitting Philip as it fell. Salome still held fast to Caiaphas as he clasped her hands in his, but now she stood facing him, and Caiaphas commanded his brethren once again, saying, "Now the same to the next nearest orb, that is, near Arimathea." Once again the apostles turned to focus on the orb Caiaphas has singled out, and once again in seconds it fell to the ground dead. And so they continued one orb after another until all of them had fallen to the ground and moved no more, and only then was their pain and compulsion gone. Still holding her hands intertwined in his, Caiaphas looked at Salome and, with great gratitude, said, "Thank you, sister. I know you gave that which is most precious, and I and all my brethren are most grateful." Salome smiled weakly at him and sighed deeply, "For a good cause, brother. And I know that which I gave shall come again, even more so, because I gave with unselfishness and love for you, my brethren." Caiaphas smiled at her and nodded warmly. Then turning to the scattered apostles, he called them to him, even as Jesus, Miriam, and Lazarus began to make their way down the ridge to also be with them. Taking life unnecessarily when everyone had gathered together, Jesus commended them for their efforts, saying, "Well done, my good friends and brothers. Here you faced a challenge unlike anything on your world beyond your imaginations to conceive, and uniting together, you were still able to overcome the great unknown. Remember the lesson from this encounter well, for you will have more opportunities in the years ahead to employ its principles." "But what is it we did?" asked Thomas. "We commanded things, we know not, to die, without even knowing how it is that such things perish." "In that, you did both good and bad," Jesus replied. "The good is that using your faith, you were able to effect something with your gifts that you had absolutely no comprehension of. Despite your ignorance of the orb and what its strengths and weaknesses might be, nevertheless your will was accomplished upon it. But you erred in willing it to perish. For in your lack of knowledge of this world, you may have been killing one of the beings that reside here. The orbs caused you great pain. They compelled you against your will. But never did they give an indication that they intended to kill you or even maim you. Therefore, in your defense, you overreacted. Using your gifts of celestine light, you called upon the orbs to die, and so it seems they did. But you must consider that these orbs may be the life of this earth in this kingdom." "Seriously?" asked Jesus's brother Yaakov. "You are implying that these shiny balls could be some form of life, like an animal. Because you do not know what they are, that possibility cannot be discounted," Jesus responded. "If they are not life, then what do you think they are, Yaakov? Or any of you?" he inquired. Considering Jesus's question, the other Yaakov reached forth to touch the nearest orb in curiosity, but Lazarus quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him back, saying, "Do not touch it, Yaakov. I did so earlier, and I assure you that you will not enjoy the experience." Jesus turned to Miriam and directed her, saying, "Please put each of the orbs to sleep that the brethren may touch them without pain." Miriam then went forth and quickly touched each of the orbs, then returned to Jesus's side. The Hebs and the Bras. Jesus again addressed the apostles, saying, "You may now freely touch the orbs. They will not harm you as they did Lazarus when he touched one on the ground. I will tell you that they are not life, but creations of the people who live here. But be gentle with them, for they contain a surprise within that must not be damaged." "A surprise," mused Miriam. "Perhaps some food, for I am hungry after all of this unfamiliar xe and ka exertion." "We shall see," Jesus replied, pointing toward the orb lying on the ground nearest Miriam. "Let us open one that you may discover its contents." Miriam went over and hefted the orb, saying, "It is very light. I do not think there is any food inside of it." He shook it gently, observing, "I do not hear anything rattling around inside. Nor can I see any way to get into it other than punching a hole with something sharp, for there are no seams." He knocked on it with his knuckles, producing a faint empty echo. "I think it is hollow, but we will have to make a hole in it to see inside." "I think not," Jesus responded. There is a way in, but Miriam will need to open it. Surely, each of you could accomplish it, but until you see her do it, you would spend too long of a time trying to fathom it, and we have much still to do." Hearing Jesus's words, Miriam went over to the orb next to Miriam. She placed a hand on opposite sides of the orb, then said the Celestine word of power. Isavant. And immediately a seam appeared around the circumference of the orb, and one half of it slid back inside the other half, revealing a small unmoving figure, dressed in resplendent clothing and accoutrements, reclining on its back in a tiny chair. "What in the world is that?" Matthias exclaimed, hitting his face lightly with his hand. "Is it some type of animal?" wondered Toma. "Not an animal," Caiaphas declared. "It is some type of thing like one of us, except, very small." "It is not at all like us," Yakov refuted. "Look at the proportions. Besides being no bigger than 2 rats end to end, its head is disproportionately too large for its very, very long and slender body. The girth of our bodies is much bigger than the girth of our heads, where its head is greater in girth than its body. And it has almost no neck. It has no hair whatsoever, and it is entirely green. Have you ever seen a green person?" Philip stuck his head quite close so he could see the creature more clearly. "I think it has 3 eyes as well," he announced. "I cannot be sure, for the slits are tiny like the creature. Nor do I see a mouth or ears of any type. No, other than 2 arms, 6 fingers, and 2 legs, this creature does not resemble anything close to a human." Salome put her hand on Jesus's arm, asking, "Are there creatures like this inside all of the orbs?" "Yes," Jesus answered. "The orbs are merely the ships. These beings are the masters. Ships that fly. Mastered by peculiar creatures the size of rats, without mouths or ears. This is certainly the strangest of worlds," mumbled Yohanan. "I wonder how it is that they eat or speak," he muttered to himself. While everyone else spent several minutes gathered around the orb, looking at the creature within, Miriam went quietly to all of the other orbs and opened them up. Gently extracting the small limp pilots, she returned to the group, cradling all of them in her arms. She laid them down gently in the soft burgundy grass beneath her feet and took out the pilot from the orb the others had been observing and laid it alongside those on the grass. Jesus gestured toward the unmoving pilots laid out on the grass, saying, "Now you see the wrong that might have been done. In your efforts to extract yourself from the grip of the orbs which as far as you knew might themselves have been alive, you certainly killed the pilots, by your commands for the orbs to die. As I have taught you, it is permissible to take a life, if there is no other way to save your own or protect your family. But there was nothing to indicate that the orbs were trying to kill you, only compel you. Therefore, the force you meted out was in excess of what should have been, and the consequences unfortunate. And in other circumstances, forgivable only after a long and fruitful repentance." Hearing this, the apostles wailed in grief, some holding their hands over their face in shame. And Caiaphas spoke for all of them, stammering, "Forgive us, Lord of Light. We did not think that the orbs could be life or that there could be life within them. And I was the one who directed my brethren into sin, so let the consequences fall only upon me." Philip raised his arm slightly to draw attention and added meekly, "Even if we had imagined such possibilities, we were blessed simply to see our gifts of the Celestine light called forth with focus successfully. But to have more control of the power, to be able to say, this much to disable, but not so much as to kill, is beyond our understanding and abilities at this time. Please forgive us and tell us how we might make amends and create a worthy repentance." Jesus answered, saying, "Learn from your mistakes. Practice more and learn to control the power of your gifts that you have discovered this day. Covenant to use them only for the light and only in ways that honor and respect all life and all will. Be well, for the error that was done this day can still be undone. This world is called Phaertho, by these beings, which are Hebs. They are one of 3 different types of very intelligent beings that inhabit this world in the 5th kingdom, which is only one of countless worlds in the vastness of the kingdom filled with innumerable creatures, greater than the sands of the sea. Though the Hebs are very small in relation to you, they are so far advanced in their civilization and knowledge of science that you would seem barely above the animals to them. In fact, there also lives upon this world another intelligent life that the Hebs do consider animals. They are similar in appearance to you, but the males are covered in thick body hair, and both the males and females are shorter of stature and more squat. They call themselves Bras, and they are similar to those that lived upon your earth many thousands of years ago. They are still in the age of stone, whereas the Hebs fly in the sky in orbs without wings and build great cities whose towers reach far into the sky and many other marvels that would be incomprehensible to you. As I said when we first arrived, these 2 species are mortal enemies. The Bras, being so much larger than the Hebs, try and sometimes succeed at overrunning outlying parts of Heb cities. The Hebs would prefer to just be left alone, but are vigilant in defense, even to the point of sending hunting parties out to seek out and engage the Bras. They thought you were Bras. If they had captured you, they would not have killed you. They simply destroy the reproductive ability of any captured Bras, hoping to diminish their numbers and thus diminish the threat. Why, wondered Amram. What is the point of the Bras causing such trouble? Why attack a city of the Hebs? If they take it, it might be grand and reach into the sky, but the rooms would be far too small for the Bras to stick more than a hand into. And the civilization beyond their understanding to take advantage of, so why waste resources and probably lives, attacking a city from which nothing can be gained except stirring up the wrath of the Hebs to their own misfortune? Sadly, Jesus answered, "The Hebs are the favorite food of the Bras. They Bras eat the Hebs." Salome exclaimed incredulously. "Yes, Salome." Jesus acknowledged, "The Bras eat he Hebs. But the Hebs do not kill the Bras." Philip said in astonishment, "If they are continually attacked, it would seem that their castration tactic is insufficient to counter the threat. When their cities are attacked, they do kill the attackers when they can, and they are justified before source, for they act in defense of themselves and their families," Jesus answered. "But it is not such any easy task when the attackers are 5 times larger and attack in hordes with nets and clubs from many directions at once." The Hebs returned to life. Then Jesus looked at the deceased Hebs lying on the ground side by side and turned to his apostles and Salome, saying, "As it is you who killed the Hebs, it is only fitting that you should also restore their lives." "But how?" wondered Shimon. "I thought only you could bring the dead back to life." "I will help you," Jesus replied. "But you must give them your love from the depths of your Jah and bless them with a portion of your soul essence, even as Salome did for Cephas, when you were being attacked. Only when you love them enough and freely give of your most precious soul treasure, will they return to the living. I will only give them the final breath of life. Everything else, even if they live again or not, is up to you and your love and unselfishness." Then he turned to Salome, and putting his hand on her shoulder, he said unto her, Asia gave so much of your essence just moments ago, I do not ask for you to give another portion again so soon, and excuse you from this." "Thank you, my lord," Salome replied reverently. "But I plead to be able to join in the circle of love with my brethren, the apostles. I was as much a part of the demise of the little ones as they were, perhaps even more so. I do not mind giving up more of my essence of celestine light for the little ones to live again, and am honored and humbled beyond words to have the opportunity to undo the mistake that was done." Jesus gave a warm and loving smile at Salome and bent over and kissed her on her forehead, saying, "You are a treasure, Salome." He then bade Salome and the apostles to join in circles of power and love surrounding the Hebs, and to reach deep into their hearts and call forth all of their love and send it unconditionally to the Hebs, to put aside all thoughts of anger or upset. To be at peace with themselves and the world upon which they stood and with the Hebs, and to have no malice toward them, but only love. He then called upon them to immerse the Hebs in an auric light of soft purple changing to deep green called forth from the very core of their soul essence. And though physical eyes could not discern it, the spiritual eyes of one and all soon saw a translucent purple light stretch out from the bodies of Salome and the apostles, forming an oblong waving mass that settled over the Hebs and then began to spin faster and faster until it was but a blur that changed to deep green as it swirled. Then Jesus cast forth his hand toward the spinning green mass of light, and it was suddenly filled with many tendrils of bright white lightning, which exploded and turned into sparkling rain falling down upon the Hebs. Then the hazy green mass slowed its spin, turning again to purple light, then stopped altogether, and in another moment, it dissipated and was gone. At that moment, the Hebs all opened their eyes. Looking up, they saw all of the giants looking down upon them and hastily got to their feet and tried to flee. The Hebs meet the children of light. But Miriam spoke a word of power as she waved her hand at them, and like Lazarus had been earlier, they suddenly found that their feet were stuck to the ground and could not be moved. And all who were with Jesus soon heard the Hebs speaking to one another in their minds. And every word the Hebs said, in their fear, disbelief, and curiosity about the giants, each of the apostles, and Salome was understood as if they were speaking in the language they were most familiar with, some Aramaic, some Greek, and some Hebrew. And they heard Jesus speaking to the Hebs in their minds, saying, "Have no fear, my friends. We are not bras. Nor are we your enemies. We come in the light of peace from a world far from this one." Impossible. Everyone heard one of the Hebs shout in their minds. No creature but Hebs can speak in their minds. Beware, my comrades. This is some type of trap. Though no one else seemed to have a clue as to which Heb had been speaking, Miriam knelt down in front of one of them, and smiling mischievously, she shook her head a little and reached forth and touched the Heb lightly on his chest. Then everyone heard her say to him, "Not so, my friend, for all of us hear the words you speak in your mind. I speak to you now, because I know it was you who just spoke." "Impossible," the Heb exclaimed again. "They are very strange-looking bras," everyone heard another of the Hebs comment. "Look at their nice clothing. Far more than a bras could ever conceive or create. That is because we are not bras." Miriam spoke again. "We are Alamars, and we come from a world in another time and place." She looked directly at the Heb in front of her, who with spindly arms crossed seemed to still be in denial that any creature other than Hebs could mind speak. "I caused your feet to be stuck to the ground," Miriam confessed. "If you promise not to run or to try to hurt us, I will release all of you, with the promise that none of us will do anything to hurt you in any way as long as you reciprocate courtesy and kindness." The Hebs spoke quickly among themselves in their minds, then the one before Miriam said, "Agreed. Release us, giant." And with a wave of her hand, she did, and they stepped free of the bonds that had held them. Another of the Hebs boldly walked over to Miriam and spoke to her in her mind, which all heard, saying, "How did you accomplish this feat of holding our feet to the ground? And by what technology did you render us unconscious and bring our ships to the ground?" Hearing his questions, the apostles realized that they did not understand that they had actually been dead and returned to life, and apparently Miriam did not plan on enlightening them, for she answered simply, saying, "There is much about your civilization that is beyond our ken to understand. In a like manner, the means by which we accomplished that which we did is beyond your ability to fathom, for it has nothing to do with science, but only with that which is spiritual, and of this you have no foundation to comprehend the edifice." Another Heb came up to Miriam and spoke to her in her mind, saying, "You say you are from another world. That is remarkable. We have studied the other worlds through our sky glasses, but never did we suppose that any life existed upon them. We thought ours was the only place in the cosmos fortunate enough to have life." Miriam nodded her head with understanding, saying, "Yes, from what my husband Jesus tells me, that is a common misconception on many worlds." "Many worlds?" asked another Heb incredulously. "How many other worlds have life on them?" Jesus spoke to them then in their minds, saying, "You know the beach of sand beyond the far side of your city?" "Yes," many Hebs said at once. "If you were to take all of the grains of sand upon that beach and multiply them enough to fill your entire world, you still would not have even begun to count the worlds of life that exist, which the Source have created," said Jesus. "That is too many," another Heb commented. "There are not that many worlds in the cosmos." "The Source." They heard another Heb speak. "If you are Alamars, who are the Source?" "The Source," answered Philip, also kneeling down to be closer to the Hebs, "are the creators of all life. They are the creators of us. And they are the creators of you and the Bras and every speck of life upon this world and every other." "You have strange and primitive notions," said another Heb. "Life creates itself, or in some cases is created in our laboratories. But no creature from another world created life here." Jesus the Source. Hearing this, Jesus walked over to a mottled red and green plant with many spike-like leaves and a tall central shoot that was just preparing to release seeds. He plucked one of the seeds and knelt down in front of the Heb, asking, "What is this?" "That is the seed of a gerbob," one of the Hebs answered. "And how long is its germination from planting to maturity?" Jesus inquired. 180 sleep cycles are required before a gerbob bears its fruit," answered one of the Heb. Jesus used his index finger to punch a hole in the sandy soil, then dropped the seed into the hole and covered it. Then, looking at each of the Hebs, one after another in their tiny eyes, he quietly announced, "I am Source." Then he waved his hand over the spot where he had planted the seed and stood up. Within moments, a tender shoot pushed through the ground and rapidly grew upward. Within 10 breaths, it shot forth spiky leaves. Within another 5 breaths, the tall central shoot had grown up. Within another 5, it flowered. Within another 5, it fruited, and in the time it took Jesus to step over to it, the fruit ripened and he plucked one off and sat it down upon the ground in front of the astonished Hebs, saying, "There is more to know than that which you know. And if you would become more than you are, you should listen now to what we have to share with you." There was dumbfounded silence for a moment, and then one of the Hebs answered Jesus, saying, "You are certainly more than we have conceived any other being could be. If you will teach us of your ways, we will listen. The children of light ministered to the Hebs. And it came to pass that Jesus, Miriam, Salome, Lazarus, and all of the apostles walked forth to the city of the Hebs, many of them carrying the Hebs upon their shoulders. As they approached the city, the Hebs that were with them communicated with those in the city, telling them of all that had transpired. And hundreds of thousands of Hebs came out to greet the giants from another world who could render them unconscious in their ships and stick their feet to the ground and fruit a jerbob seed in just a handful of breaths. And the visitors from earth stayed with the Hebs for many, many days, teaching them the story of the source and the creation of all the worlds and the principles of light. Who are the Hebs? And it came to pass that Jesus announced one day that the time for his group to depart would soon be upon them, and before they left, he had a great secret to share with them. And it came to pass that all the Hebs everywhere stopped whatever they were doing and listened in their minds to that which Jesus spoke. And he told them that though they were beautiful as Hebs, that they too once were Alamars in the kingdom of spirits. He shared with them the events of the rebellion in the heavenly realms led by Lucifer and how their spirits had been among those who did not follow Lucifer, but neither did they support Heavenly Father and Heavenly Mother, but instead stood aside waiting to see who would emerge the victor. Because of this, they lost a great deal of the celestine light of their soul essence, so much so that they no longer could maintain the appearance of an Alamar, which is made in the image of the source. And thus it is that they were born as Hebs, having 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs, even as the Alamars and the source, but in so many other ways appearing and acting very differently. Jesus explained that every creation of life was on a path of eternal progression, and that progression was achieved not by gaining wealth, physical beauty, or strength, but by humbly accepting one's imperfections, repenting of actions not of the light, and striving to henceforth live in the light and gain greater knowledge, faith, and love. He encouraged them by saying they were already very far along the path, and that is why they came into this life as Hebs, and not as Bras or even as a jerbob plant. He admonished them to commit to living the celestine light that they might greatly add to their soul essence, that in their next physical life they might come forth once again as Alamars made in the image of the source. And many more things did Jesus speak to the Hebs that day, even as he had taught the people of Palestine for many years. Conversions and baptisms of the Hebs. As he came to the end of his sayings, he spoke to the Hebs of baptism as the threshold that must be crossed to leave your old life behind and embark upon a new life in the celestine light. During the next 10 sleep cycles, the apostles, Miriam, Salome, and Lazarus baptized hundreds of Hebs and gave them authority to baptize others in the name of Jesus, and this they immediately did in great numbers. And it came to pass that when the time came for Jesus, Miriam, Salome, Lazarus, and the apostles to depart, over 50,000 Hebs had repented of their sins and been baptized with a commitment to henceforth live in the celestine light. And Jesus promised he would come again to them soon to teach them more of the principles of celestine light so that they might become more than they had been. Then the children of light from earth returned through a portal to the world from which they came, and other than Jesus, they never saw any of the Hebs again, but neither did any of them ever forget the profound experiences they had among them. Pathway to exaltation. Jesus gives one last talk to all the children of light around the world. Not with his voice, but with his mind, speaking his words in their minds, even to those who have never even seen him or heard of him, but have lived good lives worthy to be called children of light. He calls for a gathering to the communities of light on Lake Gennesaret and speaks about the six-pointed star of longevity, including how to live 1,000 years upon the earth. He gives prophecies of the coming days, and speaks of the generation of promise that shall come. And it came to pass that Jesus, Miriam, Salome, and the apostles returned to the house of the familiar Lazarus in Bethany through the same portal they had travelled through to the world of Phaertho in the fourth kingdom. As had happened previously, it seemed to the other family members in Bethany that only mere hours had passed, while to those returning it seemed certain they had been gone many days. Everyone returning from the fifth kingdom rested for a day and a night, and the following day Jesus made an important announcement to his apostles, saying, I desire to speak one more time to the children of light to help them on their journeys of discovery and personal growth before I leave this world to not return again, save by the Spirit within, for their spirits call out to me, and I must give them one more solace. Jesus sensed that many of his apostles were saddened contemplating his departure, and he told them, do not be sorrowful that the time has come for me to leave this physical world that we have shared. Know that as I leave, you will be propelled into the fullness of your callings, into the majesty of your potential, and I hope that you will take joy in this. Prepare yourselves now for something you have not experienced in such magnitude, which we shall embark upon after the noonday. Children of light in every land shall hear my voice speaking to them in their minds, such a thing as most have never conceived. And those who are ready to be numbered among you will heed my words and gather unto you. Later that day, after the noonday meal, Jesus went with his apostles, wives, children, and the family of Lazarus to a grove of trees on a nearby hill. A crude bench with the sun shining down upon it had been made out of a long, flat stone set upon two squat stones on either end, and upon this Jesus sat while everyone else gathered around him, some sitting on the ground and others with their backs against trees. Jesus closed his eyes, and tilting his head up toward the sun, he held his lower arms up and level, with palms open and facing up. After but a few seconds, his resonant voice came into the minds of all of those sitting near him, even members of the family of Lazarus and many of the children who had never before heard the voice of someone speaking in their mind. And not just those present heard his voice, but every child of light in the communities upon Lake Gennesaret also heard his voice at the same instant speaking to them in their minds regardless of what they were doing. And more than this as well, for every child of light upon the earth heard the voice of Jesus speaking to them in their minds at that very moment, causing great consternation among many. For in far-off lands, many people, though children of light in the actions of their lives, had never heard of Jesus, nor ever imagined a sane man could hear voices in their minds. Jesus spoke to them all in one voice saying, Fear not, my brothers and sisters of light. I am Jesus, your elder brother who has come to earth to illuminate the path of eternity for you. Many of you have never seen my face or heard my voice or even my name spoken upon the lips of men, but you know me in your heart, for we were together before this world was. And I know you, for you are a child of light, my brothers and sisters of spirit. It matters not the color of your skin, whether you are male or female, young or old, rich or poor, or the religion you profess. By the good actions of your life, you have been numbered among the children of light, and I now call you to come and embrace your true family and the path of greater glory and fulfillment. You live in a world of challenge and much darkness, but that does not mean your life must be an endless challenge or continually dimmed by the darkness of the people and places that surround you. Even if you are a slave, chained to a dais, you can change your thoughts and take yourself and your heart and mind to a place within your essence where resides the spirit of Source. And there you will find peace and an abundance of celestine light that cannot be taken or dimmed by the world. For those who have their freedom, your thoughts may be just the beginning of the light you can bathe yourselves in, for your feet can walk and carry you elsewhere to a place where the celestine light that comes from God never dims, even to the communities of light where you can bask each day in the uplifting spirits, words, and actions of your brothers and sisters of light. This is my call now to every child of light upon the earth, wherever you may be. Come to the communities of light upon Lake Gennesaret in the land of Palestine. Come to the place where your brothers and sisters dwell. Come to the place where the celestine light of divinity glows on every face and the darkness of the world can find no place to cast its shadow. Come to the place where harmony reigns, where your belly will be full and your life will be fuller. Come to the place of celestine light where you will become more than you are and more than you imagined you could be. Where the divine fills your heart and mind, guiding the lives of everyone to greater happiness, health, knowledge, longevity, and spiritual fulfillment. Come to the place where you will be given secret knowledge and the mysteries of all things shall be revealed, that with this knowledge you may go forth in the world but not of it, in it but no longer fearful of it, in it but greater than it. Come to the place of celestine light where you will learn the secrets of longevity, where the life of a child of light may exceed those of the children of the world tenfold, as does the knowledge in their minds and the empathy and love in their hearts. I would speak to you now more about longevity, for this is a desirable pursuit, for with greater years you can do greater good. People of the world pursue longevity too, but it is something they will never hold, for they seek only to extend the life of the physical body, and longevity can only be obtained by also nourishing the soul. How then is the soul nourished, my brothers and sisters, you who are the children of light? It begins with community. Not a community of neighbors and even friends, but a community of celestine light, where all are family, and the love and concern for your neighbor is as great as for your own children. Community then is the foundation of longevity, not the individual or the individual's actions or choices, no matter how good they may be. Good actions of health and diet may add some years to the life of man, but they will not double or triple his lifespan, save he does them nourished in the bosom of the family of light. Therefore, I say unto you, put your affairs in order and come now to live among your brothers and sisters in the communities of celestine light upon Lake Gennesaret in the land called Palestine. Though you may not know them, they wait for you, to welcome you home. Fear not the cost, nor the Romans, nor the Greeks or the Persians or the Egyptians or any other people upon the earth, for the hand of God shall be upon all who make the journey, and none shall forbid your passage or slow your way, and whatever money you have shall be sufficient. When you have arrived, you will begin to change. The darkness of the world will fall away, and health and knowledge and joy shall begin to come unto you in abundance. And to all who live in the communities of light, both those already there and those still to come, I say unto you, live long, be one. Seek out the celestine light in all things. There is so much for you to learn and experience that you could never do it in the one short lifetime of the people of the world. Nor would it benefit you to come back in another lifetime, having forgotten everything you learned in the previous and needing to start all over again from the beginning. It is only by living a life 2 or 3 or 4 or even 10 times longer than the people of the world, that you can learn all that you need to learn and experience all that you need to experience, to become all that you have the potential to become and do all the good in the world you are capable of doing. Upon the foundation of life within the community of light, you can now add the other ingredients of the master recipe of longevity. Consider not just the physical body when you think of longevity, for those who do are doomed to die before they ever taste of the longevity they seek. Your body is the vessel for your eternal soul, your eternal spirit that cannot be neglected. It is only when these two are nourished equally, within the community of celestine light, that the fullness of longevity can be manifested. Six-pointed star of longevity. The six-pointed star of longevity is this: life in a community of celestine light, physical vibrancy, continual mental expansion, service and empathy to others, spiritual nourishment, and discovering and using the powers of your Xe. There is more to fulfilling each of these than you might imagine. For with each, you must look to perfecting yourselves, to becoming more like the Source, to consider how it is you can fulfill the highest potential of the energy, not wallow in the lowest. Point 1. Community of light. The simplest would seem to be to live in the community of celestine light, but living there is not the same as being alive there, and being alive is what you must be, alive in the fullness of the teachings of Source, lived faithfully in your life. Alive by being a very active and contributing member of the community, not a hermit in your house, alive by relishing and loving the family of light to which you are a part. Point 2. Physical vibrancy. So physical vibrancy would seem to be straightforward, for the teachings of diet and healthy lifestyle have been given to you in detail. But physical vibrancy is more than diet and exercise. It is so much a fulfillment of the word vibrant. Are you sweet of disposition? Do you judge none, including yourself? Do you speak ill words of none and gossip not at all about others? When you speak to friends and family, is it only in praise and never with an uninvited or subtle criticism? Do you laugh easily and smile often? Do you whistle and sing happy tunes? Even while you work? Do you make your home a piece of heaven by the ambience you create and the example you set by the things you say and do? And the physical aspect of longevity is still much more than this. Your VM plays a vital role in the physical aspect of your longevity. It should be activated daily throughout your life, even when you are alone, but not in the crude and debasing ways of the world, nor is a culmination necessary or even any connection to things sexual, for there is much more to the energy of the VM than that. And with this, you learn one of the secrets within the secrets of longevity. The essence of your VM is a very sacred power, even the power to create life, but includes other wonderful creations as well. It is castrated when it is used in worldly ways only for physical pleasure or sullied by debasing language or illicit thoughts. Nevertheless, within the sanctity of your marriage, you have great latitude with respect to how you give and receive pleasure through your VMS. All is well if what you do strengthens your bonds together. But be certain that it does. And understand clearly that physically pleasuring your VMS in the debased ways of the world will not add to the length of your days, but doing so with love within your marriage will. To achieve physical vibrancy and longevity. When physically stimulating your VMS, you must do so within the realm of sacredness and only within the bonds of marriage publicly proclaimed. Seek to become blissfully lost in the wonder of celestine love, without crude words or disrespectful actions, but focusing only on one another. And pleasure mutually given and received. It matters not the composition of your marriage to other children of light, be it one man and one woman or two women or two men or a mixture of a man and women, or a woman and men. What is important is the depth of your love evidenced by the steadfastness of your commitment and the exclusivity and sacredness of your unions. But let none among you be fornicators or adulterers, for this is the spirit of darkness in the world. And may all among you be open and accepting of the vows of fidelity and commitment given in marriage by any of your brothers and sisters of the celestine light, in whatever arrangement of love among one another that they choose. Beyond that, remember the secret within the secret. Point 3. Expansion of the mind. What then of the aspect of the mind? Is it just ever pursuing greater knowledge? A worthy endeavor to be sure, one that all children of light should seek every year of their life. But there is much more to this aspect. What is it you are learning? Is it about the latest fashions in the cities or learning how to create the clothes? Is it watching the street dancers or learning the dance? Is it marveling at great art or practicing to become a great artist? You can do the former as long as you also choose to do some of the latter that expands your creativity. But the former without the latter contributes not to your longevity. Nor is learning only concerned with matters in the ka. For the ka and the ja are intimately connected. What affects one profoundly affects the other. Therefore take heed about what your eyes see and what your ears hear. Seek things that uplift and inspire rather than belittle and disparage. Seek things that warm your heart and calm your mind, not things that cause fear or anxiety. Seek association with situations, places, and people that make you want to become more than you are, not encourage you to be less. Seek out that which is light and calls you to your greatness. And turn away from everyone and everything that does not. Point 4. Service to others. And what does it mean to serve others? It is not just giving alms for the poor or to support the community or worthy institutions. Money is but a token that is both helpful and appreciated, but true service requires your participation. So true this is that you can consider the wages from a day's work donated to a worthy cause of less value than 1 hour of your time given in sweetness to the same cause. True service is when one who is stronger, be it physically, mentally, financially, emotionally, or spiritually, comes to one who is weaker, in humility, and serves them to their happiness with respect and kindness. This is the service a man gives to his wife, when he seeks her joy before his and does as she asks in giving intimate pleasures. This is the service a mother gives to her children when she counsels and cajoles rather than commands and does not force her will upon them. This is the service those of greater means give to those of lesser when they rise with the first sun to work side by side and help them build a house, rather than donate alms in a minute and have the matter forgotten. This is the service of the ruler who listens to the will of the people rather than imposing his own will upon them, even when he disagrees with that which the people call to be done. These are the services and others like unto them that build communities of celestine light, instead of just communities of friends, acquaintances, and co-workers. Point 5. Spiritual nourishment in the world. Among the Gaenish of all persuasions, it is thought that to be nourished spiritually is to learn more of their faith and to live it more faithfully. Alone, this is just partial nourishment, like unto the mother who feeds her children in the morning but not in the afternoon or evening. Like service to others, spiritual nourishment in fullness is more than you. To be filled, you must commune with others of your faith. You must share our experiences and knowledge with those who have less experience and knowledge and avidly seek out and learn from those who have more. Therefore, know with certainty that spiritual nourishment is much more than what you learn that is written on a scroll, even much more than my words set down by a scribe. Spiritual nourishment is an unquenchable thirst and curiosity about what you do not know, fulfilled as much by what you learn from others and what you teach to others as by what you learn from reading the words written on a scroll. Remember, all points of the six-sided star, concerning seeking the higher path when a choice is before you, not the lower. Point 6. Discovering the powers of your xe. Your time upon this earth is very finite. You know not when the last day shall be. Perhaps even now you will breathe your last breath in the physical life. Therefore, do not squander time, which is a commodity more precious than gold or jewels. More than this, live your life to increase its length, rather than abuse your life, shortening its days. Many religions teach that your days are numbered before you ever are born. But I say unto you, this is not true. Based upon how you live, the source know the exact day you shall leave the physical life. But you are the master of you, and that day is not written in stone. If you choose to live differently, to live better, healthier, smarter, more in balance with the eon of life, more in harmony with the Celestine spirit of the Source, then you lengthen your days upon the earth. Source still knows the very day that shall be your last in the physical life, but your actions have moved the day and it is not the same day that it was. And you can continue to move it, adding more and more years to do good, even until you have lived for 1,000 years upon the earth. But remember, that even as good actions move the day further away in time, so do bad actions bring it closer. All the things I have spoken about contribute to the lengthening of your days. But there is one more thing, often forgotten or unknown by many, that has as vital a role as any other, and that is discovering and using the powers of your Xe. The physical men and women that you see all around you, probably even in yourself or your beloved, are not the men and women that can be. You were endowed with gifts of Celestine light before you were born into this life, the power to hear when others have not spoken, the power to travel from one place to another without traveling, the power to levitate objects and yourself, the power to make fire by calling the Eon and focusing it in your hands. And many other powers of Celestine light have you been gifted with. Until you discover these gifts and can use them, you are but a cripple. Until you can discover these gifts and use them, your life will come and go just like any other person upon this world, for until you discover and use these gifts, you are still like the people of this world and are bound by their beliefs of mortality. But to discover the secrets of these gifts is not something that can be done in solitude. Nor for many can it be done in days or months or years. Knowing the secrets of your Xe and how to use them releases the eons of Celestine light upon you, and this shall add as many days to your physical life as all the other things you can do. Each day, there are hours to sleep and eat and work and a precious few remaining for you to choose to do with them as you wish. If you choose to spend them rather than invest them, to squander them on mindless entertainment or time lost doing nothing, then nothing is what you shall inherit, both in this life and the life to come. Your time is precious, more than gold or jewels. Invest it in becoming more than you are in every way, and your investment shall reward you in every way as your years upon the earth lengthen. While king after king passes away and their kingdoms too, you shall remain. And more good shall be done upon the earth than if you had returned for 100 lifetimes. Mind the bridge upon which you stand. Please consider that each of you stand on a bridge that leads to other children of light. On one side of the bridge are the children of light who have more knowledge and experience than you. These are your mentors and teachers to help you grow and expand in the Celestine light of the Source. Look to them often that you may gain a greater understanding of all things. Observe what they do and how they do it, how they pray, how they work, how they call and use their Celestine gifts of power, and how they speak and treat others, both children of light and the Ganesh. Do not hesitate to inquire of them when you seek an understanding of all things Celestine. Of course, they will help you, for you are all here to serve one another with love. On the other side of the bridge are the children of light who have less knowledge and experience than you. You are the one who stands at the other end of their bridge as their mentor and teacher. Even as you look to those with greater knowledge and experience, so those at the other end of your bridge look to you to help them gain a greater understanding of the Celestine light. Know that this is a sacred duty to which you are called all of your life, to faithfully be an example of the Celestine light to all those who see your life and to share your knowledge and experiences with all children of light who ask of you or to whom you are called to teach. Therefore, always remember that you are on a bridge crossing the great chasm of the world. To the right, anchoring that side, are those that teach you by precept and example. To the left, anchoring that side, are those that you teach by precept and example. Both sides are needed to safely anchor the bridge to ensure it does not give way and fall into the chasm of the world. Therefore, gratefully seek out your mentors and teachers and, with humility, be willing to be a mentor and teacher to those who look to you for greater understanding and knowledge. The foundations of the community of light. How are the communities of Celestine light different than any other community upon the earth? They are different because they are not just a grouping of like-minded people, but the unity of a family of light, where the love for everyone is as family, not just friends. They are different because they are in the world, but not of it, and in their cloistered locations, not even in it very much. They are different because the members live according to the health and diet teachings of Celestine light, resulting in fulfilling lives of joy and happiness, with little sickness or disease and with years upon the earth far in excess of the people of the world. They are different because everyone is a servant to all others, and none is a master to any. They are different because they are neither patriarchal in nature, nor matriarchal, but are led in the temporal by the elders, both men and women, with the most knowledge, experience, and abilities of all things temporal, and in the spiritual by the apostles, both men and women, called because of their knowledge, experience, and abilities in the gifts, powers, and responsibilities of the Celestine light. They are different because that which is considered magic, fantasy, and impossible among the people of the world is normal and common among the children of light. They are different because in a world where most people live in poverty, the children of light create self-sufficient abundance. They are different because they are filled with hope not despair, with faith not doubt, with love not hate, with smiles not frowns, with easy forgiveness not quick judgment, with working together not at odds, with self-confidence not self-pity, with unity not divisiveness, with acceptance of differences not prejudice, with words of praise not criticisms, with purpose not aimlessness. Prophecy of the days to come. Now I would give you some last words, my brothers and sisters of this generation. I have spoken many things to the children of light over the years I have walked in the flesh upon this earth. Some of you have been with me for many of those years, while others are hearing my voice now for the very first time. My words have been written for the children of light. They are for you who hear my voice as I speak to you now. I will give no more new to you, for all you need to gain exaltation and eternal life I have already spoken. Now it is you who must take it upon yourselves to know and live that which I have spoken. And those that know and live my words shall be no more of this earth, even though their feet may still tread upon it. For those who know and live my words shall be more than men and more than women. They shall be Celestines, who, staying steadfast in the light, shall someday become adepts against whom the fiery darts of the adversary within have no persuasion. The forces of the world, be they army or king, have no power, and to whom the body is the servant not the master. But your time on the earth is short. You are few, and the Ganesh are many. Gather now to one another at Lake Gennesaret and live together and prosper as long as the world will let you. Grow and expand yourself in the ways of the Celestine light of Source. Learn the secrets I have given unto my apostles to teach unto you. Become adepts of the Celestine light, each and every one of you, that the people of the world may have no power over you, for you will be one with the Celestine light, and the Celestine light shall be one with you. When the world hates you, and they shall, when they seek to destroy you, and they shall, defend yourselves and your families when you must by whatever means you have, but seek not confrontation. Be willing to burn your homes and farms and boats and depart from the land, if it will save the spilling of blood, either yours or the Gainish's who persecute you. But do not surrender to them or put yourselves willingly into their hands, save you are an adept over which they can have no real power, only imagined. And great shall be their surprise when that misconception is revealed. Those of you who are just beginning to walk the path of Celestine light seek the protection of the adepts. When the peace and bliss of your communities is broken by the jealous people of the world who think to take that which they have not earned, leave them stubble and ash and withdraw from the land to the sanctuary that shall be revealed by the source to my apostles. And it shall be that you shall continue to grow in the Celestine light. Under the trials and tribulations, you shall become more than you were until the earth can no longer hold you in its thickness, for you will be of the light. On that day, this generation shall rise up without tasting death, even as the people of Enoch, and I shall meet you in the sky and show you the way to the heavenly glory that awaits the faithful children of light, even you, my dear brothers and sisters. When you are no more upon the earth, the fullness of Celestine light shall be taken from it for 2,000 years, save from those who remain as earth stewards, and the Gainish shall wander in the darkness they created. But each new generation born upon the earth shall have more souls who humbly and sincerely seek the light that is not there in the world, but flourishes in their hearts and manifests in their lives. The generation of promise therefore, the Celestine light shall grow again upon the earth, generation upon generation, until 2,000 years have passed. Then there shall be sufficient light upon the earth that once again the Celestine light shall be reborn, and upon this day begins a new era as the generation of promise is also born. Unto the generation of promise will be given all that has been given to you, for on that day, there will be more children of light upon the earth than there are people in all the world today. They shall hunger for the light, and it shall be given to them in fullness, and adepts of knowledge and power shall walk the world once more to protect it from those that still remain in darkness. Were the adepts not to come, it would be the end of the world, for the leaders of great countries and those not so great will have the power to destroy all life, and this they will do, save the adepts of Celestine light join as one with the other children of light to stop the travesty. For when the power of the light unites as one, the darkness has no place to be. Darkness of itself is nothing, but the absence of the light. When the light asserts its place in brilliance, the darkness is no more. Final words. And of all the words I have said to you, my brothers and sisters, these I say to you last, love one another, even as I have loved you. In this is all the power of creation, all the power of the source, and all the potential of the Celestine light that is within you, waiting to shine unto the world. The end of the beginning. Jesus calls forth the stalwarts of Celestine light, including those who appear from faraway places, to carry the light forward. He counsels them briefly, reminding them of that which is most important. He says his final words to his children, and then Miriam leads everyone in creating the greatest circle of light ever to exist on earth, which causes everyone to levitate to a place between heaven and earth where angels from heaven, including Yochanan, meet them for a short time. Jesus kisses Miriam one last time and exits in magnificence. And it came to pass that after Jesus had finished speaking in the minds of the children of light in every corner oft-world, he went to Miriam and embraced her and did not let go. Then he beckoned Salome to come to him, and the three of them embraced in silence with their foreheads all touching. After a couple of minutes, he bade his children and Martha to join them, and they all came and held each other closely in a circle of power for a few minutes of silence. Then he looked up once more to his apostles and Lazarus and bade them to join in the circle, and they immediately joined into it. After a few more minutes of silence sharing in the love and energy of all those in the circle, Jesus looked up once more and bade everyone else present, including all of the children, to join in the circle facing one another so that all might be one in love, faith, and spirit. And everyone did as Jesus bade and joined into the circle and held one another in power and love. When everyone was together, Jesus spoke to them aloud, saying, "Some of you were with me at Tyre when we formed a circle of great power. So it will be again today. But that which you shall make today will be the greatest circles of power that has ever swirled upon the earth. And it shall be you who shall call it, you who shall wield its power, and I will remain this one last time, only to be a guide and remind you of the sacred words of power. If you have a wand of wood or spiral shell or crystal, grasp it now in your right hand." At his command, all of the apostles, Miriam and Salome withdrew wands from their garments. Jesus then spoke to all of the children present, saying, "Children, go now to the center of the circle and carefully dig in the ground. Soon you will come upon a treasure, not of gold, but something more precious. Each of you, take one of the treasures for yourself and then go about the circle and give one to any person who does not already have a wand." At his direction, more than a dozen children scampered into the center of the circle and began digging in the loose, sandy soil. Soon many high-note tinkling sounds were heard, the unmistakable distinct audio cue of crystals of power touching one another. The children looked with wide-eyed wonder at the clear, six-sided wands that were as long as their forearms and brilliantly reflecting the sunlight. But remembering their instructions, they quickly got up and began passing out the long, tapered crystals to anyone in the circle that did not already have a wand of shell or wood or crystal in their hand. Many unused crystal wands remained lying in the hole in the ground. When the children all had rejoined the circle with their crystal wands in hand, Jesus spoke again to everyone, saying, "Close your eyes now so you are not distracted by anything around you. Remember friends and strangers you have encountered in your life that were children of light, even those who may not have known they were, but whose lives of goodness, love, and stewardship left no doubt. Remember your wives and children who may not be here now and how much you love them and wish they were here in spirit, and so shall they be. Those of you who have walked with me upon the earth as I have shared the teachings of the Source, remember the special people whom we have encountered over the years. See them clearly in your mind, hear their voice, and look into their eyes. Now each person, man, woman, and child, holding your wand in your right hand, point it toward the center of the circle and place your left hand on the shoulder or around the waist of the person to your left. In this, stand closely together with each of the people beside you so that your shoulders or sides are also touching. You that are many are now becoming one in the light, and the light shall be in you and outside of you, all around you, and multiplied many, many times more than your numbers. Reflect upon your love for the person to your right and to your left and for all the other brothers and sisters of the Celestine light that are one in this circle with you. Remember your faith. Feel it welling up deep inside of you, a force that cannot be slowed or stopped, for it is of God, it is of Source, you are of Source, you are the sons and daughters of God. And to you, nothing is impossible. Now swirl the energy of your aura. Swirl it faster and faster. At the bottom of every breath, before you inhale again, swirl your aura until you feel it inside of you at the core of your being, even your very soul essence. Now unify your breathing. Listen to the breath of the person to your right and to your left and be one with it. When they breathe in, you breathe in. When they breathe out, you breathe out. When you are at the bottom of your breath, do not breathe in again for several seconds as you spin your aura into your core and feel it radiating its power inside of you. Breathe in now in unison, as you breath out in unison, swirling your aura deeply inside at the bottom, forcefully say the Celestine word of power, Yizataz. And so they all did, the men, the women, and they children. Immediately after they forcefully spoke Yizataz in unison, Jesus quickly spoke another sacred word of power, then another was spoken by Miriam and then another by Caiaphas. Then marvelous things began to occur. A dense mist surrounded all the children of light. Where they stood was clear, but beyond them was only impenetrable mist. Their own spirits spoke to them, giving them knowledge they had never learned. Even so they all knew that the mist was a veil of illusion, that none from the outside world would see anything at all upon the hill upon which they stood, except that which had always been there. Then there was a sudden burst of yellow light in the middle of the circle that caused everyone to close their eyes for a moment because of the brightness. When they opened them again, they were astounded to see several people standing before them that had not been there a moment ago. After a few seconds, many of those in the circle began to discern who it was that had appeared, and then their amazement was even greater. For standing all around them, both inside the circle and outside of it, were many of the children of light Jesus had met in his travels over the many years. Tall above all others was the former warrior bandit Kudariluna. Jesus's mother Miriam was also there, and Babuadan the Egyptian and Ephras whom Jesus had saved from death in Kafar Salama, as well as Gimiel were also there. And from his youth, there stood Dryhus the repentant and Unish of Barat. And from his days in Jerusalem, there were Valerius the Roman centurion and Nicodemus the Pharisee. And the converts from Hippos Unia and Adronicus stood together in the center of the circle. And Alyssa the high priestess of the temple in Tyre was also numbered among those who had miraculously appeared. Before anyone began to speak and break the focus of the circle, Jesus spoke to everyone in their minds, saying, "Welcome to our brothers and sisters of light that have come among us. Be not startled by your appearance at this place, for you were drawn here, not in the spirit, but in your physical body, called by the power of the Celestine light in this circle. Because your spirits are in perfect harmony and resonance with the spirit of light that shines here upon us and within us. Please, do not speak, but take a crystal wand from the center and join us in the circle. Allow your spirit to know all it needs to know." And so they all did, quietly merging into the Celestine circle of power. As the last of the newcomers blended into the circle, everyone within it felt an overpowering stirring in the core of their aura, and Jesus said unto them in their minds, "In this circle are the leaders of Celestine light, when I am no longer among you. Some may have more visible callings, some may have the ability to manifest greater gifts, but all who stand here have a faith that is unbreakable. You are the stalwarts, the candles that burn everlasting and cannot be extinguished. In the days to come, when the world shall seek to destroy the Celestine light and those of weaker faith may fear and falter, it is you, my brothers and sisters, even you my youngest ones, that I trust to be the light that uplifts and gives courage to the weak, who lead by example. Who speak words of praise and confidence, not negativity or fear. Never forget that each of you is here today not simply because I called you to be or willed you to be, you are here because this is your resonance, and when the portal was opened, your body came to the place of its greatest resonance, here among your closest brothers and sisters of light. Look now at one another, at every person within this circle, for each of you are part of one another in very deep ways and must think of yourselves as one from this day forward. But see that you have not pride, but humility. Yours is an open group that in the future shall be joined by many others of the children of light who grow into your resonance. Now the time has at last come for me to part from you in the physical, and none but my wives and children shall ever see me in this physical form again until we meet again in the Celestine realms. Be faithful to what you know to be true and live it in your lives. You are my teachings. In the perfection of your lives, the other children of light will learn more about the Celestine light of Source than if they read or heard every word I have ever spoken. Therefore, if you would honor me, live the teachings I have given unto you. And of all the things I have taught you, there are a precious few which I desire to remind you of again that you might faithfully do them and by your example help others to do them as well. Remember to not judge your brothers and sisters unless they are creating disharmony within the community by actions that are not in harmony with the Celestine light. And then, see that none of you or any child of light places a judgment against them in your heart or mind, but let them come before the council of elders or before a quorum of the apostles, as is appropriate, and be judged in that manner after evidence has been presented and the accused has had ample opportunity to present a rebuttal and defense. And let there be no judgment, save it is a unanimous one. For if those judging do not have unanimity, then the Celestine light of Source has not been with them. I have told you that it matters not what you wear for clothing, because it is the actions of your life that are important, not the style or color of your clothing. But you who are the stalwarts should choose to dress and adorn yourself with the vibrant and precious colors, styles, symbols, and gemstones that enhance your gifts and should not be concerned with how odd you may appear in contrast with the latest fashions. And when the other children of light see these things in you and the good that they bring, they too will desire them. I know that hair continues to be a divisive issue with many of the children of light and even among some of you. It matters not what length of hair a child of light has, be they a man or a woman, or whether a man has a long beard, short beard, or no beard. All can still be worthy and lovely children of light and greatly loved and productive members of community. But for those who desire to someday become adepts in the powers of the Celestine light, the length of hair and beard does matter, for hair is a storehouse of the fruits of every event in your life, both in your day and your night while you sleep. When you seek to use your Celestine gifts of power, your hair is as great a tool as any you shall ever wield. But it must not simply be long hair, but long hair of health and luster, healthy because the body within is also healthy. Nor should it be dyed, except with herbs that nourish such as sage, and then only to enhance your natural color and appearance, not your vanity. Therefore, let all women who would be adepts grow their hair long. And let all men who would be adepts do likewise, even if it is only from the side for those whose top is barren. But let it never hang scraggly. Let it be combed at the least and made beautiful, with ties and jewels and enhancements of gold threads as you resonate. Concerning beards, the brothers have an advantage in this as women cannot grow beards. But let the sisters not take affront, for Source gave men the ability to grow beards only so they might have an extra tool to help call out their Celestine gifts. As Source has already endowed women with so much greater ability to call forth their gifts than men because of their weaker physical stature. Not every man can grow a beard of substance, and no beard is better than a scraggly one or a partial one cut into the latest fashion, for these cannot make a good path of power any more than can a head that has been shorn of hair. Nor is it necessary for a brother adept to have a beard any more than it is necessary for him or any of the sisters to have a wand. If you can manifest our celestina gifts without either of these or long hair, so be it. But if you cannot, you must consider the tools you can add to help you in your quest. I have given you 3 additional tools to help you discover the glory of your true self and ask that you, the stalwarts, remember to do the Linika each day and to expand into the world with your light through the contemplative movements at least once each week and to walk the path of 3 at least once each moon. And if you would please the Source and grow greatly in your own power and faith, remember to fulfill your stewardship to overcome the negative vortexes that weigh upon the land and to be watchful over the portals to the shadow kingdoms, protecting your world from theirs and theirs from yours. In your leadership to the children of light, give nothing to them by way of commandment, save the 12 commandments of Sinai and the Great Commandment. In all else, lead by example and allow each to emulate you if they choose or walk a different path if that is their preference. If they want to grow in their knowledge and powers, they will attune themselves to the best path by their own choice and without compulsion. Concerning the Great Commandment, to multiply and replenish the earth, remember to teach that this concerns all living things, not only children born of women. If someone chooses instead to be a good steward over the trees of the forest, the birds of the sky, or the fish of the sea, helping them to multiply and replenish, it is the same. But to ignore this commandment, and to live only for self-indulgence, without faithfulness to the Great Commandment, is a terrible act of selfishness and affront to Source who made men and women for a grander purpose and gave them greater capacities that they could fulfill the full measure of their creation. Then Jesus called out to Miriam and his children and asked them to come to him. When they came, he knelt down and held his 2 children in his arms while Miriam put her arm across his shoulder. Looking up into their eyes, he said unto them, "Lights of my heart, I have taken such joy in watching you grow. I am leaving this earth we call home now and going to the house of my parents, which is in the place of everlasting lights beyond the edge of the sky. But know that I am not leaving you, and I shall continue to watch you grow and have happiness unbound because of you, each and every day. Remember that which I told you before. Henceforth, in this life, all others shall know me only in spirit, but for you, I will always appear when you call to me." Both children held him even more tightly at his words and began to stifle whimpers and tears. And he said unto them, "Cry not, great lights of the earth. This is not a day of sadness but one of joy, for in it is fulfilled promises made by the Source to the children of man since the dawn of creation. Go now to be among your brothers and sisters of light. Teach them by the good examples of your lives what it means to be children of light and sons and daughters of God, for thus they all are. More so than they even know." Then he kissed them on each cheek, holding his cheek against theirs. Then lightly on the lips, looking into each one's eyes, saying, "I love you." Then hugging them once more together, he stood up and bade them to return into the circle. Now Miriam alone remained beside him. He put his arm over her shoulder, and she put one arm around his waist and held her other hand upon his chest and looked up upon his face. Jesus smiled at Miriam, a soft smile of deep love and contentment, and said unto her, "You know this is the end of the beginning." She nodded her head silently and then replied in a soft voice, "Yes, my Lord, the 3rd step of the 12. You have said must transpire before man and earth are transformed into the crystal resonance of celestine light and the earth rises to its glory." Jesus nodded his head in acknowledgement, saying, "Now you begin the 4th step, my beloved Miriam. And it is the middle steps that you begin that will be the greatest challenges. Remember who you are and that all things are possible to you. Nevertheless, you must let the apostles and Salome grow into their own lights by their own efforts and not do for them what they can do for themselves, even when it causes them pain and failure in the attempt. For those are the stepping stones of tomorrow's joys and successes. Take the life of no man or beast, save one that will demand it of you, for with your gifts and powers there is always another way. Be assured, I will be with you in your thoughts with my words in your head every moment you speak to me. I will not set foot upon this earth again in the flesh, but will meet you in the everlasting lights each lunar cycle upon the night of the full moon, that we may renew our love in the bonds of warm embrace. And I will come in a semblance of the flesh for our children when they need me. Now I must go, Miriam. My time on earth is over. Yours is just beginning. Know that I love you with a depth and a breadth that is beyond the understanding of men. Miriam looked at Jesus with loving adoration, saying, "And so do I love you, my beloved Jesus, always and forever beyond time, for everlasting and everlasting." Jesus bent down and kissed Miriam fully on the lips, and it was a long and lingering kiss, bringing tears to the eyes of almost everyone who was watching from the circle surrounding them. Looking up but still clinging closely to Miriam, and she to him, Jesus spoke to everyone in the circle, saying, "Know that I love each one of you so very much. You are the brightest lights upon the earth of this generation. In the times to come, you will see great challenges. Know that these are given that you who are great might grow from the challenges and become even greater. They are some of your most wonderful blessings, if you remember who you are and to act accordingly. Then shall your challenges become your strengths and your joys." Then Jesus beckoned Salome and she came to him, and he and Miriam held her closely, holding her hands and kissing her on her cheeks. And Jesus said unto her, "Your heart is one with Miriam, and I am glad. She has great power now, but her heart still needs soothing and affection from one who loves her in sacred ways. Your gifts and powers are also great, Salome, far more than you imagine. Go with Miriam for 3 years. She will cultivate the garden of your magnificence. Then seek to merge your light with a new star and cherish the new light that will be born." Salome looked at Jesus with some dismay, pleading, "I will stay with Miriam always, my Lord. She is as one with me, and I could not seek another star, for what star could be brighter than she or you?" Jesus kissed Salome on her forehead and said, "Years ago, I told Miriam that one day, she would meet another whose light would resonate so strongly with her that it could not be denied. She doubted it could ever be, but here you stand one with us today, the living testimony that it could. It is the same for you, dear Salome. I ask nothing of you except to feel the resonance of your heart and listen to the harmony of your mind, each and every day, and then all will always be well." "I will do that, my Lord," Salome agreed. "But my resonance and my harmony will always be with Miriam." Jesus nodded at her, and then kissed her once more gently on the lips, saying, "I love you, Salome." Then sent her back to the circle once more, where she went and stood next to Cudariluna, as if his great bulk might repel any other lights that might try to enter her heart other than Miriam. Looking once more into Miriam's eyes, Jesus said unto her, "Your time has begun, my beloved. Command the circle of power." Miriam kissed him one more time briefly, whispering "I love you," as she looked into his eyes. Continuing to hold her left arm about his waist, she turned to face the circle, saying, "Hold forth your wands, each and every one." At her command, all wands were drawn, some of wood, some of shell, and some of crystal. Then, still holding on to Jesus by his waist with her left hand, she drew her wand with Arimathea and spun both of them around so they could pass in front of everyone in the circle. "Look up into the heavens and point your wands skyward," she directed. And every wand quickly pointed to the sky. Then she pointed her wand straight up and said unto them, "Unite your auras as one. This is the great circle of celestine light. Send the aura that is one into the earth and call forth its power. Send the aura that is one into the heavens and call forth their power. Now as one, let us say the sacred word of celestine summoning." With all wands raised to the sky, they spoke aloud, as one voice, the sacred celestine word of summoning that cannot be written. As the word escaped their lips for a third time, brilliant beams of light shot forth from the tip of each wand, uniting as one and shooting straight up into the sky until it could be seen no more. Then there was a tremendous rumbling upon the earth and in the sky above like thunder from 1,000 storms. Still looking upward into the sky, they saw a sight such as no men had ever before seen. Though it was bright day, the sky was suddenly filled with brilliantly blazing shooting stars in a rainbow of hues, converging from points across the heavens into a single nexus of blazing white light far above them. Miriam spoke to them again, saying, "Swirl the energy of the circle from east to west. Expand the light to fill the circle. Fill your aura with the light. Be one with the light." They did as she directed, and the circle was soon filled with a spinning vortex of white light that engulfed everyone. But each person, even the children, faithfully held their wands to the sky and kept their focus upon the light above. Suddenly, everyone's feet lifted off the ground, and as a group, the circle of Jesus's closest disciples began to rise up into the sky. But so intent was everyone in the circle upon their tasks that it seemed that not even one had noticed that their feet no longer stood upon the ground. Higher and higher the great circle of celestine light rose up toward the convergence of the multicolored shooting stars, until suddenly they were among them, and Miriam said, "Lower your wands and see where it is thought you are and who it is that you are among." In awe, everyone lowered their wands to their sides and looked around them in wonder. Blazing like pillars of golden light stood hundreds of angels in a circle all around them. And one called out, saying, "Martha! Martha of Bethany looked to see her husband Yochanan," and she broke from the circle and ran to him with her children and he to them, and they embraced with rivers of tears flowing. And only here, in the sacred space between heaven and earth, could this be done. Seeing Yochanan, Salome fell to her knees upon the empty sky, silent tears running down her fair face as she recalled that which she had done to Yochanan, taking him from his wife and children and causing him to be on the earth no more. Seeing her grief, Yochanan and Martha walked over to her and pulled her up to them. Salome was crying in gentle sobs, saying over and over again, "I am sorry. I am so sorry." Martha and Yochanan comforted her, and Yochanan put his arm around her lithe form, saying, "Wipe your tears, Salome. You repented of this long ago. It is forgotten by Source. It is forgotten by me and Martha. And now you too must let it go." Yochanan gave a great comforting laugh and said unto her, "Anyway we are family now. You are my... well, I'm not exactly sure. But I know you are family. And I love you even as Martha loves you and has loved you all these years." Salome smiled demurely, wiping her tears away, and laughed a little, and all was well. Then other figures came out from the ranks of the angels. They were not in glorified bodies as was Yochanan, but were astral spirits of the wives and husbands and children of all the people who were in the great celestine circle of light. Unlike Yochanan, because they were just spirits, they could not touch and hold their loved ones, but their forms were clear and sharp. They were present in their spirits as Jesus had promised, and this gave great comfort to everyone, to have their family with them at this most special time in their lives. But Euchanan's time with Martha was brief. With a tender kiss, he whispered into her ear words that only she could hear, and then returned to the ranks of the angels encircling Jesus and all who had come from earth. Then Jesus spoke again, and all eyes were upon him. And he said unto them, Remember who you are, and to live your truth, no matter the opinions of the world. Grieve not this day, for nothing is lost and much is gained. Live by the Spirit of the Celestine light of Source, and your next 11 years shall be as rewarding and glorious as all you have shared with me. Jesus kissed Miriam one more time upon her lips, then stepped behind her with his hands upon her shoulders, and they spun in the air completely around the circle so that all could see them. And he said unto them, And I leave you with my greatest treasure, may she also become yours. Then the angels held on to the waists of each of the angels beside them, and their great outer circle began to spin and emanate a bright golden light. Jesus and Miriam continued to turn slowly in the circle so all could see them, the third of 3 rings. And Jesus spoke one last time to them, saying, You are the lights of the world. Go forth and shine in your glory. Fear not, for always I am with you. Always I will love you. As he spoke his last words, the circle of angels was spinning so rapidly that it was just a brilliant golden blur of light. All eyes remained fixed upon Jesus and Miriam. As they spun slowly in the middle, they turned to face each other. They embraced in a deep kiss, which was immediately overwhelmed by a blinding white light so intense that none could continue to look upon it, and everyone's hands and arms momentarily went up to shield their eyes from the brightness. Then the light was gone, and there was a great silence in the void. Slowly, everyone lowered their hands and arms that had been shielding their faces from the blinding light. Looking to the center of the circle, they saw that Jesus was gone and all of the angels too. Only Miriam remained, standing alone in the center of the circle. Her face looked straight upward into the heavens. Only she had the eyes to see the pure light of God. And it lay upon her still glowing and gently undulating. Every inch of her body was radiating a soft ethereal white light. In the hearts of everyone, there was an overwhelming feeling of the sweetest love, a celestine love, a love such as had never been imagined or experienced. It flowed through them and enveloped them and filled them with bliss. Holding one another once again in the great circle of celestine light, they gazed at their friends and loved ones with smiles of joy writ upon every face, both young and old, and tears of heavenly happiness flowing down every cheek. Salome broke from the circle and went to stand with Miriam, putting her arm around her waist, and looked up with her into the vastness of the dark blue heavens above. Do you see him still? She wondered. Miriam nodded as she continued to gaze upward. I see everything, Salome. I see everything. And it is more beautiful, amazing, and glorious than I ever imagined.